need to understand.
If I have to hear one more time that you did this for the family.
I did it for me. I liked it. I was good at it. And I was really... I was alive.
Yo, yo, what up, fools? Today is 5/16/2023. It is 7:04 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry, Aryan. I gotta agree with Glitchin here. That is, that does not sound like fun to me. It's not sound like too much fun. Aryan keeps calling me Tim. Oh. Forgot I had these on. Crap. I want to put them somewhere I know I'm not going to forget them, but normally I leave them in my car. Whew. What's my favorite pill? I don't know. Vic, what do you... Aryan, do you guys know what pill I am? Speaking of, I think we're gonna talk to... Yo.
2023, a gay odyssey super chatted $2. Stoners everywhere love the intro, Tom. How magical.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm still working on it. It's not finished. It still needs some work, but we're gonna get it done. We're gonna get that finished. I was working on it yesterday, worked on it some today. Figured we'll go ahead and put up what I got so far. But you lean more blue pillish, purple pill. Okay. So real quick before we get into the Katee President Sunday stuff, later on tonight, I believe, so I got a DM saying that Torshaa and Playing with Fire want to talk tonight about the Destiny Sneeko stuff, which I still, the Rollo, all of that from last night. I still haven't watched it yet, so we got to get into that pretty quickly. So we're going to try to run through this stuff because last time I was on, we went over the Katee President Sunday DM back and forth, the Twitter war on Twitter. I know it was a Twitter war that was on Twitter at the same time. It was amazing. But we ended it. Yes, it was pretty anticlimactic. It was. I had messaged Katee that night to see if she wanted to come on to talk about it. She didn't get back to me till the next day. And I was like, what's up with those DMs, dude? He made it look like you didn't actually, like he didn't actually DM you. And she's like, well, he did. I was like, okay, I'm just telling you. Like, to anybody who's looking at it, it looks like you, when you end it with KK, he says, I've never DM'd you before. And you say, KK, it looks like he didn't DM you. So she's like, well, what would I do? Like, I don't want to leak the DMs. There's private stuff in there that I don't want to get out. So, like, what the hell do I do? I was like, I would just post, like, hey, President Sunday, would you mind if I leaked the DMs? Because I thought, like, he'll probably admit that the DMs exist at that point. So, I was like, that's what I would do. Oh, crap. The Omer limits who can see their tweets. Okay, so I guess she deleted it, but she asked him, would you mind if I leaked them? He said, I have no idea what you're referring to, so yes, out of pure curiosity. Now remember, Kidology got involved in all of this while we were going over it. Like, Kidology jumped into it and was like, Katee, why would you care if I was on? Do you not like me or something? Have I done something to you? And Katee's like, no, it's just like, I'm just trying to have a one-on-one with President Sunday. President Sunday shows Discord, no DMs with her. And on Twitter, no DMs with her. So it's looking looking kind of sparse there. Like, oh crap, where them DMs? And then he finds them and goes ahead and leaks them. So maybe I gave bad advice. I thought he would just be like, yeah, sure, okay, fine, the DMs exist. But instead, he leaked the DMs. So you said, so what do you want to take Kidology to task on, and what's your plan? She said, well, Wick just asked me if I wanted to, so it's not like I had a plan. I don't know if she'd go for it. I dislike her saying she's apolitical, but I don't need to die on that hill. Her doing transphobia apologia is not straight up being an intentional or unintentional transphobe is the biggest thing, probs. She has been explicit enough about the race stuff, yet although I believe there are some baggage there as well, bringing her back would be nice rather than discrediting her. He said, I'd just tread carefully. If you go the slow knife approach and let her stay wrong, but like you will have more opportunities to convince her later. I endorse your position on this, so I can try to facilitate if there's some misunderstanding. Katee said, yeah, but if that's the case, I'm not sure making it a public spectacle is responsible, you know? He said, your call. She said, just letting her say shit without being able to press meaningfully. If I don't, though, I won't get an in. And he said, it also demonstrates that you're safe to argue with if you pull it off. So, obviously, she didn't want to, like, burn a bridge with Kidology. And she didn't want those DMs out there. But he's acting like the DMs didn't exist forever. And then when he realizes they exist, he just leaks them. He said, you said we had DMs like it was some kind of scandal. Nobody cares if we talked at some point. Here's the full exchange for the perplexed. Katee wanted to take Kidology to task for things I've also criticized her for. I advise a patient approach. So, she did not, like, we went over it. She didn't act like there was some sort of scandal. That was not true. She was saying that he DM'd her about having somebody else on. Who was the other person that they wanted to have on? Noah Samson. He DM'd her about wanting Noah Samson, and she said that, like, there was, I forget exactly what it was. I don't remember exactly, but it was something like that. So it was kind of ridiculous. When's the next movie night? I don't know. If you guys, somebody suggested that we watch something the other day. I forget what it was, but Katee. Oh my goodness, what the hell is that?
What the hell is what? Tom!
What?
You didn't say anything. I got confused.
Okay. I'm here. That you already sound enough like a child to where that impression is insanely convincing.
So you weren't sure it's me or what?
I was like, I don't want freaking children on my stream. I'm gonna get in trouble here, dude.
That's so funny. No. Wait, that would be your reaction if a child was talking to you, to just get really quiet and say nothing like a weirdo?
Well, I assumed it was you. But I can't be sure.
Okay.
And so, yeah, my other option is to just, like, hang up on you or wait for you to be like, haha, just kidding.
I was not kidding. I was saying hello.
Like a freaking child.
No, that's just my voice.
That is not just your voice.
That's one of my voices.
Were you watching What was it? Because he was saying that you acted like there was some sort of scandal. What was it actually? Because I remember you didn't actually act like there was some sort of scandal. You said that he
No.
DM'd you about something so that you could add information to the DMs that, or to the tweets that were going back and forth.
Yeah, I got really pissed because like he and I went back and forth, and then he tagged Kidology, right? And he was like, "Hey, let's do a 2v2, like me and Kidology, and you and Noah Samson, right?"
Mhm.
And I was like, "Okay, that's really weird of you to do, since I knew that privately, like a few weeks ago, he reached out to me unprompted, asked me that, like, said that I want to take Kidology to task, which is not something I was doing. Wick asked me to come talk to her, and I said I'm not really up for that. So I guess he and Wick talked about it, and so he contacted me and was like, I heard you want to take Kidology to task.
Wait, Sassafras is saying you need to fix your mic. What? Turn her mic up. On my side, it says it's fine.
I don't know. Let's see.
Are you far away from it right now?
I can make it closer. I can do that. I have skills. Look, is it better now? It should be
Stop.
much better now.
I'm gonna hang up on you. I'm gonna hang up on you. I'm not talking to you if you're gonna talk like that.
How is it, audience? Is it better? See, my chat says it's sexy time. They know what's up. I don't know what your issue is.
You talking like a baby is sexy apparently to pedos, I suppose. I my secret's gotten out.
Now half my chat is mad at me that I said that, because there was like one guy in chat that was weird.
They're like, don't make us look bad, Katie.
Yeah, exactly. Because like whenever I do the baby voice, half of my chat leaves. Like they hate it. So it's yeah. Okay. What did you ask me?
Okay, so we were talking about why you initially mentioned that there were other DMs.
Yeah, it really pissed me off that he tagged Kidology and asked for us to do like a discussion together when I've already spoken to him and told him I don't really like that, I don't know what to do and I'm not really interested, right? So it felt like he was trying. Okay, from my perspective, the reason why I got really pissed with him is because he and I often like align on a lot of things. We're both like progressive, and I thought we were on the same team, so we were supposed to like stick together and not cause drama between us. I just wanted to have a conversation about something that I felt was like weird that he had the take that he did on, and I thought we could have a really productive, interesting conversation about that. And then he just decided to bring other people on. I don't know why maybe it was a clout thing. I don't know what was happening there. And I was like, okay, it's really weird of you to bring up Kidology because
It's obviously a clout thing. He's mentioning Kidology and Noah Samson, so of course it is.
Okay, well, if it's okay, well, I if you say so. I'm not gonna say it, but whatever. It just really pissed me off.
Wait,
like,
hold on.
Knew...
You're saying that like there's like negative connotations with that. Like we're content creators. That's what we do. Like there's not. You're saying it like you don't want to make that allegation because that would be like a bad allegation. Like that's I don't.
No, I said that the reason why it came out like that is because. Remember when we had that therapy session on Zonia's stream and you told me not to say stuff about myself? So, like, I wanted to say that, like, I am not particularly interested in that.
Okay.
So, and then I didn't want to say that, and now I said it anyway, you know? So, like, if people want to do the cloud thing, that's fine. I've done it sometimes, too. I just, like, I don't know. It's not my main focus. Now I'm just more looking for conversations that are good. Yeah, so I got really pissy because I thought we were meant to be on the same team. And he knew that, like, I wouldn't be comfortable, like, doing the conversation with Kidology.
Mhm.
Because he he reached out to me and we've talked about it. And he tagged her publicly. So then she tagged me and she's like, why don't you want to talk to me? And then I had to have a really uncomfortable interaction with her. So I wasn't happy with him doing that. And then, yeah.
And then him
That was
leaking
annoying.
DMs shows that you're not like being completely truthful with her, and so now it makes that even more awkward.
Actually, it doesn't make it more awkward because so obviously I didn't want the DM leaks because
Mhm.
I obviously like thought that we were like I guess he wanted to give me advice, which is fine, but I thought the point was that we're quote unquote like strategizing how to make our advocacy more effective. And I don't know, like, especially because in the DMs, he's like, you should do the slow knife approach. So now, if he had a friendship with Kidology, I don't know how they're going to have a friendship because he literally called it the slow knife approach. And, like, yeah, I'm actually, after, like, thinking about it, I'm kind of happy with the DMs because I made it very clear, which is true. It's like, I'm not trying to get her or anything. I want to genuinely change our opinions, and I don't know how to do that right now. So I want to not have public conversations with her about it until I can do better. I said that in the DMs. I wanted it to stay private because it's none of anyone's business why I choose to talk to people and why I don't.
Yeah.
And then conveniently, after the Adam and Stitch, like the Lilo and Stitch performance, I just kind of decided that like there's no point talking to like centrists anyway. So
True.
yeah, so it's just like I'm on my fortress arc, I guess.
Nice. Fortress
Yeah.
arc.
But like I've talked to her. Like when I'm saying like when we're talking about Kidology specifically right now, and I'm saying I don't want to talk to her,
Mhm.
it sounds personal. It sounds like I don't like her. It's not. She has certain opinions, and I don't know how to talk to her about those opinions to be like an effective advocate to what I want to change in her opinions. So, like, Erudite is another example. I don't know how to get Erudite to understand my points, so I don't see a point of talking to Erudite because I can't convey my points to her. I don't know how. It just doesn't work. So I
Yeah.
have no interest in creating public conversations with people where we just talk past each other and I just do harm to my cause and my friendship with these people. It's just like I don't see the point in that, you know? So it's not like I hate her thing. I actually think she's a very genuine person.
Mhm.
And I told her that. That's why it's like really annoying to me that he did that. Because it kind of like could have created a lot of tension for no reason at all. And
Yeah.
like all he had to do was be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot that I actually reached out to you. Sorry, let's have that conversation." But instead, it's like he first of all says that he didn't talk to me. His audience then calls me a deceitful, dishonest liar. He doesn't
True.
correct. Shut up. He doesn't correct them. Then he posts screenshots to prove that he has never spoken to me. Then I prove that he's spoken to me and that he initiated the conversation. Then he changes the goalpost to, no, actually, I meant like a real conversation, not this thing, which is, if that was true, he wouldn't have said that he has never spoken to me in his life. And then, like, I asked him if I'm allowed to show shit, and then I didn't show everything, but he just decided to just leak the whole thing because he's a sourpuss. I don't know how to call that. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's all there is
Okay.
to it.
So when you say that like you don't feel like you can effectively talk to these people, what is it that you think is like hindering that?
What I'm finding with centrists right now is that
President Sunday is not a centrist, though.
No, he's a progressive. That's why I wanted to talk to him. Like he gets the frameworks that I'm working up. I don't need to explain white supremacy to him and how we're all upholding white supremacy, you know? I might have to talk to you about it. I might have to whine with centrists about it. I don't need to do that whole shtick with President Sunday.
Well,
I've watched.
We don't have to get into this. I just want to say I don't disagree that that's a thing. I just disagree with the way that it's
That's what I
represented.
mean. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, this is what's awful about centrists, right? They'll say, "Oh no, I don't disagree. That's not true." But then they'll never call any examples of it out. Ever. So it's like, yes, systemic racism exists, but this is not it, and this is not it, and this is not it. And yeah, we all uphold white supremacy, but not like this, and not like this, and not like this. So it's kind of like empty. But
you're moving into the center. I can tell you're getting really good at this.
No, I'm just getting really good at like knowing what centrists are going to say because they lack any form of like whatever. So yeah. What I want to say is like, so I don't have to do that with President Sunday. And I know I don't because I wanted the conversation to be about like the Soul Bunny video, right? Mm-hmm. And I watched him talk about the Soul Bunny video. Mm-hmm. So I know he understands all the stuff that I would bring up. Mm-hmm. And that's why I wanted to talk to him about it specifically. I didn't reach out to anyone else to talk about it with. Mm-hmm. I reached out to President Sunday specifically because I was surprised that from his perspective, he wasn't on board with what most of the leftists in this space. No, it's not most of the leftists. I'm actually pretty isolated in that way. So I guess, well, most of the white leftists in this space. Look,
got him.
I'm the minority of white leftists in this space. Okay.
You're one of the good ones.
That's pretty weird to say. But okay. So, yeah, so I was surprised that he had an issue understanding the video because he understood all the issues. So I reached out and apparently he didn't like that. Did you also see that cute little flex that he's like, Katee, I'm bigger than you? That's not how debates work. It's like, what? Who the fuck are you?
Well, he does this regularly where, like, I called him out on something a while ago. I don't even remember what it was, but I remember him being like, who's Tomfoolery? I'm like, I know you know who I am, bro. Like, quit playing. Like, I know you know who I am. You're just freaking flexing on me for no reason, dude. I don't know what this is.
It's kind of like that thing. I don't know if you watched it where somebody talked to Vosh about FD signifier, and then Vosh did this pathetic little thing where it was like, FD? Who's FD again? And then he took a long, like, minute pause. It's like, oh, yeah. FD signifier, that guy. It's like, dude, please, this is so sad. Stop it.
Well, I mean, look. Lots of people do this. I mean, even Destiny will do this once in a while where he's talking to Milo and says, like, you know, Milo, I'll never debate you again because you only have everything to gain from this. I have nothing to gain from debating you. I'm 10 times your size and you're irrelevant now. And so if you're going to be disrespectful to me, then I'm just not going to talk to you anymore. Like, people...
No, that's fine, right?
I feel like it's similar with President Sunday saying... in your case, that you don't have like enough room to demand things because he feels like he's the one who's providing more of a platform in that case.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fine if that's how you think. I just wanted to have an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
So I don't really care if he's like, I'm providing shit to you. It's like, yeah. I didn't reach out to him because he's a bigger platform creator to platform me. I reached out because I thought were on the same boat and I was confused by why he said what he said, you know? Like, I would have had that conversation privately too. It's like I'm having private conversations with a lot of content creators because I'm not monetizing every little thing that I do. And I get that like other people in this space do it differently. I don't know. I think I just found it funny that it's like you don't get to ask me to properly know what your position is and not to strawman you because I'm bigger than you. It's like, okay, why would I have a conversation with you then if you're indicating that you have no intention to like treat me in good faith? And then I guess the answer is because I'm bigger than you, so it's profitable for you. And it's like, nope, that's not how I do things. Literally no interest. Like, fuck him.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Oh,
I think normally for people who are smaller, I mean, I'm a lot smaller, I would generally say the same thing. Normally, if people are like, well, then you don't get my platform, I'm like, I don't care, bro. Like, I'm more interested in, like, the actual debate. Like, if I can go debate somebody else with the same ideas in a smaller platform, I'm not going to care. But yeah. It's a lot easier for us to say that when we're smaller creators, because if all of a sudden we were much larger, we might think in the same way as them.
Sure. And I do think there's the element of like responsible platforming of like smaller creators and like harmful opinions and stuff like that you might feel like it's not good to platform them. Again,
well, not even that. I think it's going to be more about like there's more people who want to talk to you, so you're going to get pickier about who you do and don't talk to.
I mean, I guess that's fair. Also, to be fair, like if it was, for example, Destiny, right? It would be a lot harder for me to say, oh, I don't think you're gonna be good faith, so I'm not gonna talk to you, right? Because Destiny is a very big platform. So I'm not saying that like you can do that with everyone, the thing of like, oh, I don't care, you know? Like if Vosh saw me ranting about him on Twitter and wanted to talk to me, like he'd probably like go really hard on me, but I'd still go because it's a huge platform and I do want to shit on him to his face. I mean, I wouldn't shit on him to his face. I'd be very mad. I'd be internally mad and giggly on the outside, but poignant. Anyway, so it's not that.
I might be able to set that up. You want to talk to Bosch?
Go ahead. I'd love to. I already reached out to him, I think. Not about this though.
Did he respond?
Not about this. I reached out to him when the misogyny thing came up again. What happened with the misogyny stuff? I don't remember.
You're talking about when he sent the tweet to what's her name? J.K. Rowling?
No, but then he got in trouble with
Cat Black
for it. Yeah. But recently someone brought up again that he's misogynistic for some reason, and then I wrote to him about it and shit. But it doesn't matter. I would love to talk to Vosh, set it up for me. But also, the point is, the only reason why things went down the way they did with President Sunday is because I made the mistake of thinking he and I like had shared interests in this space as like progressive advocates, and I was just wrong. I'm genuinely surprised that I'm wrong, considering that he and I were literally on it was with Contra like brought up like his misogyny thing, and then he said some shit, and then anyway, so I was just wrong about him, which I'm surprised, because we were on a panel together talking about how leftist infighting for no good reason is cringe, and how we want to have good conversations with each other without blowing shit up in a weird way. And then he just chose to do this. So fuck him. You know?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Apparently I'm having issues with my stream right now. Please configure both primary and backup streams correctly. The comparison of the streams failed because one of the streams has an invalid configuration. I don't even know. No, I'm still on.
Okay, good.
But it keeps popping up saying that I need to fix something, but there's nothing to fix. Like I'm not sending multiple signals out, so it's weird. Well, I saw that you went at the end of your conversation with Lav, you said that you You guys might come talk over here sometime. Are you guys still planning on doing that?
Oof. I would talk to Lav. Honestly, I don't know why I need you to talk to Lav.
Well, that's what
Like,
you said. You said, I feel like right now we're kind of talking past each other,
That's
and I
true.
feel like it would be easier if we had a moderator. Tom
That's
offered to do this, so if you want to, we can try this again sometime with Tom here. That's what you said.
That is true. That is true. Because it was like something specific about her, like not being willing to accept the. Yeah. I don't think we're planning to do that. I wouldn't mind doing that, although I watched like you covering her and Sick, and I'm actually really pissed about that, and like the whole arc that she's going through right now. I've also like watched your stream when she was talking to big tech and stuff.
Yeah, dude, Queeman, do you know who Queeman is?
I have no idea who that is.
This guy, so Sick apparently like overshared some stuff. He was drunk on stream, said a little bit too much personal stuff, and and then chat told him he was oversharing. They're like, you need to end stream and delete this. So he ends stream and deletes it. Apparently Queeman had a screen recording of all of it and sent it to Lav after the drama, like after the Sick and Lav stuff blew up recently. Queeman
After she leaked the DM.
Yes, after she leaked the DMs, he had this like screen recording of Sick saying like very personal things that he obviously didn't want out there because he deleted the stream afterwards, and dude sent it to Lav. Really weird.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
Really
think
weird.
I don't think that's weird. Like when I stream, I always assume someone is screen recording my stream.
Well, one, to screen record it and like hold on to like super personal information is one thing, but then to send it to Lav is like ammo for her is even stranger.
I don't know Queen, so maybe there's like maybe it was weird that he did it, but a lot of people are really getting off on the drama with Lav.
As far as I know, Lav was like, bro, like, why are you sending this to me? Get the hell out of here. Like, that's so even she wasn't willing to like go that dirty, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sick really hurt me. Like we were friends, and I'm very upset with him, and we don't talk anymore. But like when
she talked about it on stream. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah,
never mind. I chat saying she
that
talked about it on
like
stream.
Lav.
Yeah, I take that back. I take that back. Yeah, that's my bad.
That doesn't sound like Lav to hold anything back, especially from Sick. But like what happened with him, like it really upset me. I mean, I wouldn't be so upset about it if it was someone else, but like I know Sick. I've privately talked to him about some of this stuff. So I also like really hated some of your coverage of it. Like you know that thing of like her leaking the DMs, because you talked with your chat about how like he was talking about how she was leaking his nude basically, right? The other girl, and Lav wasn't stopping her and like blocking her and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Lav was like, oh, he was just topless. But even if that's true, even if it was just a topless picture of him that he sent privately to a different woman, sure, it's not revenge porn, but it's still like not okay. Like it's not only is it not okay, it's like it's infringing on him like sexually. He consented to sending that to someone in private, and just because it's like male chest,
wait, I said that
it's less revenge.
I said that. I said, it is less, but it's still, I said that it was still messed up because it was sent like and meant to be private, but it's still, it's not the same as showing somebody's genitals. That's different. It's not the same.
So I agree with you that it's not the same as showing someone's genitals. But do we agree that that girl should have still been like blocked and pushed
Yes.
away? And
Yeah.
then that's fine.
Well, and that's what I was saying, is that yes, it's different. It's not. That's all I was saying. I still
think it's sexual like harassment, even if it's not genitals.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. But the level of like difference is still pretty massive. Just like, yeah, it's still.
Okay, then I think I agree with you. Obviously, I just like I didn't get the vibe from you that you felt like it was a sexual infringement anymore, and like that the reaction should have been the same. And for me, it's like if it's something like if I sent a picture of me, okay. Let me give you a personal story.
Let me say, just sharing, like, even just leaking DMs without permission is still normally like a pretty messed up thing, right? Like if you're doing things in private and these DMs are meant to be private, just leaking that in and of itself is normally going to be messed up. So obviously, like leaking pictures within the DMs is going to be a step up above that, and then leaking nudes with genitalia in like actual private parts is a massive step up above that. So all of these things are still wrong. Like I'm not, I was not trying to like act like there was nothing wrong with it anymore.
I agree. Like, because I was gonna say this story that like I would send something in a DM and then like someone like if I send pictures in DMs, I sometimes like a lot of the times actually I delete them afterwards. And like every once in a while there's this person who saved the picture and then they'll like randomly send it to me as like, oh, I really like this picture. And I'm like, why? Did I tell you that you can save this? Like this is not yours just because you've seen it. That's not how that works. Like I did not consent to you saving this. It's really weird. So yeah, like I'm not but now I've learned and I tell people that they're not allowed to save it because apparently people need to be told that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else?
I don't know. Generally, if somebody sends something to me, I think they know that I'm going to save it unless they tell me that I shouldn't. That's normally how that works for me. And most people that I like, even so, there was somebody who had said something to me about like when you and an ex break up, you have to make sure that you like delete all nudes and like all pictures and videos that they've ever sent you and get rid of that. That's super creepy to ever have any of that. And I was like, yeah, true. And so I went and like started like erasing all of this stuff out of my phone. And one of my exes messaged me and said, I saw your stream and I wanted to let you know, I assume you hold on to all of that stuff. Like that was all stuff that happened when we were together. That's fine. Like you keep it from when we were together. They're like, I don't think that you need to delete any of it. And so I talked about it on stream and all of the other girls were like, yeah, like I assume all of my boyfriends still have all of that stuff. And they're like, I don't have any issue with that. So like,
I agree with that as well. Like, personally, I'd even be like slightly offended if like someone just deleted.
That's what they said,
yeah. Like I don't know, it kind of sounds hurtful, but people can still do it if they're uncomfortable. It's just like that's definitely not something. I guess let me ask you to like clarify this. If someone sent you a nude in like DMs or whatever, you save that?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Okay, and you don't ask to save it. You just save it.
Yeah, I assume if they're sending it to me, for me, it's for me. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, like, it's good that I started this rule. Like, I make it very clear that, like, what I send is not for saving until... I will tell you when you're allowed to save it. Or I have another system where it's, like, people can ask if they can save it, and then I can give permission. But, like, generally, I'm not okay with people saving my shit. But, yeah, I think that I've learned that that's something I need to tell people in advance. But at the beginning, it felt very, like, violating. Because I was not expecting that. How many pictures did you delete?
How many? A lot.
On your phone, though? You had pictures of your exes on your phone?
Yeah, like, so...
Explain yourself.
So normally, yeah, they're like so some of them would be sent through like a what do you call it? Like a video messaging app. I forget what it was called. Damn it, it's the Google video messaging app. I haven't used it since we were together, so I don't even remember what it was called. Some would be sent through like Messenger, some on email, some on like I don't know.
Also, they're like saved through the just like the general thing that the phone saves everything that comes through those apps.
Yeah, well, so they would still be there, but they can't delete them from their side. And then sometimes, if I was, sometimes, yes, I would save them to my phone in like an encrypted folder and then just keep them there so that, yeah, if I had like, if I got hacked or anything or lost my account, which happens fairly regularly, then I still had them somewhere else.
I wonder, did you know that in Twitter DMs you can't like delete pictures from the chat? Like you can delete it for yourself, but it's still there for the other person.
On Twitter DMs?
Yeah.
I think I did know that because it only says hide for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, and I sent pictures, and they were not. Again, they were not meant to stay there, and now they're just there. That's not what I wanted. I didn't know that they could do that, so that
Well
sucks.
done.
That's fine. It happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've literally never sent a picture to anybody, so thankfully I'm a guy, so I don't have to really worry about it.
Yeah, I'm really lucky. I have never received any unsolicited dick pics, and I have only received 2 dick pics in my life that I've solicited. So yeah.
I still have a screenshot of Tom in undies. Was it on stream? Yeah, I at least half the time I'm streaming, I don't have pants on, so if I stand up, yeah, it's likely people are gonna see me in undies.
What type of undies?
Boxer briefs. Always boxer briefs.
Okay, so just like shorter pants.
Shorter pants. Boxer briefs are like very short shorts that are very tight, like Under Armour type things, like
Oh, the tight ones?
yeah,
Then what's
it's
the
normally
loose
Under
ones?
Armour. Oh, those are just boxers.
Okay. So your chat sees your thing, basically.
Oh no, it's way too small even with Under Armour on. You're still not gonna bulge or anything.
Can we talk about the dad bod for a second?
Yeah,
Can we
sure.
talk about that? Like, okay, explain. So you say that women want you for your dad bod, correct?
Well, yeah, I was saying my last girlfriend was definitely into dad bods, and then the last couple girls that I've talked to since then were into dad bods. Mm-hmm.
I think you just have a selection bias.
Well, obviously, if they are...
you...
No, hold on. I never said that all girls are into dad bods, so obviously it's a selection bias.
Okay. No, because you do say, like, there are women who... It's true that there are women who are into dad bods, but, like, how big is that group in, like, the women's population, you know? Because there's a difference between tolerating a dad bod and being into a dad bod.
Okay, hold on. What I don't currently have like a belly or anything like that. So like a couple years ago, sure, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I was up around like 230, 240. I'm around like 180 right now, 190. So they're like my body years ago versus today, very different. But I'm still not like, when I was younger, when I was in like my early 20s, I was like shredded everywhere. Now that's definitely not the case. So it's somewhere between like a dad bod and being like super fit, because I don't work out or anything.
So you're trying to fish out girls who are into dad bods by advertising that you have a dad bod, even though you don't have a dad bod
I'm not trying to
anymore?
fish out girls at all.
Why not?
Just not really interested.
In girls?
Well, definitely not interested in having any sort of relationships with girls on the internet. But not, probably even less, like, or in general, I'm not looking for relationships at all right now. But yeah, definitely not like long distance relationships over the internet or anything like that.
Since you said you think monogamy should be socially encouraged, does that mean that you're monogamous?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Interesting. Why no relationships right now?
Freaking
If it's too personal, you don't have to answer.
Lav, I will leak our DMs if you keep playing games like this. I will. I don't, obviously, you wouldn't even care if I leaked our DMs. There's nothing there. So, okay.
Does Lav want to come on?
No, she's saying that she wants me to delete all of the photos she sent me.
Base. Was it fit? It was her feed, wasn't it? Oh my god, Tom! I knew it!
I am definitely not a feet guy. That is not a thing.
That's what all the feed guys say. Like, let's be honest.
I always thought that the feet thing was a joke until very recently. Obviously, I always thought everybody was joking about the feet thing. So
Okay, you know that meme about like Okay, when I was 15 and really dumb, I had a gay friend, and I really wanted to make out with him because I was like, maybe I'm pretty enough to turn him, okay? I was a different person then. Leave me alone. I have grown. I have developed. However, I now, as a 26-year-old woman, have a thing. I want to turn guys into feet guys. That's like a thing that like is an interesting experiment that I hold sometimes, and it's interesting. So there you go. Now you know more about me.
Great. You had just asked me something, and yes. I forget what it was.
I asked you why no relationships right now.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing the Rollo thing. I'm getting a vasectomy. You know, getting my money up, working on myself. Like I've had relationships for most of my life, and like been in like long-term relationships like over and over and over and over, and
so you're a relationship guy? So
yeah.
You haven't been alone much?
Right. Yeah. So it's like, it's nice to be like alone for long periods of time. It's generally like an issue in some of my relationships where like I just want to be like left alone for long periods of time. I don't want to have to like talk to them or hang out with them all the time, and so yeah, I enjoy not having to deal with that.
That would be interesting in a monogamous relationship, because usually there's an expectation for like a consistent level of like interaction.
Yep. Well, I mean, like, I don't even mind like being around them or anything. It's just the like constant like wanting to cuddle, wanting to talk, wanting to like go out, do stuff. Like that's the stuff that gets on my nerves. So yeah, I'd rather just be alone.
Yeah, socializing.
Yeah, because
so
I grew up in a
together.
Well, I grew up in a family, one of five, and then my two parents, and so I was always around my brothers and sisters. Then when I got older, I was always around groups of friends, and then when I like got into drugs, always around groups of friends, and then when I go to prison, always in groups of like 60 to 100 people at a time. And so then after all of that, I really started to enjoy like being alone, like, and being away from people and not having to deal with anybody and just enjoying my own company. So that's something that I've started to really appreciate.
So prison was for drugs? Because I've never heard you talk about it.
Kind of. So I went to, I got arrested once for residential burglary, and that was because I was actually like stealing stuff to get drug money. And then I got arrested for credit card theft and credit card fraud, and it was like 1 count of each, and then racketeering. And then the racketeering charges didn't stick. Neither one of the credit card charges stuck, but like 20 other charges got added while I was in jail, of more credit card theft and credit card fraud, as well as a couple other things I don't really remember. But
So how long were you in jail for?
so let's see, the burglary was 6 months. I got out for 2 weeks, and I was on first offenders, which means that you can't like get arrested again or you'll get in a lot of trouble. So I was on first offenders. I got 10 years probation. And I got out after the 6 months, but I was only out for 2 weeks before I got arrested again, and then I went back for just over a year.
I see. Okay, so you served the 6 months, 2 weeks afterwards you got arrested again, and then you served another year. Same place?
Yeah, so kind of. So I was in county for some of it, and then state for some of it. So like prison is different from jail. Prison is like a state facility, whereas jail is like a county or a town.
I see. Someone in my chat says that you're part indigenous, and they want me to ask you if you are.
Yeah. From what I understand, yeah.
How do you feel about, like, because now I'm thinking about, like, you saying that you're more Jewish than some Jewish people and stuff like that. How did you feel about, like, a lab hanging out and, like, being friendly with white supremacists?
I mean, I don't think anything of it. I do as well, so I don't know.
Yeah, on your platform, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think anything of it.
Okay. That's true. You do that as well.
Yeah.
You are nice to Nazis. That is true. Okay. So, you're gonna get Vosh to talk to me?
Yeah, I'll talk to him about it. The last couple people I reached out to him about, he wasn't interested, so he said that the Fortress arc was over, so I started like reaching out to him again, but though I did put out that video essay, that was kind of a hit piece on him and his friends, but so far it seems like we're all cool, except for Xander Hall. He's the one who isn't, who blocked me and refused to talk to me afterwards. But everybody else, we also still seem to be fine. So
You know that I actually got to Vosh because I ended up stumbling across Xander Hall's How I Got Out of the Right Pipeline video. And then I became a Xander Hall watcher. And he had a conversation with a lady that was mad at him for, like, the sex cult thing. That she said that he had a sex cult and he was, like, arguing against her. And I got so pissed off by that lady in that conversation that I made my first ever, like, video essay. And I published it. And I'm pretty sure that Lonnie liked it. It was a very weird experience.
wow.
But yeah, like, my first, like, 3 or 4 video essays from, like, 2 years ago were all from watching Xander Hall streams. So it's like, it's weird how the world has changed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Lonnie the last time that I was talking about Xander Hall, she was in my chat, like, giving more details and information, so.
Yeah, I don't mean to bring up, like, what happened between... I mean, she liked it when they were still together, so, like, yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, I don't have anything more to say.
Cool.
Cool. And I'll talk to you later.
All right, later, dude.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So we definitely, I haven't heard back from Torshaa or Playing with Fire, so I have no idea what's going on, but they want to talk about the Destiny, like, Rollo Tomassi stuff, and
goes completely against Rollo's argument that the one who's the biological...
And I haven't watched it yet, so. Tom, did you see Wings of Redemption versus Boogie? No, is that what that fight was at the top? That? I don't know who either one of them are, so check it. All right, we're supposed to be in a hurry here, but
well, I lost that fight, huh? I have to go get on a plane early in the morning, and if I look like I got hit by a truck, it's, including myself, was a little confused by the ref's decision, but I'll just go ahead and say here, the ref's decision was correct. It's my understanding, people have explained it to me, the way sports are scored in this case, Jordy had won enough points to be able to win the fight unless I got a knockout, and I think everybody knew there was not a knockout coming from me, so the referee made the decision to send me back to my locker room so he could avoid having to send me back to the hospital instead. And he probably made the right call. The reality of it is, and I knew stepping into the ring, this was the truth, that Jordy's 12 years younger than me. He's got a stronger, more healed body than me. He's taller than me. He's got more reach than me. And more importantly, he trained more than me. He actually worked on boxing. In the last 6 to 8 weeks since this fight was picked up, I had to focus on being strong.
who are these people? Why do we care?
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not fucking stop.
Hey, man, still here. Don't let me back out my tee. Okay, so how's your training been going for this fight, man?
Oh, it's been going wonderful. I've dropped 36 pounds. My endurance is going through the roof. Like, I took this shit serious.
Yeah. How have you been training?
I've been doing 50 minutes on the heavy bag. I did 20 reps of farmer's walks, and I walked 45 minutes with my beautiful wife over here.
Anti-wife in the back. She tried to hide, but don't worry, she's there. What about you? How's your training been? How's the camp gone?
I'll be honest with you, man. It's been slow training, but I got into the swimming pool at first, really got some moving going, where it's nice being weightless for a change. Yes. And then finally started hitting the bag, and that's been my path.
It should be a minute.
That's still a little too long, though.
400
It should be 30 seconds. It should be 30-second rounds.
30-second rounds?
30-second rounds.
No longer than a minute. They should eat cheeseburgers in the corner when they...
3 1-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. This bout is also standing 8 count will be in effect. This bout...
Keep your heads up.
Chase them all look alike.
Don't hold. Do you understand me? Shake hands.
For Boogie.
Good luck. Get back to your corners. Wait for the bell.
3 1-minute rounds.
I like how Boogie took advantage while this was all happening, sitting down in the corner, reserving that gas tank.
Very smart. And he's going to need some smarts.
Second round.
Guys, Wings looks locked in over there. He's ready to go.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. Right off the bat, Wings is...
Wings connected with the punch.
Immediate pressure by Wings.
And Boogie taking a step back.
Oh my gosh! He is putting a clinic.
These boys have some heavy hands.
Ooh.
Oh!
Gosh!
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stop.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is how they arrived on those mark carts. As you can see,
Pulling up his pants there.
they were playing bumper cars.
Who won the race? I think
Boogie did.
Boogie won that one at least. Well, we've got to get the shorts right.
You know, we've heard the term saved by the bell, but Boogie has been saved by the shorts. The shorts kept falling.
This could have been a strategy by Boogie, imagine.
He's lost some weight probably training for this fight.
It looks like they're taping him up.
Wow, they had to tape his boxers.
Wings just patiently waiting.
Oh, oh. Bro, he keeps looking away. What is he doing? Look at this. Look at this. Watch his head. As soon as he pulls back, he's like, ah!
Patiently waiting.
Look at that, dude. His head is already turned. What is he doing?
Here we go.
Wings just patiently waiting.
Why? Why? What is he doing? He's not, his fist is all the way over here. And he's already turned his head, dude. Why? He sees it. You see him looking at it right there. And then as soon as he sees it, he's like, oh, crap.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he keeps turning around, dude. Oh, this is so bad.
Got to not turn around to the rest of the
Boogie's got to get one out. And there we go.
We made it to the second.
A Hail Mary punch in.
Boogie's got to face him. There we go. He's just walking into the punches there. At least he's throwing a...
Bro, he is so much bigger than the other guy. This dude here is so much bigger. His wingspan is so much farther. Like, it's hard for this guy to even get close enough to throw a punch. His arms barely reach past his belly. This guy's arms are far past his own belly.
Couple.
Standing 8, there we go. That's the right call there.
4,
absolutely.
5, 6, 7, 8.
There it is. That was the right call from the ref. That was the right call from the ref.
Boogie protesting.
What are the chess girls' names? What are their freaking names? The girls who play chess. Botez, yes. This chick has great form, dude.
Hello YouTube. Today's video is one very dear to my heart, and one that I'm also very terrified to film. I
didn't know that she actually did a fight. I saw her training. It is amazing, dude. She is actually really good.
Lady's face.
Bro, look at her face.
Playing around anymore. This isn't
look at those eyes.
I'm seeing in the eyes
not,
of these two
but
ladies.
There's the trot.
Look at round one. Just getting after it.
Okay. The first strat for me was to control the center, and then try to get her with my jab. Oh my god.
Yeah, Michelle needs to be moving to right.
I was so like fidgety in the beginning because she was just so fast and aggressive. It was really hard to dodge her.
Off that lead foot, turning angles. Andrea's in a fight here. Charlie, if you're watching Andrea, and she's handling it.
I didn't have enough time to train how to clinch, so I didn't know what to properly do in that situation. Michelle looked like a pro. Her footwork was so good, I just wanted to control the center.
The ring with someone you didn't know the experience of, and she's throwing. But Andrea...
Dude, she's really good on her feet, too. This is really surprising.
I'm trying to push her to the ropes. But she's too fast. Michelle was literally so fast, I couldn't chase her down. And I only wanted her to throw long-range shots because I did not want to fight close range against her because she is strong. And I did feel a couple of her hooks.
And look at that, Andrea starts to cut the ring off a bit versus chasing. We get a clinch.
Yeah, Michelle did a really good job getting extra shots while we were clinching. That was something I had like no experience in.
This might be our most technical fight of the night so far.
It's looking that way. It really seems like both.
That was a good slip. Got her with the jab there. I needed to put more combos, but I was so intimidated, but it was hard. I was trying, my plan was to reel her into my cross. So feint, look like I'm throwing a jab, make her come forward and land a cross. But she didn't take the bait.
Oh, yeah.
That was a nice right hand there, Tony.
Yeah, I am definitely impressed with this chick, dude. I only saw some like shorts with her training, and it's actually really good. I don't know. I don't know. I was going to see if I could find the short, but yeah, anyways. Poll in chat. Am I wearing pants? Yeah, I will stand up to show you guys my or whether or not I am wearing pants. Okay.
It looked up data for what were the most reproductively advantageous ways to conduct oneself throughout all of human history. Humans seem to practice something called serial monogamy. So we date, we break up, we date, we break up.
That's what I just got, yeah.
And that is, not only is that what we tend to practice, that is the most successful reproductive strategy.
Look up Alex Botez heavy metal. If it's got songs on it, I don't want to get copyrighted. Does it have copyright on it? I can't do it if these are copyrighted songs. Yeah, these are copyrighted songs. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Promiscuity is a feature. I think promiscuity is really bad. I think men and women both want to avoid promiscuity.
Dude, Destiny's videos are so loud compared to everybody else's. I always have to turn everything way down.
Men because they don't want to be cuckolded is a really...
This is a man that is attracted to other men. Why in the world is he brought on to discuss relationship dynamics between a man and a woman? Because
Can I defend him on that? Yeah, I want to defend him too. This is getting ridiculous.
You argue that divorce actually helps men more.
Statistically, yes. Do you think that pair bonding is real?
Yeah. So the thing is it real? It's a spectrum. So they're.
So okay, you guys can tell me. Okay, so yeah, so we're. It looks like we're on Torshaa in Playing with Fire tonight at 10. So they want me to figure out. What's the position? Watch the Destiny debate and take a position. Do women look do women go for looks, status, or money? Damn, I have to pick one of those? What? How can I just pick one? They're not asking if it's only one. Oh. Okay. Because, yeah, I would say yes. I would say they do look for those things, but they obviously look for a bunch of other things as well. It's a yes or no. Okay. I thought I had to pick one of those three. I was like, what the hell? So I would say yes, they do. They obviously go for those things. Does Destiny say that they don't? Is that something that Destiny ends up saying no to? All right, we got 37 votes in. Once we get up to like 40, Destiny says that's only 5% of the equation. Yeah, I have a very different take from that. I would say that is the first like wall to break through. So I think for like guys, you have to look good. Okay, you got to be good looking. They have to have like the physical attraction to you. Once they have the physical attraction to you, now they can grade you on other things. Are you smart? Are you funny? Do you have do you have chemistry? Like all, sex, like all of this other stuff matters. But first, you have to qualify for this. Like, I'm not even looking at you. I'm not even talking to you. You are not even in my peripheral until you qualify for the very first thing, right? And I think that's what, like, status is for women. Status is that first thing that you have to qualify for. Then they'll be like, oh, well, do you look good? Are you funny? Are you smart? Like, all of these other things start to matter afterwards. And status isn't like just one thing. It's not just money. It's not just a job. Why do you keep saying link? What do you want? Link what? Chatters are misunderstanding Destiny's point. He wasn't talking about why an individual woman will choose an individual man to sleep with him. He was talking about what determines who has the most sex. Oh, yeah, that's a very different question. You know what I mean? I literally have no idea what you're asking, Jeremy. I'm probably just going to have to ban you if you just keep spamming link and you don't tell me what it is that you're asking for. Tom, ask Torshaa why Rollo was silent 90% of the time last night like a beta.
5,000 species of mammals on Earth right now, 3% of them pair bond. So pair bonding is not a normal. The difference, for people don't understand, the difference between the evolutionary difference between mammals and say lizards.
StreamYard link. He's trolling. This person's trolling. All right. Last warning, Jeremy. There's no StreamYard here, so you're gonna have to get somewhere else. Discord link is in the description.
Reptiles is the development of the neocortex. Mammals have live births. Lizards do not. They lay eggs and they don't care for their young the same way. So one of the adaptations for mammals is the fact that they care for their young. The necessity, that's the investment by the male and the female, and different mammals have different amounts of investment for the males. And so the thing is with Homo sapiens, do I believe in pair bonding? I believe that the way Homo sapiens, this is the way Dr. Bus describes it. It is a lifetime of polygamy. Polyandry. I'm sorry. Polygyny, polyandry, polygamy. Polygyny. No, polygyny is two women and one man. Polyamory, a lifetime of polyamory interspersed with small periods of monogamy. That's how I would answer the question. So there's not one total answer for it. Pair bonding in the Pleistocene times would be a man staying with his wife for at least 3 years until the.
He was saying number one factor determining body count is a higher desire to have sex. Yeah, maybe. Like, I have a desire to have sex, but I don't have a desire to have sex with a bunch of different people. I have a desire to have sex with like one person at a time, and only the person that I'm in like an intimate relationship with. I don't have a high desire to go have sex with a bunch of different chicks. So it's not like ever something that I'm even interested in. I don't do like one night stands or like any of that crap. It's not of interest to me whatsoever. You can't really stop having that desire. We all do. You can just choose not to act on it. I think that that's an oversimplification of it. Like, I'm still attracted to other women. I still have like a sexual attraction to women. I still like them. I still think that they're hot. I still, all of that still exists. But when they proposition me, I'm like, yeah, nah, no thanks. Not interested. And it's the same for like girls who like want to send me nudes or something, but they don't like have they're like, we just talked about this with Katee, like they're on the internet, they're people that I'll never end up like actually having a relationship with or ever actually like talking to. I'm not interested in it, but I don't know how to explain this, but I'll still go look at porn. I'll still go look at porn anyways. So I don't know what it is about like an actual like one-to-one interaction with somebody where they because it's very different, right? So if a girl takes a picture of herself and sends it to you, there's something cool about the fact that she's taking that picture for you, right? There's something that's much better about this. There's something that is like much more attractive about the fact that she is taking the picture for you. And that's a lot more attractive, right? That's a lot better than them just, and so when that is the proposition, when that's what they're asking, is like, hey, can I send you this picture? They're saying, hey, I'm gonna take a picture for you, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just not interested. But I'll turn around and go like watch some porn instead, right? Where it's not a picture taken for me, or it has like no element of intimacy or or anything like that to it. So I don't know that I can't explain exactly what the separation is there, but for me there is a massive separation between the two.
The child would be able to walk. That part I do agree with.
Do you believe in like the oxytocin love chemical?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so here's a question that I have essentially around this pair bonding oxytocin thing. Why would women have two indicatory like reproductive strategies here? Why would she have oxytocin that bonds her to a party, but also be drawn to the alpha beta bucks reproductive?
She has a higher reproductive cost.
Great question. So the thing, she has a higher reproduction cost, but the reason why this is a relevant question is her cheating on her man does not afford her more. Remember David Buss's article. It does not afford her more children. She could have the most children possible by aligning with one alpha male just to use that term, one alpha male, and then having as many children as with every 2 or 3 years. That would be the for her to have the highest level of offspring. Where we're probably going to separate is, I believe in the mate switching strategy. So I think she's cheating to find better sperm. He may say something to the effect of she's cheating to have sperm and then have the other beta be cucked. I don't know, but that's the answer. One of those two things
strategy. Put it that way.
Yeah, one of those two things would be the answer.
Well, the other thing is that you have to define like what is reproductive success for female and the male. Okay, so for reproductive success for that woman is quality. I want to find the guy who's the best quality guy that I can get. He's got to be, you know, like I said, that's 6'6", right? You're 6 foot tall, everything else. He's got to be the best quality. Guys are scattershot. Again, it's the R and the K reproductive models, I guess. Okay, men tend to be much more R selected. Women are K selected, meaning that they're going to want to be more because they have to.
Well, for the selection, I think it refers to the species. I mean, it does.
But what I'm saying is, if you were going to like translate it from like what?
Wait, what was that?
Again, it's the R and the K reproductive models, I guess. Okay, men tend to be much more R selected. Women are K selected.
K-selected species are those that are larger, have long lifespans, produce few young at a time, and exhibit logistic growth. R-selected species are those that have shorter lifespans, are generally smaller, produce many young, and exhibit exponential growth. Exponential growth in what? Like... their body size? Think litter versus individual babies. Oh, okay. I got you.
Select, meaning that they're going to want to be more because they have to.
Well, for the selection, I think it refers to the species. I don't think
it does. But what I'm saying is, if you were going to like translate it from like what's men's reproductive strategy versus what's women, men, you know, we're ejaculate and evacuate, right? It's get in, get the job done, and go. Because for one ejaculation, we have like 1 million sperm, so it's scattershot, right? For women, it's one. It's the what is it? Sperm is cheap, and
the way. So it's a parental investment hypothesis. The way you said it before is there's so much less investment necessary for a man than for a woman, and so for a man to pass on his genetics, a quantity of women would be more important than quality, and for women to be the opposite.
Well, in a pragmatic sense, I'm not saying it's the most ethical. I'm not saying it's moral. I'm not saying whatever. I'm just saying in the most pragmatic sense.
Okay, I'm going to bring all of this crashing down, okay? I hear that we talk about this as a theory a lot. I don't think anybody is a proponent of this theory anymore. You brought up Bus, and I know that you said you have contentions with Bus's current work is because he no longer believes in this kind of like dual selection strategy. And then
do you believe in a mate switching strategy?
No.
You don't believe in a mate switching?
Tom Foolery Show Destiny made the claim that men who get laid are men who want to get laid. Alex PWF disagreed with that, saying plenty of thirsty dudes are trying but not getting any. That's obviously true. Yeah.
When I looked up data for what were the most reproductively advantageous ways to conduct oneself throughout all of human history, humans seem to practice something called serial monogamy. So we date, we break up, we date, we break up.
That's what I just mentioned.
And that is, not only is that what we tend to practice, that is the most successful reproductive strategy.
Yeah. But that's a mate switching strategy.
But it's not like you dump.
That seemed to be a lot different though, like 60, 70 years ago. Like my parents, their parents, like there was a difference between dating and going out with somebody. And normally you could date numerous people and have like, you know, when I say dating, I mean literally you just went on dates with them. Like that was it. You would just go out to dinner with one another, you go to a movie, you'd go to the skating rink, you'd go watch the stars. Like you would just go on dates, and you would go on dates with numerous people at once, and it wasn't necessarily like a monogamous thing. Whereas what Destiny is saying is, you're like, today we just date one person and then break up, and then date one person and then break up, and then date one person and then break up.
somebody immediately just to like upgrade, because that I don't think there's any evidence for that. There's no data for that.
The thing is, how do you make data for upgrade? Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
sure. So here are some things that people measure. So one thing is EPP, I think it's called extra pair partners. When people do broad research in society and they try to find like how many people are having these extra pair partners, how many people are married to the beta bucks and then fucking the alpha guys for the genetics, the highest rate you can find in the poorest of areas is 6%. But globally speaking, it's about 1 to 1.5% in almost all areas. So the idea that women are going out to fuck men and then coming back to their beta guys, there's no data to support that. Not only is there no data to support that, from an evolutionary point of view, it actually doesn't even make sense if you really think about it, because human females don't actually give any outward indication when they're fertile. So for instance, we talk about the Estes stuff, right? Yeah. So for instance, we talk about like cats.
Playing with fire. I'm free to chat fairly soon, 9:30. Yeah, that's good. I messaged Torshaa back and told her 9:30 works for me, but she's kind of slow with Discord, so. If you want, I don't know how you're going to send me a link. If you want to join my Discord real quick, you can send me a DM from there so that you can send me a link.
If I wanted to be an alpha male cat and have a fuck ton of kids, that's a very easy thing to do, because you can see when cats are in heat, when they're in their estus, right? You find the cat that's screeching and then you fuck them and you have a kid and then you peace, and you can get a lot of cats pregnant that way.
The link is in my description. I guess I didn't mention that.
I imagine if you're a tomcat and you're trying to fuck a lot of cats. Yeah. But for human females, the only way to ensure actual reproductive success is because they don't give any cues.
I can send you a link here if it's easier. Are you able to post links in YouTube chat? I don't think we're able to post links in the YouTube chat.
Externally about the status of their fertility is to just stay with one and have sex over a long period of time.
But there are still studies that show that women act differently when they are narcissists.
There are studies that show that women have different preferences sometimes when
they
have different parts. Yes, but it's whether or not they act on those. And this is the importance of measuring extra partner pairings, is that you can ask a woman, do you think that certain men are more attractive at different...
Okay, yeah, you can send it to Vikram.
Parts of your period, or different parts of your ovarian cycle, or your cycle, basically. And women will say yes, but they don't actually act on it.
So you're just saying that these are preferences, but they don't act on it, because there's a study again at the end of Why Beautiful People Have More Daughters by Satoshi Kanazawa and David Allen, where they talk about women actually retain more sperm from men that they cheat with than men that they don't cheat with, and that was part of the reason why the dual mating strategy came about, was because of those studies.
And there's also some. I'm a big fan of Dr. Marty Hazelton. I've been using her work since the very earliest days. Also a student of Dr. David Buss. Okay, and so. She's got a book called Hormonal, and it's basically the ovulatory shift, because what we're talking about here is ovulatory shift. Okay, so when we talk about the dual mating strategy, ovulatory shift proposes that when a woman is in her proliferative stage, when she's in the ovulatory stage, she's looking for a guy with more masculine features. She's looking for the guy who's going to like slit throats, right? When she's has had when the egg has already dropped and she's already passed the ovulatory phase, she gets into what's called the luteal phase. In the luteal phase, that's when she's looking for comfort. She gets into what Dr. Marty Hazelton has said is a sort of a nesting. What it translates to is when a woman does get pregnant, she goes through, I want to say it's the first trimester or like maybe the second trimester, she goes through what's called the nesting phase, where she like wants to like, put all the, get the baby crib and everything else. But like, if you think of this in a shortened version throughout a 28-day cycle, that nesting period is right around where the luteal phase is. And that's when she starts calling up her telephone friends, and she like guys with more female features, or she wants her girlfriends to come and hang out with her, and she's feeling bad because she fucked the guy in the club when she was in her luteal phase or her proliferative phase. And then she goes through the, and this is theory, okay, but then she goes through the postmenstrual syndrome, where she gets really bitchy. The theory behind that is that the reason she gets bitchy is because she's pushing away all the beta males, or all the more feminized, the comfort guys away, so that she can go back into that cycle once again, so that she hopefully can reproduce in the next pass in the next cycle. Okay, so how does that relate to the dualistic mating strategy? The proliferative phase is what I would colloquially term as the alpha phase, and then you've got the beta phase, which is right after the egg drops, and whether she's pregnant or she's not. Now, people are going to say, well, what about hormonal birth control? We can talk about that later on. But as far as the dual mating strategy is concerned, that's the micro biological side of alpha fucks and beta bucks. So when we're talking about these things, I know the criticisms of this, but I want to point out also that in Dr. Marty Hazelton's work, the idea where they go and they ask, say, well, are you attracted to these guys? Is it the guy with the, the chiseled jawline and everything? And then, the women are saying yes and no. But the thing is that women don't seek extra pairs if they're already in what is termed as a satisfying relationship. Yeah. So that's where you get these incels who like just throw caution to the wind and say, oh, I'm doomed. It's hypergamy and it's like a straitjacket, and she's just going to want to fuck Chad when she's in her, proliferative phase. And the Jews ain't worth the squeeze. Now,
no matter what, she's going to cheat.
No matter what she's going to do, which is bullshit because there's too many variables right there, whether she can or she can't. But the most important one is this, is that in those studies, when Dr. Marta Hazelton was going through this, the women who stated that they were in a satisfying relationship, they wanted to fuck more, but they wanted to fuck the guy that they were with at that time.
Again, remember.
So, yeah, and I agree with this, but again, fuck the guy they were with. That's not alpha fucks beta bucks. That's just being with their partner.
But hold on, what if the guy who was the provider and the lover were the same guy? What if it was Brad Pitt?
Well, that's the issue that researchers have started to converge on, is because initially there was this kind of like dual selection hypothesis, but the problem is every single time they try to research that, it just doesn't show up. So Gangstad was one of the original proponents of this theory, and in June of last year, he did a huge literature review on why we haven't seen any studies replicating this dual mating hypothesis. And I'm not going to read too many block quotes, but I'll just, for this one here, in our recent collected data set of 181 women, we examined moderating impacts of ovarian hormone levels, that's the hormone cycle we're talking about, on the association between male partners' attractiveness and women's extra-pair sexual interests. Analyses found that when women's progesterone levels were low, characteristic of the follicular and peri-ovulatory phase, partner attractiveness more strongly predicted extra-pair interest in a negative direction, consistent with previous effects. However, some pre-registered effects examined were near zero. So while these effects exist and are statistically significant, the effect size is very small.
You mean actually having sex? Actually cheating.
Well, in terms of like they express an interest, but it's a small interest. It's statistically significant. For instance, like I can measure a huge population and know with a high degree of accuracy, it's statistically significant. These people on average have 101 IQ, and these people have 100 IQ.
Could that
and then real quick, let me just real quickly finish this block, okay? All in all, the null hypothesis that there exists no effect is a very poor explanation of the overall pattern of the results, even if we currently do not fully understand the reasons for variable effects. This moderation effect, if robust, begs a question. This effect assumes that women differentially value sexually attractive features across conceptive versus non-conceptive phases. Yet,
Tom, did you see the previous podcast with Destiny and Rollo? Yeah, me and Torshaa went over it. There's a video on my channel with us going over it. Okay. We got, what is it? 82% say I'm not wearing pants. Okay. I'm wearing pants. Try me next time. These are not shorts, these are pants. Yeah, I put them on under the desk while you guys weren't looking. Jeans or pants? These are sweatpants.
as we discussed above, large-scale replication studies have not found strong, compelling evidence for hormonal moderation of mate preferences, for example, for muscular bodies. Durant et al. Suggested one possible resolution. Perhaps mate preference shifts are moderated. For instance, women who are strongly attached to partners may express relatively little interest in extra-pair men when conceptive. It may make sense that these women also show little evidence of increased interest in, say, muscular men when conceptive. The same may apply for women with attractive partners, or more generally, women who show relatively little interest in extra-pair men during conceptive phases for other reasons. By contrast, when women do express interest in extra-pair men when conceptive, they may be particularly interested in muscular men. This may be one reason why preference shifts are weak overall and not consistently detected, and it also remains untested to date. So it's basically saying that, like, if I find a woman and she's in a happy relationship, she might have a 0% chance of ever stepping out of that man.
If she's in a happy relationship.
Yeah. But if I test her on different parts of her period, on different parts of her cycle, different parts of her cycle, at some point she might say, I like muscular men more at this part of my cycle. But that's not indicative of anything.
Totally agree.
Sure.
And what you're saying that study one more time?
So this was
researchers et al.
Sure. So it was the name of this is called Women's Estrus and Extended Sexuality: Reflections on Empirical Patterns and Fundamental Theoretical Issues. And the two researchers are Stephen Gangstad and Trent Din. Gangstad was one of the original opponents.
He was a colleague of Hazelton.
Correct.
I'll just put Gangstad on.
It's 2022. June last year.
Can I fuck this all up really quickly?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, so 73 teams, the same hypothesis with the same data. Some found negative results, some found positive results, some found nothing. No effective expertise or confirmation bias, idiosyncratic research or variability.
Okay, so what is this? How to attract women. In research shows that the largest common denominator when studying what attracts women to men is that men who are perceived to be of higher status around women tend to attract them more often. It's no surprise that status gets mentioned the most often in dating advice and pickup material. It's ubiquitous, and yet there are a number of interpretations of what actually constitutes status. There's outward status, money, resources, nice clothes, and behavior displays of status, confidence, dominance, leadership. There are arguments on both sides of which drives which. Does having money and prestige lead to confidence and leadership, or does being a confident leader create wealth and prestige? My personal belief is the latter, and not only is there some research supporting that women are attracted to potential status as much as they are attracted to status itself, but I feel like I have a fair amount of experience in this area. For a period of time toward the end of college and first 2 years afterwards, I was dead broke living in my friend's... Okay, I don't really care about this. What was the other one? Research has found that for long-term dating, women value men with greater financial resources and higher status, while for short-term dating, they value men with greater physical attractiveness. However, there are discrepant results for both long and short-term dating. As most of the previous studies used only questionnaires, we conducted a field experiment to evaluate women's receptivity to men's date requests. Young male Confederates who ostensibly had high, middle, or low incomes depending on the experimental condition asked young women walking down the street for their phone number. We found that men's financial resources were positively associated with compliance with their request. Evolutionary theory proposing that women select men with greater resources for them and their offspring is used to explain the results. I can't link the second one because it's more than 200 characters.
Is a threat to reliability of scientific findings. This is Steve Stewart Williams, who wrote a paper.
The ape that understood the universe.
So,
do you even link, bro? You guys like my my thumbnail for the Labs Boots video? Do you even read Butler, bro? Oh, it was good. It was good stuff.
We're talking about is the crisis of replicability right now, which is rampant in academia right now.
So let's say this. Let's say what your hypothesis is, and I don't disagree with this, is that they find them more attractive during different parts of their cycle, but they don't act on it.
Yeah. So my hypothesis is that alpha flux beta flux is not indicative of anything.
Hold on a second. So we saw that thing that Chris put up before, where not only were men having fewer sexual partners under the age of 30, but women also were having fewer sexual partners. So that's one reason why they might not be acting on it. Number two, when you talked about 1%, you were talking about genetic cuckoldry, 6% or as low as 1%. The thing is, when women go outside the relationship, often they don't have unprotected sex. So it's really difficult for you to then say from that standpoint that even though she may cognitively be having sex with a better looking guy, she may cognitively know to use contraceptives. She may subconsciously be like, I'm still having sex with a better looking guy because I want his genes, even though cognitively she's not doing that. Consciously she's not doing that. But do you understand what I'm saying? She's still having sex with a male stripper without the intention of actually having.
All right, we got another one. For long-term relationships, women tend to prefer altruistic men who are kind and do good deeds, according to a study from the Journal of Social Psychology. Another study from 2019 that surveyed 68,000 people in 180 countries found 88.9% of women considered kindness a very important trait in a partner. Romantic attraction is one of the universe's greatest mysteries. We found 11 science-supported traits that women who are attracted to men find irresistible. Note These types of studies are often small, rely on self-reported feelings, and do not vary, and not very diverse. Sorry. Good looks can be a factor, but they are not as important as you may think. Yes, this is what I always say. Studies from evolutionary psychology and the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found women typically choose better-looking guys for flings, not long-term relationships. This is literally what I always say. This is literally what I always tell you guys. Like, there's like physical attractiveness is something that they enjoy just for like one-night stands and crap like that. But when it comes to like them actually being attracted to you, not superficially, but like they have chemistry with you, is there used to be this thing that said that women decide whether or not they're going to have sex with you in the 0.2 of a second or something like that. It was some crap like that, where they already know whether or not they're willing to have sex with you. That's absolutely not true. It's the exact opposite. Men know whether or not they're attracted to you like this. They know right away. Women, your personality, the way that you act, your confidence, your status, your social understandings, these sorts of things will change how attracted to you she is. And the way that she views you will change over time. Like the way that she looks at you, the way that she thinks about you, how attractive she thinks you are will change the more she gets to know you. Whereas for a guy, we look at a girl, she's either attractive or she's not attractive. It's that simple. But for women, it is not that simple. Their attraction to you changes based on your personality, based on what you say to them, based on how nice you are to them, based on how smart you are, based on how confident you are, based on how funny you are. All of these things change how attractive you are to them. Studies from evolutionary psychology and the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology found that women typically choose better-looking guys for flings, not long-term relationships. Scientists have found a sense of humor makes men seem more intelligent, according to studies from intelligence in personal relationships. Helping others is a desirable trait in men. For long-term relationships, women tend to prefer altruistic men who are kind and do good deeds, according to a study from the Journal of Psychology. Another study from 2019 that surveyed 68,000 people in 180 countries found 88.9% of women considered kindness a very important trait in a partner. Women tend to like men surrounded by flashy stuff, according to science. In studies from the British Journal of Psychology and Journal of Evolutionary Psychology, women chose men posing in front of expensive cars or apartments versus ordinary ones, possibly because they make the men appear rich. Women may like older men because they've had time to accumulate more resources, according to a study in evolutionary psychology. Whether you have a beard or a clean shave, or whether you have a beard or a clean shaven is down to personal preference for the ladies. Facial hair has been an attraction and a repellent in studies, so that feature is likely based on preference. A study from behavioral ecology concluded, do what you want with your face, you'll attract the right mate. When men are unavailable, that might make women want them more. I've said this many times. This is just definitely true. It's just true. Older research concluded that people liked when other people liked them, but modern studies have found that playing hard to get could be an effective tactic, according to studies published in Psychological Science and the Journal of Experimental Psychology. A canine companion might attract women. Yeah, we all know this. Being zen and mindful is an attractive quality, according to scientific studies. Men dressed in red may be more desirable for women. Wow. Women around the world perceive men as more attractive when they wore red, according to one study from the Journal of Experimental Psychology. Risk takers tend to attract women. Women have rated men higher who take heroic and sometimes primal risks. These include saving people's lives, hunting for food, and playing with fire, according to a study from the Journal of Applied Social Psychology. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. So I'll hit the play button while I'm gone.
A baby with him. Whereas
sure, we can say that, but then that kind of betrays.
Cave woman ancestor was not doing that. Her cave woman ancestor didn't have a condom. Does that make sense?
I can understand what you're saying, but the reproductive strategy just doesn't make sense because one, the men wouldn't practice that reproductive strategy. Doesn't make sense.
I agree with you. He's the one who believes in
sure.
I believe in mate switching hypothesis.
Okay,
which
sure.
The thing is where I go to the difference is women are cheating. Number one, there are some women cheating, and when they cheat, they are doing so because they're in an unhappy relationship. So let's bring this all back around to Dunbar's number and social media. More women are in unhappy relationships because they are comparing themselves to other people, other relationships, and they have access to more men, which is causing more unhappy relationships, which is causing more cheating.
Yeah, but despite all of that, men still cheat more.
Oh, I don't disagree. Men cheat
only
more.
slightly now.
But
it's only slightly now, but they still. But you would imagine that
but they close together, really closing the gap right
there
now.
are a couple polls. Well, there was a recent YouGov one. I read that New Yorker article that you read that referenced one in 2016 that showed that the gaps were closing quite a bit. But there's more recent data that shows that it's still about.
The thing is, there's an article like damn near every year where like and it goes both ways.
Sure. Well, but the problem with that New York paper is it was citing something from a McKinsey Institute, which the people that they surveyed is questionable. But regardless, let's say that I grant you that it's the same. If we're arguing that women are hypergamous, women have access to all these men on social media, women are on Tinder, Instagram, and all this, and I know you've tweeted out before, and I think you guys have said, I don't know if you agree that women celebrate cheating more than men, or like women are going to get shit from it.
Divorce.
Sure. Yeah, and that women's friends are going to be like, you go queen, and men are like, don't cheat, right? If all of these things were true, wouldn't we expect women to be cheating way more than men?
No, because women,
and they have an easier time doing it because they go where they want, right?
For sure, but women don't cheat more than men because men are more interested in casual sex. Like if men are obviously, I mean, you don't disagree. I mean, men are more interested in casual sex than women. That's the reason. So let's go back to the thing I said before. The main point of the study was that 83% of the time when a woman cheated on her, stepped outside of a marriage, she fell in love with her affair partner.
I understand what you're saying.
30% for men, which means for men, they could have sex and it didn't mean as much. Where women, when they would have sex with another partner, their intention was to switch partners.
Sure, and I could buy that. But then there's the schism here is I'm fighting against the dual sexual. I think it's all strategic.
The mate switching. You disagree with Rollo on the
exactly, yeah, because you guys have a big disagreement.
It's not a big disagreement.
Because the question is, what is the mating strategy? Because you're saying women are always to find long-term partners, which I agree with.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the reason why I don't completely.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the last part that like when women cheat. When women cheat, they are planning on switching partners. When men cheat, they're just trying to get laid generally.
Really disagree is because I used to live in Los Angeles and I live in Las Vegas, and there's tons of women who are straight up cucking their boyfriends, and I meet hundreds of them. And what you're going to say is, well, yeah, I mean, that's selection bias.
Well, what I'm going to say is at the beginning of the debate, I agree that we're not going to do stories. We're just going to go on the research.
Right? Sure. What I'm saying is, but there's enough for me to say it's statistically viable that women are still doing what he's saying. It's just not all women. So the discussion is it 50-50 or is it 85-15 or is it 90-10?
Based on like cuckold, I think one of the studies I even have is like the cuckolded fathers or whatever. And again, those extra partner parents are literally, it's like 1% of all.
Because of contraceptives, I don't know if that's.
It's not even contraceptives. It's this is historically, because the only way they do this is through genetic analysis of like broad spectrum of people to try to figure out like so it just doesn't seem to be the case that many women practice that reproductive strategy. Another study that you guys bring up too that's kind of in this wheelhouse is a long time ago there was a genetic collapse where there was one man for every 17 women, right?
Are you talking about during the
it was like 8,000 BC, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So for a while and I think in 20
a near extinction event, but after the agricultural revolution.
There was a 2015 study that showed that prior to this, there was a big genetic collapse because of near extinction event, but this was a particularly interesting one because it was only a genetic collapse of the Y chromosome. So it looked like for a while, only like there was like one man's genetic diversity for every 17 women.
You're talking about this whole thing. Pat Bet David came out with a thing saying 40% of men throughout history have replicated and 80% of women. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it was more specifically something that Rollo specifically brought up in his show, that there were 17 women for every one man.
Here, I'll get it for you.
Yeah, there's a 2021 video where he brought it up. I can play it for you if you want.
I use it all the time.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
I know exactly where it is.
However, so researchers from Stanford in 2018 went back and they looked at this data, and then they looked at how people lived in those time periods. Yeah. And if you really think about it, it's impossible that one man could have 17 women for a variety of reasons. The first is because you can't partition that many resources. These were hunter-gatherer tribes that were like doing early clans clearly like claiming, one man could never provision enough resources for 17 different women. You didn't have like castles and stuff.
So what was the explanation?
So the explanation was back then the way that humans organized themselves was through patrilineal clans. The way that it worked was if you had a clan and you went there, it was one man, and all the genetic lineage for the men were from that one man. However, women
like Genghis Khan and Kulia Khan and
a little bit, but women would actually go and marry other clans. So what happened was anytime there was
they wanted to or not.
Sure, but what happened was anytime there were warring clans, what you would find is if one gets wiped out, that Y genetic lineage.
I literally talked about this the other day when we were talking about the fact that monogamy is not a natural thing. It's not humans. Like, humans did not evolve to be monogamous. This is what I was talking about, is the fact that it's dumb Discord drama, but you were wrong about a lot earlier. Sick wasn't drunk. VOD was deleted due to slur usage in a video. He stood by saying it publicly after. Also, wasn't my recording. So you're saying you sent a recording that somebody... Okay, it's fair enough. The main thing is that you sent it to her, but I guess fair enough. I got those details wrong, and you can feel free to tell me whatever it was that I got wrong.
Is gone because all the men are dead from that particular war, but the women were married off to other clans, so their chromosomes could continue to spread. So that Y collapse is most likely. Now, you can't prove it, but
UDM Lav, sure, buddy. What if you really think what I'm talking about is the fact that you DM'd her and that's it? If you think that was my issue, it's just sending her a DM in general. There's a massive gap here in what it is that I'm saying. You can't send public stream videos these days. Wild.
most likely the explanation, the reason why that Y class happened was because of the patrilineage organization of society in those days.
And including the violence that was partaken from one tribe to another, meaning what you're saying is like one tribe kills all the males in another tribe and then takes the women, and that's the reason.
Or just kills the whole tribe even. They can take the women out, they don't have to, but those women have already been married off to other tribes, so their genetics are spreading more than the men who are self-contained.
Sure, I mean, even if you go back to the Bible, what is the Jezebites, the Canaanites, all those one, it says, God says, you're to kill the men and then to take the virgins. Do you remember that? So in that case, we're still going back to the dark triad traits. We're murdering these men and stealing the virgins.
Naked murder.
Well, I mean, it's warring tribes. I mean, that's part of war. You don't have to be dark triad. Like, I don't think everybody that landed, at Omaha Beach, it was like a dark triad murderer, right? It's just part of war.
I'll read it to you. 8,000 years ago, 17 women reproduced for every one man. By the way, now, but through genomic tracking, it's more like 7 for 1 right now, but this is 8,000 years ago. Analysis of modern DNA uncovers a rough dating scene after the advent of agriculture. Once upon a time, 4,000 to 8,000 years after humanity invented agriculture, something strange happened to human reproduction. That's very important. After agriculture, across the globe, for every 17 women that are reproducing, passing on genes that are still around today, only 1 man did the same. Now, when we talk about this, whether or not the how that happened, we can say, well, it's warring tribes and they're taking war brides. It's forced sexual copulation, since I can't say.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that it was
why it could be, but
it wasn't 1 man for 17 women. It was 1 man probably for like every. It was probably like at the worst it would have been like 2 women per 1 man.
But he passed on his Y chromosome to his son, and then that's what you're including in this.
The issue is all the men stayed in the same tribe. If my tribe got into war with somebody else, my Y chromosome is gone. I'm gonna the fuck out. But the women go off and they marry. If I have daughters, she's gonna go marry somebody else. So her genetic material passes on. So if you win this war for 4,000 years, well, what's gonna happen is you're gonna be deleting a Y chromosome every single time tribes go to war and somebody loses. But the female side is always going to live on because they outmarry these patrilineal clans.
It accounts for that. It wasn't like there was a mass death of males. They were there. So what were they doing? Right? Okay. So and this is Melissa Wilson Sayers is the
yep. She was the original one in 2015.
Right. So computational biologist at Arizona State University. Let's see. Another member of the research team hypothesizes that somehow only a few men accumulated lots of wealth and power. So it could also be resource acquisition.
Well, it was, but so in Stanford, their response to this, the reason why that doesn't make sense is in every part of the old world, every single part, the bottleneck lives approximately 5,000, 4,000 years ago. This is precisely the period when chiefdoms and states first emerge, which are often associated with extreme inequality. Because once you've got a state, now you can really have.
Dude, he already had all of their talking points down packed. You're a coward? Jeremy, you gotta be trolling, bro. All right.
Because think about it, like 10,000 years ago, one caveman can't have 50,000 resources. He's gonna get fucking killed by another caveman, right? But this is when extreme inequality happens. Mass human sacrifice is commonly seen in first states, etc. However, the emergence of chiefdoms and states is associated with the lifting of the bottleneck, not the intensification. Meaning that the inequality wasn't what was causing it. It was the fact that these civilizations were no longer completely killing each other.
Here's just a hypothesis. I haven't read this whole data, but what if the advent of the chieftains actually caused it so you had more stable societies than what you had before? So the beginning of the agricultural revolution, which is 11,700 years ago, is the first point in human history where one man had more than another man and one man worked for another man. So then we had more defined hierarchies. Those men up at the top had more sexual access, had access to more women, and maybe it was just super inegalitarian, and these societies were more fragile. And then once you had the chieftains and city-states, now it's harder for Athens to destroy Sparta. It becomes more difficult. And in those cases, that's the reason why more men would be able to procreate. And whereas before you would have more men being disposable, you would have less.
I'm just saying, think about it reasonably. Like, it's not a good reproductive strategy if you have a whole collection of people and nobody's allowed to have children.
But if one tribe's killing another one, it's not a strategy. It's just like survival.
Socially enforced monogamy.
Sure. Well, to some extent, unironically, that is like the dominant.
You went from Old Testament polygamous societies where it's one man with many, like, two wives and many concubines, whatever it is, and now you're going to one man, one woman, and we're changing really the mythology around that. Like,
well, the biblical stuff is hard.
Well, it doesn't have to be biblical. It could be like, I don't know, the poem of Gilgamesh or whatever. I mean, it's at that time that's when it became one man and one woman. Whether
sure, but even prior to that,
culturally,
prior to that, it was never that unbalanced.
Yes, but it coincided with agriculture.
Sure, but I'm saying that even at the height of unbalance, it was never more than like 1 to 3.
The thing is, it still was 1 to 3. There are fewer men having children than women. Is that?
Yeah, it was fewer, but not 1 to 17. 1 to 3 is a lot different than 1 to 17.
Did you?
Well, even now it's 1 to 7, and they can show 1 to 7. So it's not. It's somewhere between 1 to 7 and
40% and 80%. I think isn't that the number?
So that's. But who's to say? Like, I don't know what the numbers behind that, but that was Patrick Bet-David putting out a thing saying 40% of men throughout history.
He was over the top.
And 80%.
We did digress a bit here because we were talking about promiscuity, but I was really fascinated by what you guys were talking about.
No, I mean, okay. So as far as promiscuity, yeah,
we agree. The thing is, how much do we agree? I never thought it was 17 to 1. I thought it was I thought it was maybe like 3 to 1.
I've heard the number 17 to 1, and this study gets thrown around.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make sense, because if you imagine that men were using the resources to capture women, why is it that when states emerge and wealth inequality starts to explode, we saw the bottleneck disappear? Because now inequality is getting bigger. Should it be even more women to women? But it's not. It goes the opposite.
I think possibly because you have a more, even though these chiefdoms are totalitarian, I think you have a more stable society once you have city-states.
Yeah, and men are getting wiped out because they're in patrilineage clans that are getting completely and totally destroyed.
Right. I think the likelihood of you wiping out one tribe or another once you have city-states is less.
They're not living in tribes anymore. They're not farms.
Exactly. Now it's harder to wipe out an entire.
I agree.
I think you guys are in agreement here.
Yeah.
But we are going back to the promiscuity, because I know
well, just real quick, because we can do the promiscuity right next, but the thing that I want to highlight in all of this, because that 1 to 17 thing does seem to be true. The extra partner pairings does seem to be true. I don't see as a reproductive strategy this dual mating thing practiced anywhere. It doesn't show up in any empirical study ever. It can't be measured. It's an interesting theory about like the parts of the women's cycle.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to show up anywhere in the data.
Let me just explain one thing here. It's like when I see Dr. David Buss, who has I mean, you can go back to Trivers if you want. You could go back to the mid 70s where the dual mating strategy has become sort of picking up steam, let's just say, and then it comes into its own with Gangstad and Hazelton mostly. And everybody's all on board with that. And then suddenly, somewhere around 2015, everybody wants to change their mind about it. And that also coincides with the crisis of replicability. So that's number one. Number two is even if dual mating, the dual mating hypothesis is correct and the mate switching hypothesis is correct, they can still coexist together. Because if you're looking at dual mating, it doesn't necessarily preclude the interest or the reasons why that woman would want to be with that guy in the first place. So can we go and talk about sexy sons theory on top of that? So
the whole point of dual mating is that there's a difference between the beta provider and the alpha provider. And I know we're saying that the
mate switching hypothesis presumes you're already in a relationship to begin with to cheat on that person in the first place.
But it still supports the dual.
And it also presumes that you are in a monogamous relationship, not in a polycule, not in some sort of.
Sure, but that is like the reproductive success of especially men is the serial monogamy. It's being in a relationship for as long as you can.
I think for the lower quartile of men, you're correct. I don't think for all men.
No. For reproductive strategy, period. Now, if you want to talk about exceptional circumstances where one guy's like buying rights to like the aristocracy or harem, sure, we can talk about that. But at that point, we're not talking reproductive strategy. We're talking about like some social, that's like socially constructed, right? 20 women don't gravitate towards one man. It's one man has a kingdom and he says, you 20 women are going to live here, I'm going to kill you, right? So that I wouldn't consider that part of like reproductive strategy any more than I would say reproductive strategy is to play StarCraft for 10 years so you can find girls that show up in your Instagram DMs, right? I wouldn't say that's like a valid reproductive strategy. That's a very unique situation.
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say it's like a valid.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right. Like in terms of like trying to find research on this, like Dixon et al. 2018, Jones et al. 2018, Younger et al. 2018, Markin Kauska et al. 2018, Stern et al. did 3 different studies, 2019, 2020, 2021. All of these people are trying to find evidence that women differently based on their hormone cycle. Nobody has ever.
And they all started it when? 2018.
Well, but this has been researched for like 20 years. People are trying to get anything. Now, if you want to say that academia is broken, that's fine. But one of the reasons why I laid down those initial ground rules is because we can only argue from the data.
I agree with you on that. Yeah,
because we start saying like, well, okay, data now, but because the thing that bothers me too is you guys are very keen to cite bus and Gangstad when it supported you, but now that it seems like the research is moving in another direction, now we're like, okay, well, hold on, I don't know about data.
And I would, okay, it's too lengthy to put this in here, but there was an interview between Dr. Gadsad and Marty Hazelton. Marty Hazelton has also been the subject of a p-hacking scandal kind of thing, where it's like she had an opposing group of mostly female psychologists who went out of their way to try to disprove her for 25 some odd years of ovulatory shift research. So we already know that element already exists there. So we can talk about, studies and everything else, but you also got to look at the personal biases that are going on at that time.
Well, that is true. What about like all of psychology initially? If you look at its treatment of women, like all of that is just pretty anti-women, right?
Let's all snort cocaine and interview.
Yeah, talking about women are frigid because of bitches and women have all these problems and all the cluster B personality disorders are built around like women traits and shit.
Like, want to f*** moms.
I'm not to say that like you're absolutely right that there are.
What I'm going to say is that I honestly I think that there is a personal bias against ovulatory shift because it is an unflattering truth of female nature. That's why they're going after it. That's why it's not reproducing or replicating, but it's also one of like hundreds of other hypotheses that are either replicating, not replicating, or there are null results. The problem is in academia right there, and it all starts right around when you're saying that about 2018, which also coincides with about the same time that Dr. David Buss comes up with the mate switching hypothesis and comes out with men behaving badly and comes out with his own dating program at that time, endorsed by Huberman and Alex Hormo. I mean, I don't know what Hormo is, but I know Huberman is on board with that too.
Chris Williamson and him writing a book together.
Exactly. So, which by the way, you can still sign up for the pre-orders that's been out since like 2020. So when I see stuff like that, I kind of go, is there some reason why he's switching over to this right now because he wants to turn a buck? I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, even if that's the case, or even if that's not the case, I still don't see why ovulatory shift or dual mating strategy.
I had a child and everything like way before I ever got into online shit. But what I'm saying is the differentiator there, like I'm never ever going to fight you and say that being more attractive, having more money, having all that is going to hurt you. I'm never going to fight that. But what I'm telling you is the most important thing is wanting to fuck. That's the most that differentiator is going to matter more than any other individual trait. And that's why when I ask you guys, do you have a study that shows otherwise? There's no study that shows otherwise.
How about let's say this? It says, so here's where we're disagreeing.
Yeah.
So let's just say you say it matters more than anything else. I wouldn't say it's 50%. Let's just say it's 40%, and then looks, money, status each would equal 20%. That's just I'm just throwing out a theory out there. Okay. What you might say instead is the logistical thing is 60% or 70%, and then looks, money, status are 10% each. That we're just arguing percentages at this point.
Sure, we can say but you're making it sound like we have a small disagreement. We don't. What I'm saying is I know guys that have over 500,000 YouTube subs that have a body kind of like 7.
Okay. So
and in my life, I'm like, bro, you should be doing like 7 a week. Right. Now, that's just in my personal perspective. But what I'm saying is that like the high status and all that there, it's not helping them because they don't want to go out and fuck. And they're not even looking for it. Right?
But you still have to measure both. You still have to add both of those ingredients together. And I do think it's not a huge disagreement because what we're saying is you're saying it's a huge deal and that they can make up for it. My whole thing is the quality or the attractiveness of the woman you get has so much to do with your status. And
no, I'm not going to disagree with that, of course.
Destiny, are you fucking more now that you have this internet fame than you did before you had it?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that's as a result of you being more horny than you were when you didn't have the fame, or than you are right now and you're actually pursuing? Are you pursuing it more now?
I am pursuing it more now, but it's also a combination of like practice and everything too.
And the incentive of actually having more status, fame,
and of talking to more women and fucking. And growing up, I would hope that as a 34-year-old male, I'm able to find and fuck women better than I was like awkward loser 21-year-old.
Do you think pre-selection has anything to do with this? Mate choice copying.
What do you mean by that?
Women are attracted to you because they see other women attracted to you.
To some extent, yeah, that's probably going to help.
That is a theory. That is a testable theory in evolutionary psychology, not just amongst Homo sapiens, but amongst other animals as well. Because I'll tell you, I've hosted 47 bikini competitions, and when I do, the attraction I get from women is outrageous. It's outrageous because they're competing.
That's because one of the things that they can do. This is my bullshit personal shit. I'm sure this is research validated.
It's okay,
right?
I've talked about this before. I think that. So they make it sound like it's all competition, and I don't know if that's actually true. I think that it's a lot more complicated than just being competition. That probably plays a part in it, but we are attracted to things that other people are telling us to be attracted to. Like what it is that we're attracted to as a culture changes over time. It changes dramatically. Tom, can I post a link? Nobody's able to post links in YouTube chat. Like, it's just not, you can't do it. if you try, it won't pop up. There's nothing we can do to change it. I would love it if we had the ability to post links, but it's just not available. You can only post it in Discord. There's a section for content suggestions if you want to post there in the server. But yeah, so anyways, so like, yeah, we talked about this the other day. Like, big butts has changed where, like, when I was younger, dads always told everybody, like, you know, when you grow up, if your girlfriend ever asks if she has a big butt, then you have to say no. Always say no. Don't even let her finish the question before you say no. As soon as she says, does my butt look, you have to say no immediately. Always say no, because you don't ever want her to think that her butt looks big in anything. But today, if they ask you, does my butt look big in this? The answer should be yes. It should always be yes. Your butt looks massive. It looks amazing. So good. And I remember actually telling a girl when I was younger, when I was like 17, I said something like, yeah, don't worry, you don't have a butt. And she was very salty about that for months afterwards. And I was like, what? I thought that's what I was supposed to do. I thought I was supposed to say she didn't have a butt. Like, I don't understand. But this, like, a lot of this has to do with cultural norms. We're told what to be attracted to. And so I think it's the same with, like, women see that a guy is an attraction to other women. They say, oh, okay, he has the qualities that we're looking for. He has the things. But that doesn't explain why every time a guy has a girlfriend, he is sought after. And that is definitely a real thing. Anytime I have a girlfriend, I get a lot more attention from girls. If I have another girl in my profile picture, I get a lot more attention from girls. When I did like dating apps and stuff like that, a lot of my pictures were pictures of me with like ex-girlfriends. Because that's like, yeah, that's always going to make a bigger difference. So there's probably some aspect of like competition in there, but I think a lot of it is also like there's somebody who's already decided that you pass, that you're good boyfriend material, that you're capable of, you know, staying in a relationship, that you're able to treat her right. And so now this is something that other women are like, oh, okay, like he's got the stuff, maybe I can get it. But I do think that there's probably an element of competition in there. I just do. I don't know if there's actual evidence to this, but it does seem like women, you know, when I would go out with a girl, they would always start telling me like waitresses are giving them dirty looks and crap like that. It was just, remember Tom likes BPD girls? That's why having Tinder pics with other women works well. Yep.
What I'm guessing is happening there is you can display all of the masculine features you want, and you can go hyper masculine. And if there's a woman there next to you, I know that I don't have to worry about, or the woman knows she doesn't have to worry about any of the scary parts.
Are you saying if I Photoshop a girl in my profile pic, I will get more dates? Yeah. Make sure it doesn't look like it's your sister or anything. But yeah, like I had pictures of girls sitting on my lap. I had pictures of girls holding my hand. I had pictures of girls like, you know, wrapping their arms around my arm, like laying on me. And then I would have a bunch of pictures of me with the boys, like out partying or in like really fancy cabins or, you know, in the mountains or on beaches. Like, you know, you look like you travel a lot, you're getting out, you're doing a bunch of stuff. That's generally like what. And then you also want pictures of you like just dressed up nice. Just that's the three things that I think make a big difference in dating apps. Though I will say I hated dating apps. I didn't have a whole lot of success on them. Like I would get matches, but those matches would never go anywhere. They were always like, it was always garbage. So have you seen siblings or dating. It's hilarious. Yes. You're talking about like where you pick on, it's like a game where you choose whether they're siblings or dating, and then it tells you whether you're right or wrong.
Of that, because the woman validating you is saying that, like, listen, this guy's messing, he's cool, but he doesn't have those like crazy fucking like destructive horrible traits. So that social proof that you have of having a woman with you is one of the most important you can have. If I'm trying to get laid and I'm on fucking Tinder and shit and I want to do that, of course, like, here's fucking Melina, my hottest fuck Swedish wife. If you know she likes me, you're gonna like me, right?
That's essentially a promo code. Let's get Destiny a promo code for MON. Let's get Destiny a promo code.
You guys aren't really disagreeing here. What Destiny is arguing is that the biggest factor to men having sex is working volume, which both
it's
of these
trying
guys,
to have sex.
Yeah,
yes.
but to try to have sex, you must work volume, which.
But I also think, so somebody like Destiny, he meets a lot more people. His job is meeting a bunch of different people that aren't off limits to him. My job is me meeting a bunch of people who are all off limits to me. I can't hit on these people. I can't like, you know, ask them out on dates. I can't tell them, you know, they got a fat ass. I can't do any of these things. Whereas Destiny, in his profession, he's able to do this stuff with literally everybody that he meets. So there's a massive difference between what most of us work in most of our lives and Destiny's. But I think even people with higher status, people who are spending a lot more time, like going on business meetings, going out to eat with a bunch of people, going out drinking, going out partying. These people are going to end up meeting a lot more people a lot more often, and it's going to be a very different lifestyle for them, to where they're more capable, or they're meeting more people, and therefore they have a wider pool than most everybody else.
Which means you must talk to women and actually go out there and source, which they say all the time. So you guys are agreeing, like, you're arguing for volume. They're saying,
congratulations, you're red pill.
By working the volume.
Welcome.
If you want to agree with what I'm saying, that's fine. But I don't believe in
red pill. Welcome to the red pill.
Look, real quick, because you guys are in debate mode, so you guys aren't here listening objectively like I am. I'm listening objectively. You're arguing for volume. They're saying to increase your chances when working the volume, have these other things in place, like your social status, money, etc. But you guys aren't disagreeing with each other. You're just saying volume is the biggest driving factor, which means you have to go out there and talk to them, which is, you're correct.
Sure, we can agree, but I don't believe in the dual mate thing at all.
Okay, you disagree with
I
that.
don't
Okay.
believe in alpha fucks, beta bucks at all.
Okay.
I don't believe that status and class are your major determining factors for fucking. So if you want to say you agree with me, that's fine. But when I go back to my stream, I'm going to have this exact same message. I don't know if you guys, when you're on your other panels, you're going to be like, oh yeah, like, it doesn't really matter if you're that tall, you make that much money. The real drive is that you're actually going out there and trying to fuck women. Because that's what I'm saying. That's like 95% of the equation.
Yeah, I don't think it's 95. So
Okay.
I think that's where we disagree. I think it's maybe 40%.
The numbers are a little bit off.
Yeah, I feel like the standard red pillish area is going to.
Wasn't someone joining Tom's stream? In like 15 minutes, I'm supposed to go talk to Playing with Fire and Torshaa, I believe.
To be more like 10 to 25%, because when you look at the red pill advice for getting women, the advice is always to work on these ancillary things to get stronger, get more money, increase your status.
I think you're confusing that with black pill.
No, hold on. No. Red pill says to get women, you need to get money, you need to get status,
Yes.
you need to get looks.
And black pill believes that's all you need in order to get one. That's why I think you're
black pill says that
with
you
black
can't.
pill.
Black pill says you can't increase your market sexual value ever. I don't think.
Well, no, you can if you get more money.
I don't think black pill believes that. Do they?
Black pill is basically it's a nihilistic, despondent prescription based on red pill awareness.
I think black pill says no matter how much money you get, you can buy sex maybe, but a woman is never going to like your love if you don't have.
Yeah, that's what you guys were telling me the other day, is that they don't believe that money actually makes a difference, that it's just looks and that's it.
Like the GigaChat looks.
No, it's LMS, looks, money, status. So you can increase your status. But the problem is that what they believe is if you don't have looks, money, or status, there's no way for you to make up for it by using
charisma or game or whatever.
The pickup game techniques. So I think those people believe that. I absolutely agree with you. It's a function of logistics, but it's also money, muscles, game. Those things, and charisma, and those things.
Puts a huge emphasis on looks.
Black pill is a prescription. MRAs is prescription. MGTOW is a prescription.
Now,
TradCon is a prescription. The red pill is a description.
To go back to, because you guys are.
I mean, I don't know. So Destiny's not like a bad looking dude, but he's also not like what anybody would think of when they think of a Chad. And he's not ripped. When he got with Melina, when he was getting with a bunch of other chicks, he wasn't big. He didn't have muscles. He was the skinny, wiry, little nerdy looking computer guy. That was it. But he had status. and that was good enough. That was fine. So like he had talked to like tons of like you know, OnlyFans girls, when he had talked to tons of who was the girl who did like the body painting stuff again? I forget her name. She was like that blonde ditzy chick. But yeah, he talked to a bunch of other like hot streamer, like titty streamer type chicks. Nina, yes, Nina. And then there were like a bunch of Instagram models that went on. There was that ASMR chick who was a super babe. She had another like Pokemon type name, something like I forget her name. She had like brown hair. Anyways, like he's never, as long as I've seen him. Invader V, yes, Invader V is a babe. Asmongold, yeah. Lily Pichu, no, that's the Asian chick, right? Isn't it Lily Pichu the Asian chick? Yeah, Lily Pichu's the Asian chick. No, there was another girl, not Pokimane, not Lily Pichu, but I thought she had like a Pokemon like name. She did ASMR all the time. She was freaking banging. And she always came on a stream and talked about nothing. She always talked about like having to take Pikachu. Is that it? Yeah, that's her. Yep, that's her. Yep. And then there was what was her name? Something Peach. Anyways, the point is, like, even before he started working out, he didn't have any shortage of good-looking chicks around him because he had status and he had charisma. Like, he was socially aware. He's capable of having conversations. He's funny, and he makes a lot of money. So there's not a as much as we want to like argue for working out and looking like a Giga Chad. ST Peach, yeah, that's another one. Yes, ST Peach. As much as we want to argue for those other things, they just don't seem to matter as much. There's so many, I know, I can think of so many examples in my personal life of guys who just don't do any of that stuff, and they're not athletic, they don't work out, they're not big, they're not good looking, but they have status and they're socially aware. They're capable of having a conversation, they're funny, they're able to build chemistry with somebody, and they do really well. I've said before that, like, even girls that I dated would say things like, you know, when I first met you, you didn't really pop out all that much to me. You were just like another guy there. And then over time, you just became more and more attractive. The more I heard you talk, the more you would say things, the more attractive you became. It is my experience. That's like, I was also athletic. I was also, you know, bigger and all of that crap, but I don't know how much that actually did anything for me once I was out of high school. Like, once I wasn't like a, you know, a big name athlete anymore, and I'm just like a regular dude like everybody else, I don't think that actually being athletic helped me all that much. I think that outside of that, it was just personality.
Agree here with the volume thing, which, you know, you guys are kind of saying the same thing. But I will say this, going back to because you're arguing the promiscuity that for men it'll hurt because they can't manage and juggle that many women because resources.
All right, we're gonna go talk to Playing with Fire here shortly. I gotta run to the restroom one more time, and then we're gonna talk to Playing with Fire and Torshaa about this stuff. So
now, do you think that promiscuity for women, and you don't believe in pair bonding, right?
I mean, not as a strong concept, not as it's found in nature. Like voles will like fuck somebody, and then when their partner dies, they will remain celibate for the rest of their life.
Do you think a woman that has like 100 bodies is the same as a guy having 100 bodies? As far as like damage potentially.
In terms of damage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Generally, I think having more partners with men and women, I think, is correlated with less, I think, marital outcomes.
So it's
but
equal for both.
So
I don't know if I'd say equal.
It's definitely not equal. So the thing is, again, I have a specific example and an anecdotal example. The specific example is the Institute for Family Studies thing that shows that for men, it just sort of levels out, and for women, it drops off as they have more sexual partners, which would make sense evolutionarily.
Real quick, I want to, because everybody always brings up the IFS study. And I know the one you're citing. I don't have it on me, but that graph, nobody ever brings this up. They say if you have more than 2 partners, or if you have more than 0 partners, it gets worse and worse. But that's not true. What happens is it gets worse when you go from 1 to 2. But then I think from 2 to 7, I think it actually decreases.
No, it's right at 6. We did a whole episode on
it.
Okay.
And then it starts to go up again. And I think it's after you get to 8 or 9, it gets back up to 2, where you're at the failure rate for 2. So technically, if you want to use that chart prescriptively, what you should say is if you're a woman and you've got 3 bodies, you might as well fuck your way to 9 bodies, because the stats say there's like no difference.
Well, no, there is a difference, because once you get
cross the Rubicons,
once you get the 20, I use a joke. The hardest porn to make is the first one. The easiest porn to make is the second one. Once you get to 20 bodies, though, it does drop. The marital satisfaction drops to 17%. So it does drop off more vociferously for women than it does for men. Now, I'll give you the anecdotal explanation. There's a great document. It's actually not great. It's not very good at all. But watch the last 30 minutes of it. It's called After Porn Ends. And if you watch it, you see, I don't remember where it is, but you see all these male porn stars, when they get out of porn, their lives are normal. They play golf. Some of them start law firms. They're totally normal. And every one of the women in this documentary got right back into every woman in this thing after her religious revival got right back into porn, excessive drug use, and all of them were crying. Now, of course, that's not scientific, but I disagree with you. This idea that a man with 100 bodies is somehow damaged the same way or even similar to the damage to a woman with 100 bodies. And there may have been times during our evolutionary past where a man needed, for survival reasons, to have sex with multiple women, or in a situation like Ishmael the Bloodthirsty, or the situation King Solomon or someone like that, where he had multiple partners. I don't think it damaged him. But I think for women, because
they don't have the same emotional investment that women have to have in the sex act itselp, simply because because there's more at risk, there's more cost. So she's got to put herself into it.
This would be my guess. But my guess is there's probably no studies to back this up on either side.
Men can separate the emotional investment from the sex act itself. That's why pornography is what it is.
I super disagree with that, but maybe that's for another discussion.
You guys can go ahead, because I mean, this is a promiscuity conversation.
Sure.
So I've been trying to bring it to the whole time.
Sure. So if I walk into a room and I don't shake your hand, right? There's not like, I'm not technically like, that doesn't mean I'm about to fight. I'm not really, there's like, no, so that's a very socially constructed activity to show a level of friendliness, right? Now, if I'm unwilling to shake your hand, I'm showing some level of hostility there, but it's still like, it's just because I won't participate in a social norm, right? When you look at women with high body counts versus women with low body counts, or men with high body counts, right now I would argue that a lot of the social pressures and a lot of the social norms is generally pushing women to have lower body counts. If somebody decides to disregard a social norm, there's probably a whole lot of baggage that goes on with that. So for instance, is it really bad if I don't shake your hand? Probably not. But if I'm willing to disregard the social norm,
cultural and not genetic.
Well, yeah, well, I'm sure that a little bit is.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The stuff with like sexual partners, like men are, that having more sexual partners affects women more than it affects men, because I think women average like about the same amount of sexual partners.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, how's it going?
How you doing, buddy? Cool. I'm assuming you're live on your end?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me go live on my end too then. All right, what up, guys? We are live. So we had a little change of plans today. I know initially we were supposed to do a speed stream. So what happened with that was one of the girls bailed. The other girl was still down for it, but I don't really like doing them with one girl because I feel like it's like too much pressure. And then this opportunity came along, so I figured let's do a little tomfoolery debate. So yeah, man, nice to meet you. I've never heard of you. Torshaa messaged me about this yesterday, so maybe you could give like a little audio introduction to my audience about who you are and like what you talk about.
Yeah, my name's Tom. I go by Tomfoolery, Tomfoolery Show on YouTube. I do a ton of debates, lots of research, talk about all sorts of different topics, mainly in like linguistics and philosophy, politics, that sort of stuff. I met Torshaa recently, and so I started getting a little bit into the red pill area and learning more about it, and so she asked if there were people that I wanted to talk to or debate. You're the guy that I know in the red pill that actually does debates, so I told her to hook us up.
Just to be fair, I'm not really a red pillar. I do agree with some red pill beliefs, but I'm not a traditional red pillar. I'm not like a Myron Gaines or like a Rollo Tomassi. I have fundamental disagreements with like large parts of the red pill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, sure. Okay. So Rollo, Torshaa said she's driving. She'll be here any minute, but we can get started before she gets here, so we're not keeping the audience waiting. What did you want to debate with me about? What did you want to discuss?
I mean, there was nothing specific. Like I said, I'm learning more about like the red pill stuff. I could have sworn I had heard you numerous times say that when you were talking to Destiny, I thought that you were black pill, but my audience,
No,
the
I'm
red
not-
pillers
definitely
in
not
my
black
audience
pill.
say that's not true. Yeah.
No, I'm definitely not black pill. The black pill community fucking hates me. Or they love and hate me. They watch my streams so they can't stand me. So no, I'm not a black pillar. I'm not really. Yeah, I have some. I mean, guess you just have to ask me specific questions. I have some beliefs that very much line up with the red pill about certain things, but other things I disagree with. Like I agree with very much like the self-improvement aspect of the red pill. I think that you want to, as a man, get your value up as much as possible. I agree with the fact that the sexual dating marketplace is very competitive, especially in 2023. I agree with the idea that there's some problematic girls out there, and you want to screen those out, and you want to be very cognizant of looking for red flags. I agree with the idea that marriage is probably not the best idea for the majority of men. So yeah, we just have to go point by point. I can tell you where I agree and disagree.
Wow. Why so marriage is probably not the best idea for men. That's very surprising. You came up as a what do they call it again? Like you help people like hit on other people, a pickup artist, right? So why would you be against marriage?
I'm not against marriage, right? So I have no problem with people getting married, and big part of my family, most of my family members are married, right? My cousins and all that. I just don't think it's the best idea for men. Because it simply offers no advantages. That's really. I think a good time, if you want to have kids, then you probably should get married. But if you're not interested in having like children, right? I think that there's no benefit to you like legally getting married. You're better off just like dating a girl and being in a relationship with her, because then if things go wrong, which 50% of the time they do, it's easier to walk away. It's not messy. You don't have to spend money on lawyers.
That makes sense. Yeah, if you don't want to have kids, I suppose it does make sense not to get married. So you're not against like the idea of marriage, or you wouldn't like if somebody says, "Hey, I'm getting married and I want to have kids," you wouldn't recommend them, or you wouldn't say it's a bad idea.
No, I mean, if it was a friend of mine, I would go to their wedding. I've been to a lot of weddings. I'm not like anti-weddings or anti-marriage. Yeah, I mean, if they want to start a family, I do see the benefits in that situation of getting married. First of all, like I think primarily for social reasons, because like that kid at school, he might get a little bit of shit where it's like, oh, like your parents aren't married. And I think if you're having children, you want to actually make it harder for parties to walk away, right? So if there's no children involved, you want it to be easy to walk away if things don't work out. But actually, I think that if there's children involved, you don't want to be too easy to walk away, right? And marriage could cause someone to reconsider walking away, because of the complication involved with it. When it comes to kids, that's a good thing, right? But if there's no kids involved, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, that's definitely true. So when Torshaa messaged me, she said that you guys wanted to talk about the Destiny debate from last night and as to whether or not women look for status and money. I think she said look, status, and money. Is she going to disagree with that? Because I don't think I'm going to be the one who's going to disagree with that.
I don't think she would disagree with that either. My whole thing, so okay, because yeah, I feel like we didn't coordinate this super well behind the scenes, but that's okay. It's no worries. We can just figure it out now. So I actually thought it would be a good idea to talk about the debate last night. I actually even wrote down like 20 pieces of notes. Like I wrote down like actually 15 bullet points of things that like disagreements I had with Rollo. But Torshaa asked me kindly if we could avoid talking about Rollo because of their whatever relationship. So not sexual relationship, just a professional relationship. Well, as far as we know, we don't know for sure, but that's what I'm assuming it is. So I'm gonna respect her wishes. But yeah, we can talk about like the general topics. So
Yeah,
in
her
terms
and
of
I got
women,
into a bit of a heated fight over the first Rollo appearance on Fresh and Fit, so I can understand why that she wants to avoid that.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I think you and I probably. But I mean, what's your general position on Rollo? Like, my personal opinion is that he's super cringe.
I don't know enough about him, so she was the first person to tell me about him. She's kind of the one like pulling me into the red pill stuff. I kind of exist in like the Twitch politics space with like Destiny and Vosh and all of them. And so once they started talking about this stuff more, I started talking about it more. And so I don't know enough of the big name characters to really say much about them. Rollo, when he's around other people who can challenge him, he seems like a cool dude. He seems to have fine ideas. I don't have massive disagreements with him. But anytime I review his videos where he's talking about conservatives or he's talking about blue pillars or liberals or whatever, I have massive disagreements with almost everything he says. So far, I feel like I'm getting like night and day from him depending on when I'm watching him.
Okay, I think the only point of disagreement we might have is I think he's cringe when he's around other people and when he's by himself. In terms of the initial thing that you said about like the status of money, so I do. This is one area where I disagree with Red Pill on. I think the Red Pill tends to significantly overblow the importance of money when it comes to attraction. I think they overblow that. Status is different. Status will make a massive difference in attraction you get from women. Money, not so much. I think money is more of a threshold thing. So you just don't want to be poor or broke. But if you have like an apartment that's like in a decent part of town, right? You have a car, you can get around. You don't really get significant benefits from going from that to like rich, unless you're paying for sex or you're going for sugar babies. If you're just doing traditional dating, like no pay for sex, no sugar babies, right? You're just dating a girl, whatever, like she's dating you for you. You're not going to get a big advantage from going from being middle class to upper middle class, from upper middle class to super rich. The only time you could get advantage is if your money is able to get you status. So someone like Elon Musk, for example, right? He's so rich that he actually has status from that, or like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos, right? So they will have a massive advantage dating marketplace. But again, I don't really think it's because of their money. It's because they have the status related to money. So I think those two need to be separated. I think the big disservice like the red pillars are doing, like Fresh and Fit, is just saying, oh, well, once you get to a point where you have six figures, once you get your money up, dating is going to get a lot easier. But that's not the case. I personally been poor, or whatever, like in a first world country, so it's not that poor. But I've been at a point where I'm making like nothing, like $10 an hour, and now I'm like comfortably in the six figures, and there's been no change in my dating success, no change in attraction. If anything, I would say I'm having sex less now with other girls because I'm more focused on my business. So in some ways, there's actually advantages to not being like really rich when it comes to sex, because you're just gonna spend a lot of time focusing on your business. So yeah, that's the one big point of disagreement I have with the red pill, is that I think they completely overblow the importance of money when it comes to attraction.
I think I completely agree with you. So people generally date within their socioeconomic class, and this is something that I talk about pretty regularly. There's dimes in every all through every class. Like there's hot chicks in all of them. So it's not like you can only get them when you're the super rich guys. You can find hot babes or married to guys or dating guys pretty much everywhere. And yeah, like I said, people are dating within their own socioeconomic class for the most part. I think that in the United States and in like the Western world, money represents status probably more than anything else. But I generally give an example of like a guy in in the boonies who every Friday night, everybody goes to the rodeo and they watch the rodeo. This guy's a mechanic like 5 days a week, but on the weekend, he's the best at the rodeo. And everybody goes to the rodeo and everybody cheers this guy's name. He's freaking, super popular with everybody. That guy still has status. He's still a guy with status, and he can still get the hottest babe in this town because everybody loves him. Everybody likes him. Popularity is status. Confidence can give you status. Being funny can give you status. There's all sorts of ways to gain status, and you want to gain status within your socioeconomic class primarily. And then, yeah, the best looking women generally within that socioeconomic class are the ones that you're going to be able to find.
Yeah. Well, I also, here's a belief you might disagree with. By the way, Torshaa said she'll be here in 20 minutes. She got the timestamp, the time difference wrong because she's in a different time zone. So she'll be here soon. So this is, maybe you'll disagree with this. I think that status or substantial status that will help you with dating is inaccessible to the majority of men. Like, meaning it's accessible for me because I'm a YouTuber. So if I gain millions of subscribers, that will help me get laid, right? If you're maybe like a club promoter, it can help. If you're some kind of an influencer or something like that, that can help. But the most people have like standard jobs, like you're working in marketing, working in tech, working, being a plumber, being a electrician, all that stuff. Status is not really accessible for those people. At least not like any kind of substantial status. Maybe like very local status within their like club or within their friend group. So maybe very local status, but universal status, like the way that, celebrities and other people can get, isn't accessible for the vast majority of people because of their careers.
I think status, the way that red pillars talk about it, sure. But that's why I added a bunch of other types of status that we can get. Like being popular is a type of status. If people within your friend group all like this guy, they all think this is a nice guy, or he's a trustworthy guy, or he's like a really funny guy. Huh?
Local status.
Yeah, so I think that's mostly what's going to attract people, because most of the people that you're going to meet are going to be where you work, where you live, where you go to church. Like, it's all going to be people within your community. Generally, most people are dating people around them and within their own socioeconomic class. So there's all different types of status. Generally, like I said, I think like red pill looks at status as just money, and I don't think it's that simple. I think that women look at status as a ton of other things. I've never had issues getting women, and I've never been super rich. I've never been an uber wealthy guy, but I've never had issues finding like very attractive women who are willing to date me or who seek me out. Generally, it's never been a problem for me because there are a bunch of other things that come with it. I'm not ripped. I'm not big. I'm not, I don't work out a whole lot. I don't do any of these things, but I think that a really important thing that people look for is the ability to have conversations or, have a high social awareness. I think that that's more important to women than anything else. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a few things I want to expand on what you said. So, you said about like the being super rich thing. Yeah, I mean, I've had like countless clients who are like who were like worth more than 7 figures, like people who are millionaires. Never a billionaire, but I've had multiple millionaires. And if you see what I see, how many of those rich guys struggle getting laid, struggle getting anything, a lot of them are just paying for sex, directly or indirectly, with prostitutes or sugar babies. So I've seen more than enough people firsthand who were struggling, rich people were struggling, that I know that money is not the game changer the red pill makes it out to be. Now, look, I do think there's probably some level of diminishing returns to go from 6 figures to 7 figures, right? I do think that it's not going to be like zero. There's going to be probably a little bit of a diminishing return type of advantage, but it's not going to be substantial like it would be with status. So I think we have to also differentiate between local status and universal status. So everything you talk about is local status, and I agree with you that, right? Like becoming popular at your job, or popular within your club, like your bowling club, or just your community, or like some club that you frequent, can give you increased success with women or increased attraction, right? But it's very situational. It's only going to be during that one thing.
Mm-hmm.
What I was referring to is more of like universal status, which is like you know, like doesn't matter which group I'm in, like people will like as long as we're in a first world country, like people will generally know who you are. So again, stuff I was talking about is like professional athletes, influencers, you know, like celebrity stuff like that. So I don't even think we're disagreeing. We're just talking about two different types of status. Yeah, like local status, I think is available to most people. It might not be like a massive game changer like it would be to achieve like universal status, but I'm sure it will help. I mean, it depends on the situation. How like if your company is 10 people, you know, or versus your company's 1,000 people, it's obviously going to be better for you to be popular at the company that's 1,000 people. Also, how many of those are men? If it's tech, it's like 90% dudes. I don't know how much that's going to help you, but if it's a company that's like 70% women and you're the most popular guy there, then even though no one knows you outside that company, you might have like insane ability within that company as long as you don't get fired with HR. So yeah, I think we kind of agree on this, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. The thing is that even like on dating apps or on like for people who are, you know, on YouTube or celebrities or things like that, these are people like people who end up dating through these avenues are rare. Like most people are meeting people locally. Most people are still meeting people. Like dating apps are not a large percentage of, you know, people getting married just yet. By far, the majority of those are still people meeting locally and around where they live. And so I think that, yeah, when you talk about a local status, yeah, that's generally what I'm talking about, because I think that makes the biggest difference. And I think that that disproves a lot of what red pill and incel type people think, is that, you know, local status shows that there are so many people who don't have to make like 6 figures in order to get a hot girlfriend or in order to get married. They're able to make it just fine without any of that and still find people locally.
What percentage of people who you think recently got married met through a dating app?
I can't remember the last time I looked at it, but I wanted to say I believe it was less than 20%.
I just pulled it up. It's 22%.
Okay.
So basically 1 in 4. I do think it depends on the demographic. So that percentage, 22%, is like people who each groups. I think if you go to like 1835, it'll probably jump up to like 30-40%. Yeah, I mean, I think that still most people are not meeting on dating apps. We did an experiment where I basically went up to couples on the street and asked them how they met, and it was like dating apps were like maybe 1/3 or something like that. There's a little bit of a sample bias because I was approaching good-looking girls. You know, I wasn't approaching like old ladies or something like that. And it's in Miami, the center of Miami. That's going to be probably different than like, you know, like East Bumblefuck, Kansas. But yeah, so it was still less than 50%. I do think it's increasing. I do think it is going to keep going up. But yeah, as of now, the majority of people are not meeting online. It's just like a lot of people in this community are very disconnected from that because they spend their whole life online, right? So they're not really in touch with like what the average normie has. You see the same thing in politics, right? Like the left and the right, they're so in their like bubble. They're not really cognizant of what like normie people think when it comes to elections.
Yeah, I live in the suburbs right outside of Atlanta, and there's nothing on dating apps. Like there's nobody there. And most anybody that actually is on there are like 20-30 miles away from where I live. So but if I'm in Atlanta, there's tons of people. There's tons of women. There's a large variety of women. But when I'm, you know, 20-30 minutes outside of Atlanta, there's nothing on there. And I would assume that that's what most suburban areas are going to be like, is that they don't have a large amount of people who are like going to clubs, going partying consistently. I think that that's generally the types of people that you're going to find on dating apps more often, is people who are looking for are more comfortable in shorter term relationships.
Yeah, by the way, I think we're kind of is there anything you want to touch on this topic before I move on to the next one?
Nope.
Okay, so here's maybe one thing we might agree or disagree on. I don't know. So I generally tend to agree with Destiny on most things, but this take I very much disagree with. So he was pulling up some study. I don't really know what the study is, but it seems like total BS to me. That was saying that like that basically the premise was that obese people have a very similar success with women as people who are in shape. So he was saying like the average body count for like a really fat dude, like grossly obese, was like maybe 10, and for like a fit dude it was like 13. So he's basically saying there's no substantial advantage when it comes to women to not being obese. I think that's pure nonsense. I think that if you're obese, you're at a massive disadvantage Could there be a really fat guy who is good with girls? Sure. But if we're talking about averages, I think whatever fucking study he pulled up, which I'm sure was self-reported because that's the only way you can monitor these things, I think is probably heavily skewed. So I don't know how you feel about that, but my crazy position is that being obese is a massive disadvantage when it comes to dating.
I think so. It depends on if we're talking about long-term or short-term dating. I would assume it's going to be a huge hindrance to be overweight for short-term matchmaking, but in long-term matchmaking, I don't think it generally is. I think that normally women are, like we talked about, I think that they're normally looking for other things like personality. Do you make them laugh? Is there chemistry? Some sort of status? I think that the way that you look to a woman changes massively the more that she gets to know you. There used to be this stat, I don't know if you remember this, but it was said that women decide whether or not they're going to have sex with you or whether or not they're willing to have sex with you within the first 2 seconds. And that's just insanely untrue. Like the way that women see you and how attracted they are to you changes massively over time, the more they get to know you and the more chemistry they have with you. And I think that somebody who is overweight has just as much of a chance as anybody else because there's other things.
Yeah, we're gonna heavily disagree on that. So I think there's a common misconception that I see a lot. That short-term dating is fundamentally different than long-term dating. In reality, there's massive amounts of overlap. In order to start long-term dating, how does that start? By getting the girl, by sleeping with a girl, by starting off with short. So most relationships, they start off as something that's like kind of like both parties not sure where it's going, kind of short-term dating, and they evolve into long-term dating. It's pretty rare that you have a situation where two people meet and like on date one, they're discussing that we're going to get married, we're going to stay together forever. You kind of start off, typically at some like short-term level, and then you build on that and go to long-term level. So in order to be successful at long-term dating, you still have to be able to get your foot in the door. If women are not attracted to obese guys for short-term dating, they're not going to be attracted to obese guys for long-term dating. Now, and the thing is, those obese guys, the vast majority of the time, won't even be given a chance to show how awesome their personality is. They won't get that far because the girl will initially reject their desire to date. Because again, keep in mind, it's not like guys are going up to girls saying, hey, I want to be in a long-term relationship. Would you consider marrying me, right? You're starting off by approaching the girl and saying, hey, do you want to grab a drink sometime? Hey, do you want to grab dinner? That's how short-term and long-term dating starts. They both start very, very similar, right? But you're not going to get a yes to that question if a girl finds you physically repulsive.
I don't think that's true. I think that most of the time, both short-term and long-term relationships start with you meeting the person and having some sort of overlap at work or in a friend group or things like that. You know each other through some sort of common activity that you share. And then over time, you get to know each other and then eventually approach each other. Most people aren't doing cold approaches where they're just walking up to some random person that they've never met before. And at that point, if you do have this overlap and you are seeing each other, you're bumping into each other at work or at the gym or at church or whatever, you are getting to know them. And in those instances, the person who's obese versus the person who's skinny or ripped, these people all have the same chance to show that they have a good personality, that they're funny, that they have like high social awareness. I think that these people will have similar chances since most relationships start with them just knowing one another.
Okay, so first of all, a few things. First of all, it's less than 50% of couples meet through in the type of situations that you're describing. I just pulled up a statistic. It said that 39%, this is in 2017, this was a survey of over 5,000 adults. 39% of couples met through online dating, 27% met at a bar or restaurant, right? So that collectively puts it at about 60-something%. 20% met through friends. It used to be 33%, 95. Now it's 20%. 11% met at work. 9% school or college. 7% through family. So if we add the bottom up, we say 11 plus 9 is 20, plus 20 is 40. Less than 50%, slightly below 50%, met in the ways you're describing. So even if what you're saying is true, that like when it comes to meeting through friends or at work, that being obese is not a disadvantage, that would still affect less than half of the couples that meet. And furthermore, there's also this whole thing like guys, girls will typically friend zone guys or not friend zone. And once you're in the friend zone, it's pretty hard to get out of it. So if a woman meets you like at work and she finds you like physically repulsive, but you're still very friendly, chances are she's going to friend zone you. Sometimes it is possible to get out of the friend zone, but that's pretty rare. Once a girl friend zones you, which she does to guys that she knows through these warm environments that she has no intention of having any sexual with, it's pretty tough to get out of that. So I just fundamentally, I think based on both of those points, think that your assertion that for long-term dating it's not a disadvantage is fundamentally off.
So it's not just that. Okay, so if we're looking at overall couples, yes. But if we're looking at people who end up having like long-lasting marriages, by far the majority of them are with people that they already knew. So something like, I think it was Forbes that said that somewhere around 45% of people who get married or have successful relationships end up or met through work alone. And that's just work. Then we add in other things like church, like the gym, like, seeing each other at the same bar consistently. Like, these are people who know each other long before they actually end up hooking up or starting any sort of relationship. And that seems to be the majority of relationships.
Well, actually,
that we're
what you're
talking
saying
about.
is not actually true. So I just pulled this up. It's a Bustle article. This one specifically looks at married couples, like married couples, and the ratio of meeting online is lower. It's 20%, but through friends is only 17%. In college is 15%. At work is 12%. So that still puts it at maybe 50% that are meeting in the type of situations that you're recommending, like married couples. So what you're saying that most of these, like, married couples are meeting through, I don't know, through like these warm environments like work and social circle isn't true. It's about half.
Well, so on the Forbes advisor that I was quoting, it has 43% for people who met at work. That if you just add 7%, of anything, you're now at 50%.
Well, you have to show me the article, because every source I'm looking at is different than what you are. I mean, what's the parameters of the study? How long ago was this done? I mean, those are all the relevant factors. If this was done like 20 years ago, then I could totally envision that being true. But like the two pieces of data I just pulled up are like very different than what you're saying.
Yeah, sure. This goes over a bunch of different types of data, mostly people meeting through work.
So let me share my screen and we can just take a look at it together.
Okay.
40% have cheated on their partner with a colleague is the first thing that pops up. Okay, let's go to the top. So workplace, the survey shows off employees. Now, when was this done? This was done in 2023. Okay, it's recent. Workplace statistics show that 60 have had a workplace between low outside meal pipeline degree probability. Through our survey, 43% workplace with 40% workplace involves exceeding an existing partner. Okay. 57% report workplace relationship have impacted their work persona. 43% have married someone they worked with. 35% don't report their relationship to their employer. 40% cheat on their current partner with a coworker. 50% report forwarding with coworker. I don't know if this is like really necessarily a good thing. This is interesting because this is I want to see how this was done, because this is very much different. Workplace romance increased the fear. This is very much different than the data points that I've seen. But even if, let's just like assume this is
so what you were talking about is different, where you're talking about just like couples overall. These are talking about people who end up getting married, and that was what I was trying to separate between what you're talking about.
The second thing I pulled up was I'll just show it to you. Okay. The second thing that I pulled up was specifically married couples. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, so Bustle article. Okay, so it says that this is married couples, 19% online, through friends, 17%, in college, 15%, at work, 12%. So that's why I'm a little fishy of the data, because it's pretty different than like most of the things I've seen. So I don't know if that experiment was conducted properly. I mean, let me try to find another data point, but it seems that like that most of the things I see. Okay, let me take a look at this one.
So there's another thing from Zola. I just have like a doc with a bunch of different links in it that talks about this stuff. So this one says top places where couples meet: at school. Number 2 is online dating. Number 3 is through friends. Number 4 is at work. And then 5 is at a bar. 6, Facebook. 7, family.
So that's the whole point, is that work is like 3 tiers below online dating.
Sure. What I was saying is that most people who are getting married are meeting people through some sort of overlap that they already have with their life, where they have time to actually get to know these people before they're actually asking them out. That most people are not just doing cold walk-ups to somebody they've never met before.
I'm not saying that. It's not just cold walk-ups, right? That's part of it. But the way most normies would define that, they wouldn't say cold approach. They would say, "Oh, I met her at a bar," or "I met her as I was in the park, as I was walking my dog." That's how most normies would describe that. When you combine that with online, I think you get somewhere around 50%. So I don't think I don't think it's like 10% when you combine those two things. I think you get somewhere around 50%. And my own experiment that I conducted, where I was asking couples how they met, it was something like for the experiment that I conducted, it was something like 60% were a combination of online and cold approach or whatever, meeting someone through day-to-day life. It was about 30 or 40% that was college and work and through friends. But either way, let's just split the difference and say it's like around 50-50, right? So that would still be a substantial amount of people that are disadvantaged because they're going to be disadvantaged with cold approach and online. But so let's just investigate then the people who are meeting their partner at work. I still think that if you take two coworkers, all factors being equal, right? Similar status of the company, similar social skills, similar confidence, similar charisma, similar access. One of them is grossly obese, and one of them is in good shape. The one that's in good shape will win 99 out of 100 times. Like
all else equal, I would agree. Yes, all else equal, but I don't think that so.
But then you would have to prove to me that fat people have better social skills than non-fat people.
Well, I'm saying that what you're talking about is not as much of a factor as I think people believe it is. So when we're talking about long-term dating, whether or not somebody's in shape for women doesn't seem to play as big of a part in whether or not they're going to be attracted to the person, whereas the other things do seem to matter. Like whether or not they're in shape is normally like pretty low towards the bottom of priorities, whereas like all of the other things that we're talking about are going to be pretty high. I'm not saying that necessarily somebody who's obese has just as good of a chance, but I would imagine somebody who's obese they're kind of forced into working on other skills than other people. They're probably forced into being funny, into, being more socially aware, into being able to make jokes about themselves or have like a high tolerance.
It could just as easily go in the other direction. They become depressed. They start lacking confidence. They spend all their day online. They cope with masturbation and alcohol and drugs. It could just as easily go in the other direction. In fact, I think it's more likely to go in that other direction because most people, when faced with adversity, they kind of shut down. It's not a lot of people who like really push through like massive amounts of adversity. That would be the first thing I would say. And I think also just in terms of like the in shape, non shape thing, I think it's a threshold thing. So if you're a guy who's like, slightly out of shape, like whatever, average body, right? I don't think you're a substantial disadvantage to someone who's in shape, right? But I'm talking about obese people. I'm talking about people who weigh 300 pounds. Like how many obese people do you know that are successful in their dating life? I personally can't think of a single one.
I live in Georgia. It's actually fairly common that like really big guys are with really beautiful women. And I think it's fairly common in like the...
But do you know any of them personally?
Yeah, I know lots of them personally. It's like same thing at the church that I went to. I'm no longer religious, but when I went to church, there were always very big guys. I think that it represents like, it looks like somebody who's really big anyway, somebody who's powerful, somebody who, I think women like a guy who's really big, which is why there's...
They don't like, no, there's a big difference between a guy being like big and muscular and a guy being obese. They're not the same thing. So
I agree.
Maybe I need to like show a photo of like what I mean, but I'm not talking about like kind of like the lumberjack dude who maybe has a little bit of a beer belly, but he's got muscles.
Yeah, we're not talking about dad bods.
I'm talking about a dude who's like fucking like obese as fuck. Like we're talking about a guy who weighs 300 pounds and can barely get into that car. That guy is going to be a massive disadvantage for whatever type of dating. He's going to have to overcompensate with something else, like maybe status, or maybe he has the best personality ever. That could, to some extent, overcompensate. But the issue is that most women, when they're going to see that guy, they're going to find him physically repulsive. Let me, I guess, flip the question. Do you think that for women, being obese is a massive disadvantage when it comes to dating?
For women? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like you're saying men wouldn't want to date a woman who's obese.
Yeah. So why would this be substantially different?
because I don't think women care about looks as nearly as much as men. So generally when we're talking about like what people are looking for, it seems like there's always this threshold that gets you through the door to where other things matter. For men, the top thing is looks. You have to look good in order for me to care about your personality or whether you're funny or whether, you know, you're driven or any of these things. You have to look good first. Whereas for women, that it is not looks. It is something like status, or it's something like confidence, or, you know, something like that, but it's rarely ever looks. And then the next like 5-10 things aren't even looks either. There are a bunch of other things as well.
I'm going to side with the black pill on this one, but I disagree with that. I don't think looks are as important for women as they are for men. I will concede to that. Sure, they're not as important, but I still think they are very important. And if you don't meet the girl's looks threshold, most of the time she's not going to give you the time of day. Now, where I disagree with the black belt community on is I think the looks threshold is much lower than they think it is. I think it's like a Chad. I think it's just like if you're normal looking, like you're probably going to be okay with most girls. But a guy who's not normal looking, a guy who's a beast, right, who physically is repulsive to most women, he's not going to meet their threshold. They're not going to even give him the chance to show off his confidence or his humor. And if it's in a work environment, instead of rejecting him, they'll just put him in the friend zone.
Yeah, maybe. Everything that I've looked at that kind of puts everything that women are looking for into a list. So, like, most of them have like a top 10 list, and at least half of the ones that we went over on stream didn't even have looks as part of the list. But for men, it was always number one. It was always the very first thing.
But girls
so
are
when
going
you're
to
asking me to compare one to the other, it doesn't seem like a fair comparison. When I think women care, I think whether or not you're attractive to a woman, I think looks are just so far down the list that it's not nearly as important.
No, I don't think so at all. I think it is definitely going to be near the top of the list. And I think, again, I think it's a threshold thing, right? So I don't think you have to be like a Giga Chad to be like successful with girls. I just think that if you're like 5'2" or you're like a beast, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage. You can still push through it and get yourself a girl eventually, but it's going to be a lot harder. Or if you have some massive disability, like if you have I had a client who had cerebral palsy. I didn't sugarcoat and say, hey, man, it's like, yeah, you have the same chance as me. I'm like, dude, it's going to be way harder for you. You have to put in way more work, right? So I don't want the message to be like discouraging. That's impossible. It's just going to be a lot harder. And I think you have to be cognizant and realistic of that. And I think I'm also not really that interested in what girls say they want. I'm more interested in what girls do and their actions. So because girls will virtue signal all the time. They'll say, like I used to do this in studio podcast where I would ask girls, what is the most important thing in a guy? And they would always virtue signal. They'd say, oh, I just want him to be nice. Oh, I just want him to treat me well. They would always say that as the most important thing. And then I'd say, okay, let's take a look at some of your ex-boyfriends. And then it was like fucking like Jack tatted guy, like fucking drug dealer or something like that. It was always like their actions never really match what they say, at least when it comes to that. So yeah, I think we have to look at more of their actions rather than what they say. So any survey where girls rank what she's looking for, I think is just not that interesting to me because there's going to be so much virtue signaling, and I think it's going to be largely BS. I think you have to really look at girls' actions. Who do they swipe on Tinder? Who do they date in real life? Who do they tend to date, right? And I just personally don't see many hot girls dating fat guys unless that fat guy is overcompensating with something like status, or he's paying the girl money, has some kind of quasi sugar baby type of relationship. But in terms of just like pure relationships, I don't know if I've ever seen it, in all honesty. I do think there's maybe a little bit of a generational thing. So if you're talking about people in their 50s and 60s, it's probably way less of a big deal than it is for 20s and 30s. But I think especially the younger generation of women, 20 and 30s, are quite superficial when it comes to looks. And the idea that they don't care about that, I think, is just not something that any girl at behavior will actually reflect on that.
Yeah, so I agree that there's going to be some sort of compensation. But there's always a compensation. There's always like you have more of this thing, so they're going to care a little bit less about this thing. You have a lot more of this thing, so they're going to care a lot less about this thing. That's kind of always the way it works within, seemingly to me, with women. There's also the stereotype of like the super hot babes marrying the bald, short dude who's who nobody understands why the hell she's dating this guy. This seems to be insanely common where everybody's like looking at a guy who doesn't seem attractive whatsoever, but he's with these super hot babes all the time. I like, in my experience, looks are part of a package, but they just don't seem to ever be like a top priority, unless we're talking about short-term dating, like something like Tinder or dating apps, stuff like that. But when it comes to women looking for actual relationships, they seem to care very little about that stuff. Like girls that I've talked to about dating fat guys, where they say that they like how, you know, they like cuddling with them. They feel a lot more secure with them. They feel like they're just bigger, and guys are going to be less likely to mess with these guys, even though, yeah, like it's fat, it's not muscle, but that's the way that they look at them. That's the way that they see them. They feel smaller around these guys, and they enjoy feeling small. So yeah, there just seems to be a lot more to it than like when you say compensating, obviously there's going to be other guys who have less personality, but they can make up for it with looking good, right? Or they have less status and they can make up for it with having bigger muscles. Like obviously there's always going to be some sort of compensation. So I think regardless of what we're looking at as like this main characteristic, there's always going to be compensation one way or the other.
Right, but I don't see any evidence that obese guys will compensate positively with other attributes. In fact, my speculation is that it's the opposite. That a lot of them get really discouraged and become incels, or you know, just spend their whole day like playing video games and shit. I don't think the majority of fat guys are like, you know what, I'm fat, it's gonna be harder for me. Let me develop my humor. Let me develop my confidence. I don't think most fat guys are doing that. I can't really prove that, but that's just my speculation. So yeah, in order to convince me of that, you would have to show me something that convinces me that fat guys are like cognizant of the fact they're disadvantaged, and furthermore taking action about that and compensating with other attributes like humor, personality, status. I don't really see any evidence of that. So I think another interesting piece of data point is this is an experiment we've sort of done where we used to go up to girls and we show them pictures of guys, different guys, and ask them like, what do you think about this guy? What would you rate him? Right. And we didn't do it with a fat guy, but we did do it with an unattractive guy, right? And typically when we would show girls that, they'd be like, ew, no. Like their primal reaction was no. And I'll be like, oh, well, what if I would follow it up with like, well, what if he's really a nice guy? What if he's really confident? What if he's really cool? She's like, no. Right now, of course, there's a difference between women say and what women do. But when you see that like primal reaction of girls are like, ew, right? Like that guy in any environment is going to have a hard time getting his foot in the door.
Yeah, I think that generally most relationships start with you just being around the person, and I think that already gets your foot in the door. Like you're going to have more trouble with, huh?
That's only 50% of relationships.
It seems like only 50% of relationships have to do with work, and then it seems like there's a ton of others that are going to have to do with church, that are going to have to do with like meeting through friends, meeting through like living around one another, like going to school with one another, like that. It seems to be like 70 to 80% of relationships are.
Yeah, I don't want to squabble over statistics, but I think that it's over or close to 50% of couples they meet either through some kind of cold approach or through online. I think it's especially nowadays. I think the church. Not a lot of people go to church nowadays, but even church, like work, friends is like maybe around 50% or slightly less. But again, like we can just go back and forth in different studies on that.
Yeah.
I think that would probably a little boring. But I guess I wanted to like kind of put a face to the name because maybe we are thinking of something different. So when I say a beast guy, I mean someone like this. Is that who you were thinking of too, or were you thinking of something different?
I mean, not the face. Obviously, that face is going to have a lot more trouble. But I'm talking about somebody around that size. Yes. It seems like even when you're talking about incels, it seems to me like most incels are not obese people. It seems like they're just people who don't have a whole lot of social skills or seem to be like really far behind in social skills and are very awkward.
I agree with you on that, actually. No disagreement on that. I just don't think this guy's going to clean up unless he is the funniest motherfucker ever. He's like Gabriel Iglesias, or he has like massive status. I think this guy's going to struggle. Is there going to be some girl at some point who will be willing to overlook his fatness and give him a chance because he's so awesome? Sure. But when we compare him, like if we're looking at like overall like body count, let's just say something like that. Let's say we're doing some kind of a pickup competition. We take this guy and we take a guy who's in average shape. The guy in the average shape will clean up will put this guy to dust. It won't even be close, you know, when it comes to that. But that's not saying that this guy can't get laid. He will at some point. Some girl will, you know, kind of take pity on him or whatever. But I think the best thing this guy could do is actually lose weight and not be the beast guy anymore. And I think that, I don't know. I just cannot imagine like them being like on the same playing field even.
Yeah, sure. I think that guy's got a lot of other issues. I think that you can be fat and still good looking as a guy. I think that like if you're what's his name, something Corden or Jack Black or who was the dad from Roseanne.
Well, Jack Black isn't really fat though. He's a little chub, but I don't think of him as an obese guy.
I think he goes up and down. There's times where he's a lot skinnier and times where he's a lot bigger. But yeah, like the dad from Roseanne is a good example. Like especially if you're tall, if you're like 6'6" or not even that tall, 6'3", 6'4", and you're really big. Like I think that these guys still have a really good chance in the dating market. I think that being fat is just going to be one thing that is either going to help you or hurt you. And I don't disagree that being fat can hurt you. I don't think that it makes nearly as big of a difference as other things like status or personality or, you know, whether you're funny, whether you have chemistry. I think that those things are going to matter a lot more.
Well, it's one thing you said that, which was, oh, what's up, Torshaa? Are you
Hi.
finally joining us?
Are you guys starting? I need a recap.
We started like 45 minutes ago.
Yeah,
I told you to stall.
Yeah, Torshaa, I'm gonna stall for 45 minutes. Yeah, I'm just gonna.
I made
So,
it.
Tom, what's your favorite color? What do you like to do for fun? Do you like long walks on the beach, Tom?
Hold on.
Long walks on the beach.
Well, it would have been good to build rapport. You should change the thumbnail though, because I'm not
Us
in it.
debating is us building rapport.
We don't have a thumbnail yet, I believe.
I know I'm posing.
Wait, going back to the point. So there's one interesting thing you said, Tom, which is height. You were like, well, if you're 6'3", you obviously like, yeah,
First,
like an old said.
hold on.
What is it, Torshaa?
Change the thumbnail so I'll share it. I run this shit.
I don't
okay?
have a thumbnail.
No,
There's
just
thumbnail.
screen grab right now. Duh.
I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna have my tech guy do it like afterwards. I don't know. I'm bad with technology.
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you, Torshaa.
You're welcome.
All right. Anyway.
Oh, I look high. Okay, wait. So, what is your fucking topic?
We don't really have one. We're just going through topics because I don't think
Perfect. I'm gonna change it.
Wait, no, hang on. I want to finish this one, then you can change it because we're literally about to wrap this one up. So anyway,
okay.
you said if you're taller, you have an advantage. I do agree with you that, but you do know that Destiny's study was was talking about something differently. So Destiny was also saying that height in of itself is not going to make a massive difference. He was saying the guy who's 6'3" will, more or less be in the same ball field as the guy who's 5'3". You would not agree with that, would you? That a guy who's in 6'3" will be in the same playing field as a guy who's 5'3"?
Similar to the take about fat people, I think that it's going to hurt them, obviously, but I don't think it's going to matter nearly as much as the other things that I mentioned.
Like what?
Like you think that a guy who's 5'3" can actually be with sleep with a decent amount of women? Unless he's famous, for example, a guy who's 5'3" can just be banging, slaying chicks. I just find that insanely rare.
It is rare. Again, you're just talking about more things that are going to disadvantage the person. But if we're talking about somebody who's autistic, who doesn't have any social awareness, that's not, they're not capable of making intimate connections with people or reading body language. Yeah, these things are going to hurt you a whole lot more, I believe, than being short. I think that that's going to be or having no confidence, not being funny. I think that all of those things are going to hurt you a lot more than your height or your weight.
I guess it depends on how not funny and how boring and how short.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're over 5'7", you'll probably be okay most of the time. But if you're 5'3", yeah, I feel bad for that dude. Torshaa, would you ever date a guy who's 5'3"?
I actually have.
You have? Really?
Yeah, I've dated a jockey. He had other stuff going for him.
How tall are you, Torshaa?
5'4". 5'4" and something. I don't know, 5'3" or 5'4". I think my ex was actually 5'2".
That makes a little bit more sense, yeah.
They have to be teeny tiny, Alex.
I don't know if I believe you entirely. I need to see a photo
That's
of you.
okay. Do you know what a jockey is?
Yeah, it's like those dudes who ride horses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They compete.
Yeah, like professional horse racers or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very outgoing. Everybody knows them. I worked at the track and stuff, so.
Well,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
They're fun.
there's like 10 of them out there, but yeah, sure, I'm sure they're cool people.
Well, this is like the example that I was giving with like the guy at the rodeo, where like he doesn't have to he can be a freaking mechanic, but every time he goes to the rodeo, everybody's chanting his name. Everybody likes him. Everybody, high fives him as he's walking down the street, and they're all super excited to see him every weekend at the rodeo. This guy's got status. This guy's going to be pulling babes left and right, and he's not rich. He may not be good looking. He may not have anything else going for him, but if he's got status and he's popular, then he's going to be able to pull.
Right, sure. You can overcompensate with other things. The problem is that I think that a guy who's 5'3" on average has as much status as a guy who's 6 foot. In fact, he's less likely to have status, I think. But let's just discount that and assume that that's not the case, that like most CEOs are not over 6 feet. I think that he's as likely to have status and humor, confidence as a guy who's 6 foot, who's 6'0". Therefore, because of that, since all other factors on average are going to be even, there will be substantial, distinction when it comes to success with women based on height. Right, because again, there's no real data or evidence, anecdotal or scientific, to suggest that guys who are 5'3" or guys who are beasts are making up for it with other things like humor or status. I've never seen any evidence of.
So I think what's important to take into consideration is that lookism exists as well. And so even guys who are good looking and who are taller are going to have a better chance at getting better jobs and making more money and making more friends and having higher status. Like everybody who is good looking are going to have more chances or more opportunities at more things as well. So I think that like taking all of that into consideration, yeah, of course, somebody who's taller, somebody who's better looking, they're just going to have a lot more opportunities than other people.
Yeah, so then we don't necessarily even disagree. We're just squabbling over how much. Kevin Hart would get laid more than Alex. 100% true. I would.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'11", 6 feet on Tinder. I would never deny the opposite. But how many short guys do you think are Kevin Hart? Kevin Hart is a 1 in a million. He's a famous celebrity. He's really fucking funny. He's really outgoing, fairly charismatic. Like most short guys are not Kevin Hart.
How tall is he?
He's short. He's like 5'4", 5'5" or something. I don't think he's tall. By the way, also, I just want to clarify about like this, because a lot of people are thinking that I'm like been converted to the black pill. I have not. I've had these positions for like pretty much my whole life. I've always said that looks matter. Like go back to my streams 2-3 years ago. I said, yeah, I think looks are like 50%. I always thought looks matter. I just don't think they matter as much, nearly as much as the black pillars make it out to be. Right. So I will, if you're going to tell me, oh, looks are the only things that matter, I will disagree with you. I will think you're wrong. If you tell me that, or looks are the like by far the main thing that matters, I will disagree with you. But if you say looks barely matter or don't matter, I will also disagree with you. Right. My position is somewhere in the middle. So that's why I disagree with the extremes of that, which is, the black pill and I guess the blue pill. All right. Hopefully I just clarified that. But yeah, we can move on to the next thing if you don't have any more to say on this topic.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. So should we talk about Torsha's Lyme disease?
No. I don't know if I have it.
Yeah, because you ain't getting tested, motherfucker.
I know, because I just started making money again. So it's like, oh, $600 for a fucking test. Why can't they just give me treatment?
$600 for like my lifetime health and like my well-being.
America, baby. Like
I'm
fucking living on the edge. I've already.
You want me to start a
like
GoFundMe for you, Torsha, get you the Lyme test?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
I've offered to do it. I've offered to do it. You said no, or you never.
I would document my journey for show.
Well, I don't want to do it for show. I just want to do it because it's an illness I've had, and I feel bad for people who have it. I don't want like anything out of it.
How are you now after 2 years now, or a year and 6 months?
No, I'm 6 to 7 years in of treatment. Actually, 8 years. How am I now? Well, I'm a lot better than I was before I started treatment, but I still have like health issues. It's a very tough disease to beat, and the longer it goes, the harder it gets.
You look healthier.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I live
welcome.
a pretty good life.
I didn't think you looked sick before, but you're glowing.
Well, the thing is that Lyme typically doesn't make you look sick. You just feel sick, like just everything
Right.
hurts, you're sleepy.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of like people who have Lyme disease are like really normal looking.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that they're like fucking weird. Even, no, I don't mean
Yeah, having
that.
Lyme
But
disease will make you do crazy shit like date a 5'2" horse jockey.
true. He was great. Shut up. I had a great time.
All right, so Torshaa, so what was the topic that you said you wanna discuss? Let me actually use the restroom while you guys quickly figure it out.
I just got him so excited.
Have you ever dated a fat guy, Torshaa?
Have I ever dated a fat guy? No, I don't think so.
Would you?
Let me think. Would I? Probably not. Weight is one of those that, maybe if he was really tall, but like, I don't
Do you
know.
go to the gym a lot?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's gonna make
But-
a big difference if you go to the gym a lot, or like fitness is a big part of your life.
Well, no, you ask a fat guy, are you attracted to fat girls? And it's like they are, but it's not. They're really not. It's a thing.
I
I
don't
see it
think
at the
that's
bar.
true.
I've never seen objectification until it was men and bigger women, even if they were bigger. I don't know. Just that's
what was
like one of the things. Jim,
was
he asked me if I would date a fat guy. Probably not. I don't even think they're on my radar. And I don't
She was
mean that
also
to be
saying
rude.
she was
But
also saying
short
that
guys-
fat guys aren't really attracted to fat women though, and I don't
Yeah.
think that's true at all.
Weight's
Like,
I said unless it's like some guys can fetishize it, or they like it because it's easier to get and it's in their pool, but like other than that they wouldn't want to be with a fat
but
woman.
your attraction changes based on what you can get, like what you like and what you're attracted to.
Well,
Not the generally.
That's what I
speaking.
said though. That's what I said is like guys can kind of make it like if a guy goes with an older woman because they're easier, he'll start to go for older women because it's less of a buffer. So it's like one of those things where it's like, do they want one though? That's just like gonna be a toxic relationship in my opinion. But
Yeah, I don't think attraction changes. I think just your actions change. So if you're if you're not successful with women, you might date unattractive women or fat girls or whatever, but that doesn't mean you're like that's your first choice. Your first choice is still that hot girl. So I don't see any evidence that like your attraction will change based on what you can get. If you get a lot of girls,
you don't think so?
No, I think you become a lot pickier and you're not going to
Okay, why? Okay, let me.
But your
let me ask
attraction
you
level will be the same.
Let me ask you this: how do you think? Where do you think fetishes come from? They're a thing. Men could fetishize a rock. No,
that's totally
it's a thing.
different.
No, it's not.
I don't know if I've thought about that. I don't know if it's like something you're born with or something that's developed through some kind of like a traumatic.
Developed. It's not
Okay.
traumatic, actually. That's really
I
misunderstood.
honestly really don't know much about fetishes, so I'm just everything I'm saying fetishes.
You have the sock puppet on your stream and you don't know shit about fetishes? What's his name? Slave? I'm sorry, not a sock puppet.
Oh yeah, do you
Sock
think
puppet?
do you think I like explore his psyche when it comes to fetishes? That dude creeps me the fuck out. I mean, like I'm not gonna.
Wait, I thought you were friends with him. I thought it was all a joke. Is it not?
No, it's not a joke. He hasn't
How's
been on
he
my.
doing?
He was never my friend. He was like an internet friend, maybe. He hasn't been on my stream in like months. He said he's
Is he in
quitting.
jail?
I don't think so. I think he just said he's quitting my channel because I don't
So
know.
dramatic.
Because he got butthurt over something I said or whatever.
He-
I don't know.
I
didn't
love
really
how he
wanna
does
keep
that.
having
He
him on.
always flips it. He always flips it on us when we reject him.
I mean, yeah, he's just a very damaged
Alex is
person
being
that
nice.
I wouldn't
Is he?
really want to keep having a bunch of interactions with. Also, he took some really cringy positions, like pro pedophilia positions. At that point, I was like, okay, this is
Ooh.
too much. even for my-
Speaking of Tom, no, I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's do Tom. I was trying to run ideas through Alex. Is there anything maybe red pill specific that you were like, I don't know if I really agree with that? We can see if Alex disagrees, find something.
I don't know. I
Anything?
wanted to jump into the video as soon as possible, but I had other things happening at the beginning of stream, and I didn't make it all the way through, so I don't know what all that they were claiming. It seemed like for the most part, everything that I watched, they were agreeing for the most part. And
Oh, you're talking about Rollo, Fresh and Fit, Sneeko, them.
yeah, I mean,
Okay.
that's what you told me to watch to have this conversation, and I didn't make it all the way
The
through.
other day, yeah, but we today
I
we
think-
weren't gonna do it.
I think Torshaa, I think you and Tom probably have a lot more disagreements than me and Tom or me and you.
Oh,
I think
shut up.
I think I'm probably somewhere in between both of you, honestly.
No,
But
I want to moderate.
you can moderate. I'm just saying. I don't know. I guess we can start off. Just tell me specific red pill things that you've heard in general.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you if I agree or disagree with them.
Oof, that's hard because I feel like we already went over.
We only went through a small part of it. I mean, we've gone through.
So
like,
what was something? Just name something and go.
well, we wound up agreeing on a lot of things, but we went through. We talked about attraction for obese guys or for short guys. We spent a lot of time talking about that. What else did we talk about, Tom?
We talked about how people meet one another and like how often they'll meet at the workplace or at like have common overlapping activities.
What do you think is the biggest disadvantage for men in modern dating? And why?
Social awareness, for sure.
I would
Really?
broaden it and say lack of social skills. There's some narcissists who have poor social awareness who are actually pretty good with girls. It's not great for long term. It's gonna like fuck you up, but you can actually in some cases lack social awareness and still be successful if you have that like insane like god level of confidence, which like narcissists sometimes do. But yes, I would broaden it and say social skills. I do agree that social skills is probably, if I had to pick, the biggest disadvantage.
Do you think women are fucking the top 4% of men?
Like all women, some women, like who? Not all women, obviously.
Like what
All
percentage?
women. I'm trying to form a debate between you two.
I think there's some. I think the top 4% of men are definitely having more sex than like the bottom 4%. But no, I don't think most women are fucking the top 4%. I think that's like a red pill fantasy.
Yeah.
Like
I
remember,
don't believe that.
yeah, it's just not the case. I mean, I remember when Fresh was saying that he thinks that something like 40% of girls in Idaho are
Dubai.
getting flown out. Yeah, to Dubai. It's like the most ridiculous thing ever. It's like, dude, it's less than 1%. Like, what are you talking about? But yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Did he actually say that? I hear this as a meme all the time. I didn't know he actually
he said
this.
30 or 40.
30 or 40.
He probably meant point zero three. I don't know. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
It's a tiny.
What's your chat saying? They want you to talk about.
There was actually one interesting thing. This guy who's usually a dipshit actually had a pretty interesting thing. He said, "Ask Tom what he thinks about the PUA community."
Yeah, see, I wanted to do something PUA related. I didn't know if it was a good idea.
Yeah, I don't have anything against pickup artists. I think that like it's an important skill for men to build, and I think that that's gonna especially help them with their social
PUA?
interactions. Yeah, I think that one thing that I think gets confused is like, I think that giving somebody a cookbook doesn't necessarily mean that they know how to cook, right? You can give them step by step how to do something, but that doesn't mean they're actually going to be successful with it. They need once they actually learn social awareness and social skills, then they're able to like interact in any scenario. They're going to be cool in any scenario. But I think lots of times people who watch pickup artists, they're just learning like steps to take, and then they're not able to actually put it into practice.
Sure, I agree with
I
all
would
of that.
disagree. I feel like they internalize the scripts. No, don't you think that's bad?
No, I think a lot of guys who are like watching this stuff, they don't actually take action. They're just mentally masturbating. I think that's what Tom was saying. They're just like watching the shit, but then when they're out in a social situation, they're like, oh, right, because again, they haven't really like practiced, the skill set. So yeah, I mean that's a big issue. Just a lot of mental masturbation. I think less than 50% of people in this community are actually taking action for sure. I would say maybe even less than 40%, honestly.
Well, somebody in my chat was telling me to mention, so when Destiny was talking about somebody who's fat, like having just as easy of a time getting laid, what he's saying is that like people who actually make an effort are going to be able to find people that are willing to have sex with them. And anybody who's making an effort will find more people than anybody who's not making an effort. And so even though somebody who's good looking will have a bigger pool, they're probably looking to get laid just as often as somebody who's not, who has a smaller pool. Just both of them are able to direct their efforts towards the pool that they are going to be able to get laid in, and they're both going to have like the same amount of success.
No, because if they're both, if there's a good looking guy and an ugly guy putting in the same amount of effort, the good looking guy will absolutely demolish him because his ROI will be a lot higher. Now you could try to make an argument that if a good looking guy's putting in no effort and an ugly guy's putting in massive effort, that maybe the ugly guy will do better. And that's like, I think, a more nuanced argument that we can have. But both guys are putting in the same amount of effort. One is ugly, one is good looking. The results are going to be fundamentally different. Like, they're not even going to be close. The good looking guy is going to have a way higher success rate. The ugly guy's going to have to do way more reps in order to get that same level of success rate. It's kind of what Destiny was saying. The more the man wants to have sex, the more sex he will get. Again,
do you think that's applicable on dating apps?
Dating apps are mostly looks.
Yeah. Why?
They're mostly looks. Your profile matters as well. Women actually look at the profile, but looks is like the first thing that you see, the first thing that you're being judged off of. It matters a whole lot more.
That if you're trying, right? Why aren't you getting laid?
Well, I think dating apps in general are going to be a totally different, it's going to be a totally different circumstance, totally different animal.
But you're seeking sex.
Sure. I'm not talking about I'm talking about in interpersonal interaction. I don't think people who are fat are going to try dating apps because they already know that's not going to work, right?
Well, no, that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. There's a lot of
everybody's on the apps. I've seen it, but
I don't think
I think the stat was kind of misleading because when you look at online dating, which is the #1 way people meet each other, last time I checked, it could have changed. This was 2020.
We just checked and it was like 22% is what he pulled up. Last thing I checked was about 17%. #1 way is people meet through work, and then next 5 are friends. What is it?
Yeah, on Instagram though, that was one of the caveats, if I remember correctly. And Instagram is like the biggest non-dating app.
Yeah, that's true. But I will say this, there's a few things I want to comment on what you said. So the first point was that you acknowledged earlier that, of course, all things being equal, that height matters and weight matters. So then if we're following that logic, how can it be that if a good-looking guy and ugly guy put in the same amount of effort, they'll have equal results? According to your own earlier statements, that cannot be the case.
Yeah, so if I'm going and looking for girls, I already have a threshold for who I'm actually willing to approach. And I think that threshold, there's a group of women somewhere where I know, these are my chicks. These are the chicks that I'm going after. These are the chicks that are going to say yes to me. I think everybody has their group, their threshold. They know that this is the group that's willing to date them, and they already know who to approach. And I think that's what the study is saying, is that just putting in the effort to approach your group is going to get you you're going to have the same amount of success. So somebody who's really fat, ugly, doesn't have a whole lot of game is going to be approaching other girls that are not super good looking, that also don't have a whole lot of game. They're not
girls don't need game. Girls don't need game, but even the fat girl is getting hit up by chats. We've done a lot of Tinder experiments to prove that. For example, we've done 2 really interesting ones. We took photos of a girl who's grossly obese, over 300 pounds. She was getting hit up by some of the biggest chats, guys who are really good looking, really jacked, blah, blah, blah. Then we did another interesting one. We took a photo of my mom, who's 54. We used a face app to make her 20 years older. So we took her grandma, put her on a dating app, right?
Mom.
And she was getting hit up by really good looking dudes who want to meet up with her. So based on how the dating marketplace is right now, even the fattest chick ever is getting plenty of options of guys who are very good looking. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I don't see any evidence that good looking guys are overrepresented on dating apps. In fact, I might argue it's the opposite. But I don't think there's more good looking guys on dating apps than there are in real life. There's just as many ugly guys, there's just as many short guys, there's just as many average guys there are in real life. Again, I think if anything, it's almost the opposite, because the really good-looking guys, they probably don't even need to rely on dating apps because they have girls sliding in their DMs. They might be getting approached by girls. So I think that if anything, it's going to be the opposite, but the very best, it's going to be equal representation. It's not going to be that, there's more good looking guys on dating apps than there are in day-to-day life. That's not the case.
Sure. So when I say game for women, I'm talking about them being able to make themselves look attractive. That's generally, like I said, that's like the threshold that most men are looking for, is just you got to be attractive, and then the other things might start to matter after that. But for women, I don't think looks are the threshold. I don't think that they are like all that important. They are on dating apps, but again, this is why I think dating apps are just like it's a totally different world, totally different conversation.
I don't think so. I think there are some differences, but I don't think they're totally different. Sure, personality and confidence plays more of a role off a dating app, right? But I don't think it's a totally different world. Like, girls are super superficial on dating apps, and they're like super like wholesome and non-superficial in real life. That's not the case. Girls are quite superficial in real life, right? As well. It's just like there's other factors that play a role because she can actually interact with you. But yeah, if you're an unattractive guy, like you're a beast or you're 5'3", even if like at a bar or like through your friend circle, like a lot of girls are either going to put you in the friend zone or shut you down automatically. They're not even going to give you the time of day to evaluate, whether you're the guy that she wants to date or not. So no, I don't think like the more effort you put in, like the guy who's good looking and the guy who's ugly put in the same effort, they'll have similar results. I think that's fundamentally 1000% not true. They will have very different results. The bad looking guy will have to put in substantially more effort to counterbalance his disadvantage in the looks department.
So, crap. Hold on 1 second. I got an issue over here. I'll be right back.
It's okay. Do you mind if I put on a black pillar? I think this will make the debate a lot more spicy.
Sure.
All right, cool. Let me bring him on.
Hey, what's going on, Alex? That was a pretty base take, by the way, what you just said.
Did you just masturbate as I was talking to be confirming?
Just a tad. But yeah, I recall Torshaa saying looks are not the only thing that matter on dating apps. I thought that was kind of baffling. Could you elaborate on that?
Wait, what?
Because it's like 99%.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
I think that looks are really important.
But you're dating.
By the way, let's go to my position. I don't think looks are the only things that matter on dating apps. I think that your texting, can play definitely a substantial role, but they're definitely the main things that matter on dating app.
Right. I mean, maybe there's like 2 or 3% in your bio, I guess, but almost everything else is looks.
No,
but
that's
like obvious.
Bio is not that important. But like when you meet up with when you match with a girl, right? You still have to make the date happen. And if you have, I did a reaction video to that like Chad dude when he was messaging girls or whatever, and his text game was like dog shit. Like that guy will fuck up most of the opportunities he gets with his like dog shit text game, right? So I don't think it's just as easy as just being good looking. You need good photos, which we can tie back to looks, but you also need to know how to text a girl. Now, the one thing I will acknowledge is the better looking you are, the less text game you need, right? It will be easier for a really good looking guy.
Here's your text game. Hey, do you want to come over? Sure. Okay, cool. That's called text game on Tinder. Is that really game? That's called meeting up with a girl. Like,
that doesn't work for 99% of men, and that's also not going to work with
there's a reason. There's a reason for that because their looks aren't quite up there enough.
You would have to like plant a seed for that to happen. To like go back to your house if you have something to do there. Like, I don't really think that.
Not really.
Yeah, sure. You match with some like Giga Chad. Are you just like he's like, hey, want to come over?
No, that's terrifying. I would think he's fake, first of all, and we're scared more than we are attracted.
Dude, you have to look at like what. This is why I kind of like Alex, because you look at the results, not what they say. And at least from my experience, like you just say, hey, let's watch something or let's have a drink or whatever. It doesn't even need to be anything. They know what's up. You know what's up. It's just how it works. Online.
That's wild. That's wild to me. I can't
I
imagine.
don't think it's that wild, but the problem is that's a faulty data set because we're looking at a massive selection bias. So we're looking at all the girls who said yes, but we're not counting all the girls who said no. So don't you think it's entirely possible that if you adopted more of like my text game approach and you were a little bit more like witty and like progressive with it, that you would have way more dates?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I want to filter out girls who are not like giga down off the bat, because the most important thing to me is like she must truly desire me, and if she does, then like she'll do basically anything,
All right, looks okay.
She doesn't know you yet.
It's not about that. That's what you're not understanding. She just like looks at your face, your height.
Torshaa, you don't understand how women's brains work. Okay, you don't understand how women think.
And that's the beauty about
let us
dating apps.
explain it to you.
Here's the beauty about dating apps. It's what happens behind closed doors. There's no room for virtue signaling, none of this.
But you're not seeing that either. You're just seeing the girls who said yes. You're not seeing all the girls who said no. I guess my question will be this. Let's do a hypothetical. Let's take like 2 giga chats. Both are equal level of looks, right? One of them, just every time he matched with a girl, he says, "Hey, want to come over?" Right? That's his whole texting. One of them like follows a similar strategy as me, where he banters, he flirts, he's very smooth and progressive.
Well, hold on.
What do you think the difference in results would be?
So I'm not saying, hey, come over like right away. Like first you're like, hey, you're cute, whatever, we should meet up, and then like 3 messages later, maybe then you say, hey,
you're
changing a little bit, but like it's just like small talk. No, it's like 2 or 3 messages of small talk, you know, and then you're like, hey, we should watch something of mine. Easy.
But why not? If you're such a chat, why not cut out the small talk? Because girls don't.
I've done experiments like that. There are experiments online, like
you already stepped back on your position.
No, I still say you were a dick
to me. You're being a dick. You're like, no, look at the results. It's like now you're changing it to a couple messages. Nah.
Yes, it's called small talk. That's what people do.
That's what I'm saying.
That dating apps are completely different, though, is because dating apps are like the data shows that women care a lot more about looks in short-term dating, or if they're just looking for hookups, and then it's not even like a top 10 priority if they're not looking for a hookup. If they're looking for something more long-term.
Oh, I don't really.
We're always looking for good-looking guys.
Yeah. So guys' looks
there's nothing in our brain that shuts off.
No,
there's nothing in our brain that shuts off.
Your brain, a guy looks better to you. The more confidence he has, the more charisma he has, the funnier he is, the more socially aware he is. He looks better and better.
That guy's not even getting his foot in the door.
Are you talking about like vibe? That's the one thing apps can't really do unless you banter, and even then it's like hard. Yeah,
yes, and so yes, guys will look better to women over personality, like the way that they look, how attractive they are. Physically changes. So I'm not this like 10 out of 10 giga Chad, but the girls that I date are going to be 8s to 10s, and I'm 5'10", like 180 pounds. I'm not this like massive dude, but I'm very socially aware. I'm really good at talking. I'm confident. I'm able to have conversations better than most people. And girls literally tell me, well, like after we've been dating for like a year, like you weren't all that attractive to me at first. Like you were just another freaking guy. And then all of a sudden, the more you talk, the more you were around, the more attractive you became. This is just the way it is, and this is the data seems to back this up as well. That women find guys more and more attractive.
I do agree with you. I've had situations where girls initially dismissed me and said I wasn't attractive enough, and later wound up fucking me. Right, so it does happen. Sure, right. But I think the issue is that if you're really unattractive, like we're not talking like you're borderline, where you sort of meet her looks threshold, where you're really unattractive, you're 5'3", or you're obese. You're not even going to be given the chance to show off your confidence or personality. You're not even going to be able to get your foot in the door.
True, but
if in a warm environment she'll friend zone you, in a cold environment she'll just automatically reject you. That's the issue.
I don't think women friend zone as fast as you make it sound like. I think that they friend zone over like long periods of time. I don't think it's that fast.
I think it happened within a span of days or weeks, typically.
Okay. But yeah, I think I would rather look like me and have a lot of personality and a lot of game than look like Hassan and be dumb and not really like have a whole lot of charisma.
This guy's 6'4", handsome, and has insane amount of wealth. He mugs you into oblivion. How are you going to talk?
Hold on. We're talking about looks. We're talking about looks alone.
Right.
I would rather look like me and have a lot of game than look like Hassan and have no game, no charisma, and not be funny. Yes.
So I might even actually like potentially agree with you, right? Like if I had to pick between being like, well, I would not. Okay, if the choice is like 5'3" and massive personality and 6'3" and like no personality, I don't know which one I would pick. Probably the 6'3". But if it's like, because then at that point you're not meeting most girls who look special. But if it's like 5'7", like average looking guy, but you have really great personality, humor, and charisma versus a good looking guy who's just like a fucking dumb as a box of bricks and can't hold a conversation, I probably would be the normal guy. But I do think it gets different when you go into the outliers and you're a guy who's just so unattractive that most girls are automatically dismissing you, right? This is what I disagree with the black people on. They believe that everyone but Chad is getting instantly dismissed, right? I don't think that's the case, right? I think it's going to be you have to be like, I think you have to be below average to get instantly dismissed by most girls. Some girls will dismiss you, right? But most girls, if you're average looking, they'll kind of give you a little bit of a chance. You know, they'll feel you out a little bit.
Yeah,
And
there's a
that's
threshold for sure.
Confident,
Okay.
but that's the point I'm making is that really fat guys or really short guys typically don't meet the threshold.
I think Black Pill also like rates themselves a lot lower than what they are, in my opinion. Like in the really like the on the pages where they'll post pictures and people will comment, like they're brutal to each other. It's like body dysmorphic disorder, but everybody has it and everybody's rude about it. So I just think they're kind of diluted. And I'd seen really good looking dudes that they rated a 2 on.
Yeah,
So
I've
it's
seen
like,
that.
how can it's like, what? I don't know. It's wild. Just wanted to add that.
No, I
think
definitely,
in
I
general-
definitely agree with that.
In general, like it's all about like the looks threshold, and in today's age, like being average just isn't quite good enough. You know, you're kind of invisible in the eyes of a lot of women. So like being like a 6, 7, 8 is like minimum to be on like a dating app or something like that. You know,
6s
Yeah,
are
I-
very
I-
good looking. 6s are good. Like they're not bad.
Oh,
Like,
6? Yeah, 6 is like basically average, slightly above average.
yeah, but it like sounds low. But like they like just to give somebody like context, what can you name a celebrity that you would say is like a 6? I would say like Ben Stiller.
Yeah, I think that's probably
I think
fair.
he was. Yeah. And he was hot.
in his youth, sure,
Yeah.
because now obviously not. But yeah,
He aged pretty well, but yeah, he's probably like what?
I was about to say he got better looking as he aged. I would put somebody like Adam
Yeah.
Sandler probably around
Yeah.
a 6.
Yeah,
What?
he is a 6. I feel like he hasn't changed either.
but the point is like the men who are killing it are people like Leo, Ian Somerhalder, Brad Pitt, people like that, who are
Okay,
just like
first of all,
really
I guarantee
that's
I guarantee
status.
you, I guarantee you, Ben
Status.
Stiller,
Yeah, right.
I guarantee you Ben
Yeah, I
Stiller,
have friends that slept with him. It's
I
it's
guarantee you
status.
Ben Stiller has way more pussy than he can handle. Okay, any famous guy, any
Hell
A-list celebrity is not going to be struggling to get girls, regardless of their look.
I
Even Danny
remember
DeVito is
you told me
probably-
Danny DeVito. That was ridiculous. Danny DeVito is not getting laid. Like he's just
Well,
not.
he's
Definitely not
married.
with high class.
He's in a
like,
I
traditional
would
marriage.
fuck Danny
Like, he could
DeVito.
totally
Are you
get laid.
kidding?
Christ. I mean, you would sleep with a 5'2"
bang
man.
a lot of
like,
chicks. There's a lot of girls that would fuck him because he's famous, because they find him funny. Yes,
Yeah.
Danny DeVito would do better than anyone on this panel.
That's a complete lie.
Or the
Let's put him on
possible
a guard.
exception,
Dude,
of course.
do it. Like,
Well,
literally
so
run the
listen,
experiment.
for guys
Hold on,
like
let's break that down. I want to
Yeah.
know why you think that's a lie.
Because he's so ugly that his status can't carry him.
You're not
That's why.
fucking him. You're not fucking him.
No, but
Why do
when
you
girls
care,
see him,
though?
they're visibly repulsed. Like you
We
can
don't
tell.
get
it's like-
repulsed. We don't get repulsed like men do.
No, I see what happens behind closed doors. I see women talk about short, fat, ugly men all the time. They'll
Look, how
clown
many
them.
A-list celebrities do you know which are ugly? Like how many Danny DeVitos do you know? Because the only way you can truly evaluate is if you know an A-list celebrity who's similar looks level as Danny DeVito, which I'm assuming you do not.
You know G-Eazy?
Jeezy's 6'5" and he's good
So
looking.
he's good looking, right? You would agree?
He's like a 7.
A 7?
Like a 7.5.
Oh my God, he's a 10.
Like,
I
he is
hate
quite
him.
tall.
I
I
hate
think-
him, but he's a very good looking dude. He's very tall, very good stature. He has status. Everybody knows who he is. He has really good hair, beard, the whole thing. I've seen him sleep with the nastiest women you can think of. I used to work in nightclubs, so like the after parties and stuff, I like walked in and it was like the girls that you thought would go to jail in high school, but older. I mean, hideous. So it's like this whole idea where people like regular people that never worked with celebrities have, it's like very skewed to what actually happens. I just thought I would
he
like
might
to
have just
tell
had
you on
beer
that.
goggles on. I'm sure he's had countless like 9s and 10s as well. Like
He was
you
doing
just-
coke, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But
You
even
know?
whether that's true or not is kind of relevant to the point, because what men will do is somewhat different than
He
what
could
women
have
do.
had anyone, Alex. Beautiful bottle girls. Think about
You
it.
could-
guys will fuck
you
anything
could-
that walks.
You could, well, no, a lot
Most
of
guys would just
He
like
had
hang
multiple
around.
women in the bed, and they
You
were
could
like,
be right
competing.
about that, Torshaa, but that still would have nothing to do with whether Danny DeVito would slay. Tyrion Lannister.
I just want to break his mind about it, because I
What
don't
are we
like.
talking
You're not
about?
going
I
to.
missed it.
I've spent years trying to break his mind.
Well, I mean,
But
I'm
I'm gonna do it. Okay, go ahead.
Tyrion Lannister, is he slaying? Well, Peter Dinklage is married with kids, but assuming he was single, yes, I do think Peter Dinklage, after Game of Thrones, now he's one of the most famous people on the planet, would beat anyone on this panel. Yeah, that level of fame and status carries you a long way. See, this is where like I think it's like super cringy to think that, like, for example, you looks could like destroy Peter Dinklage when it comes to like pussy, right? Like,
Well, the actual Tyrion
none of us
Lannister in the show was hitting it. He was getting with hot chicks all the time. Like he was going to. He wasn't just like at
Bro, it's a movie.
brothels. Well, no, but that is
a
like kind of how it is. Like, status is very
People
important
act.
to women.
Hello?
Again,
I know.
like the things that surround you make you look very different to women. Whether it's your personality, whether it's having a lot of friends, whether it's other hot girls dating you or other hot girls liking you, like the things that surround you completely change your perception to women.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
having
like,
girlfriends it's a plus.
I think pre-selection has its place. What often you see is like good-looking men have a lot of pre-selection because they're good-looking. Therefore, other
Yeah.
people like them as well. And
sure, they
people
have
market it
a
as, like,
higher. Well, that's
Like a
kind of
good
what I was thinking
network.
earlier. They have a higher chance of achieving that. But if we take someone who did achieve that, like Peter Dinklage or Danny DeVito, like those guys, trust me, those guys, if they are not struggling to get pussy, like
It's a trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
there's a well, your argument is trust me, bro, too, right? Like we're both speaking.
Well, I'm
anecdotally.
speaking from personal experience, and
I
also
understand.
from like the behind closed doors.
Well,
You
you're not
see
speaking-
that tall, good-looking men clean up like everywhere.
Well,
Show
hang
your
on.
face.
You're not. Look, you're not speaking from personal experience. Personal experience will be talking about you or your friends.
Yeah.
You're talking about celebrities that you've never met. You don't have any
Yeah.
A-list celebrity
No, but I
friends.
see like girls I know who
It's
like
not
simp
personal,
over them.
wait, but it's not personal experience. This is speculation, and
Well-
speculation on my part too, because I don't know any A-list celebrities. So we're both speculating right now.
You know how girls like simp over actors and would be like, "Oh, I'd do anything to see this man. I would do this, this, and that. Like he could do anything to me." Like that kind of rhetoric with like certain high-class models, actors, whatever.
Do
So
you
then
not
why
agree
are
that
like
women-
rich
Well, then,
bald
yeah.
guys? Why are rich short bald guys pulling tens all the time? Why does that happen?
Where are these rich short fat
All
bald
over the
guys
place.
pulling?
Go look
Where?
at any
I've
Fortune
dated them.
500 CEO.
I'm
Look at
kidding.
any
They're
Fortune 500
billionaires.
CEO.
Yes, when you're a
No.
billionaire.
Yes,
that's their
no,
third
you're
because of
rich.
the
It's
status.
just another
Billionaire.
type of status. It is just another type of status that exists.
Oh my lord. There's this funny clip of Jeff Bezos and his wife. And his wife like met Leonardo DiCaprio, and she like
DiCaprio, yeah, I know.
you saw that? It was so funny, fucking brutal mog. She's like, I wish I could have been with you, Leo.
But
I
you
had
do
to settle for
realize
this
that
bald
Leonardo,
moment.
that's not a fair comparison because Leonardo DiCaprio is also has more status and more fame than Jeff Bezos.
Yeah,
So
he has like a lot of
he's
really
like the
good
most-
movies.
he's like
Yo,
the
Tom,
best.
Tom.
He's the most popular actor in the world. Like
For
He's basically
sure.
saying, just be a millionaire, billionaire, and then then girls will see you for your money. And
bro, just be a
That's the biggest indicator that they'll get laid. What are you talking about?
Get
That's why
laid.
we
Look, but
push
don't you
it.
see how that's
For your
exactly
money.
kind of what you're saying, which is just be a chat
Yeah.
girl?
No,
Yeah, but it's genes,
no,
bro.
because it's no. There's
just have good
reasons.
genes, bro.
Punch. Shut the fuck up. There's
I mean,
reasons that money is beneficial, not just to pull women. That benefits your own self.
Sure, but like the girls who are clearly with men who they're not attracted to. are
You would have
typically
no
just-
idea.
Dude, I know girls who've had sugar daddies and
all
shit. Like,
women are like, not all women, but a lot of women on regular dating apps are probably on seeking arrangements.
Sure,
Just
let
saying.
me ask you a question. Why do you think a rich man can get hot chicks, like he can pull models, but a rich woman cannot?
well,
Because
again,
women can get him free everywhere.
I
Well,
mean,
no,
they
I'm
just live
asking
life
I'm
under
asking
great
him because
difficulty.
he's making
Oh.
it sound like men and women are rated the same when they're not. Men are looking for looks. Women are not really
See, but
looking
that's where
for
you're
looks, but
wrong.
he's making it sound like they are. So why
They
is there a
certainly
difference
are.
between one and the other?
There's experiments that have been conducted that show like women on paper
Hold
say
on,
they
hold on,
like
hold on.
other things, and then when you look at the results, it's always looks at the top. I wish I
Results
could
of
find this
dating
one.
apps, though, and
Right,
dating apps are again
Dating apps-
not an actual representative of the general
This is what
population.
I don't like. You're like, this is not real life. These are real
It's
women
not.
on real
Wait,
dating apps.
No,
and more
hold
and
on,
more
wait.
women are getting
That's
on
not what
them.
I'm saying. Hold on,
What's
wait.
his name?
Okay, I'm not saying that it's not real
Then
life.
just
I'm
call him
saying that it's short-term dating. Short-term dating is very different than long-term dating. Short-term dating status rarely ever matters. matters. Long-term dating
That's not
status
true
almost
either.
always matters.
We
Well, that's
don't
not true.
believe that. We already all
Status makes a
disagreed
huge
on
difference for
that.
short-term dating too.
It
Leonardo
makes a
DiCaprio
difference, but
is
not
slaying
nearly as
chicks
big of a
for short-term
difference
dating.
as looks or other things that he's talking about. Status is not as important as it is in long-term dating.
I would almost argue the opposite. I would think that status would be more important for short-term dating. For long-term
Status is
dating,
it always matters.
yeah. For
Again,
long-term
it always
dating,
matters.
that's when
Nobody's
values and
arguing against whether or not
personality
it
plays more.
always matters. It always matters, but it is less important in short-term dating.
I
Looks are
cannot
more
agree.
Women don't
important
partake
in
in
short-term dating.
short-term dating.
Yes,
There's
what
so
do you
many
mean? Yes,
chicks-
they do.
So many
No, I
chicks
don't
will
believe
fuck like a celebrity or a basketball player short-term, but will not actually date him, right? Because they don't want that lifestyle. So I think if anything, status is more important for short-term than long-term, honestly.
I don't
But
believe in the maid
the
switch,
data just
saying,
doesn't show that at all. The data
yeah,
shows
it's
that
been
looks.
debunked. It's been debunked.
No,
What's the-
that's not.
Yeah,
What's
it
the
is.
data that we're
There is a
talking about?
consensus on this. There is not debunked.
Where?
Like almost
are you talking
everything
about-
that I've
I
looked
said
up
maid
says the same
switching.
things. Hold on, wait.
Maid
What is maid?
switching?
Where has this been debunked?
Wait, what are you saying? Maid
By
switching?
his own self. David
What-
Buss?
Hold on. What are you saying? Maid switching?
Hey, she's talking about something different. We gotta
Dual
like
mating.
focus on one. Yeah, she's talking about the dual mating.
Short-term mating and long-term. But I really
Okay.
wanted to ask, whatever his name was, like, did you, when you were picking up women in your personal experience, this is anecdotal, were women turning you down like right away in the snap of a finger? Because that's very common, and we're not even processing what you look like. You
No,
know?
the whole point is I'm a tall white male with colored eyes.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm speaking from a point
I was
of
just wondering.
it doesn't matter like what you say really. A girl will indicate to you if she's interested right off the bat.
I
And that's
hear you. I just
yeah.
wanted to know your experience, man.
Right.
All right, look, I want to go back to something you were saying. So you were talking about you kind
You
of were
guys
like,
go ahead.
you were kind of making a joke like, oh, just be rich, bro, just be famous, bro, which is fair enough, is like not accessible to most men. But you know what's even less accessible? Changing your genetics, right? Your genetics are basically what you are. So like, doesn't it make more sense talking about things that are within your control, even if there's a small chance, right? Like becoming rich or being status, than something that's completely outside your control, like genetics.
Right, but it'd be such a shame to see men be slaves to women and like be simps and pay for everything and do all these things.
No one's saying you should do that, man. Like that's a straw man argument of the opposition. No one in my side of the community is saying like you should be slaves to women to get laid. That's never been an argument that's been made.
Well, no, I understand what he's saying. So
Right.
you're a little radical. That's okay. A
But
little
that's
bit.
that's not what anyone in the pickup community is saying, though.
I know.
Well-
I know that. I'm just saying. Instead of, how long have you been in this phase? Has this been like your whole dating that you've been kind of salty?
I'm not salty at all.
I know. I hate saying that. I don't mean to like put a feeling to it, but like you're very like.
No, it's just a harsh reality that people don't want to accept.
No.
So they find
He's
various
jaded.
copes to like,
Yeah.
you know, make themselves feel a little better. They're like, oh, if only I was more witty. Meanwhile, they're 5'3", you know, like they don't know the true
that
issue.
Looks Pharrell is salty. I do agree
Yeah.
he's cheated, but I don't think he's salty. I think he's like.
I just
One of
picked
the-
a word. I
one of
was
the
trying to
few-
be.
one
I
of
was
the few
trying to be
black people who's
soft.
not actually
Shut up,
salty.
everybody. I was trying to be soft. I
Talk
wasn't
about
really
green
trying.
if I want
I
to
was just.
talk.
I don't know how to ask because I don't want it to come off rude or condescending. That's why I was like salty.
Just go with your next point.
Yeah,
I
go
was
on.
I was just curious. I just wanted to know more about
No, I'm
you.
sharing my experience and like how women respond to men they truly desire. And there's none of this like wishy-washy. You have to like spit some weird game. It's very clear if she's interested.
Would anything change your mind?
I would need to see a short, ugly guy outwit kind of or whatever, get hotter girls than a tall, good-looking man. I would need to see that like in a large sample.
Like how
and,
many people roughly?
Like
If
it would
you
have
had
to
to
be
pick.
1-to-1. It'd have to be like short, ugly guy versus tall, handsome man. And let's say we give the short, ugly guy a little bit more game than the other guy. Then
if-
over a large
well,
sample, maybe.
But you know the stat about women find 80% of men unattractive. I know this is on dating apps, but just because you're familiar with this one, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Women
Tom probably even more.
arguably find most men ugly.
Because most
So-
men are ugly. Yeah.
Right, but like there's people are still fucking, right?
Well,
Like, they're
it's
still
going down
getting
and
laid.
down. There's more and more
Right.
incels.
Sure. That's true. I don't disagree
Women
with
don't
you
need to
on that.
rely on men for finances as much anymore, which is the only thing keeping them
So you
alive
admit.
back in the day.
No, I'm kidding. Well, right, but you still need, if you want to have a dual income, or I'm sorry, if you want to have kids or something, you both have to work. I mean, I don't see unless you make more than 200K.
Depends where you live. That's like
We need you. Stop listening to this feminist propaganda. It's like so stupid.
I don't
Of
think
course
both
we
parties
need
need to
you.
work. I mean, that's like a whole nother conversation.
Sure, but women do need you.
Look, so I just want you to acknowledge that you're everything you said in this debate is just anecdotal as what me or Tom have said, because it's all based on your person. It's actually even more speculation, honestly, because you're speaking.
Mine is not anecdotal. Mine is, go search women long-term versus short-term, and you will get nothing but everything that I'm saying here. Like I said, there is a consensus
Sure.
on
Yours is
long-term
above
versus
anecdotal. I do think that data is highly flawed.
No, there's already studies. The mate shift. Switch. I keep fucking it up. Mate switch hypothesis or whatever. Which one were you? Dual mating was, they changed it though. David changed it. Hold on, I can Google it. I just like don't want to, but I'm just saying, like, yeah, there's multiple theories, and theories are supported by facts, so they're all true. I'm just saying there's not one that's true. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what I see on a large scale is different. I'm not debating it. I'm just saying, like, it's
I understand, but I'm saying that's why we separated into short-term versus long-term, so that we have both. Like we have two different types of data that we're pulling from.
Two separate. These are two separate arguments, is what I'm trying to.
I understand that the dual dating hypothesis or dual mating strategy or whatever. From everything I've seen, I haven't seen anything that actually supports it. But maybe
all
it's
I'm
real.
saying is that, like, women can't shut off short and long term, in my opinion.
That's what I agree with.
Hold on, just let me finish. So what I'm saying is, like, looks, money, it all matters. I'm not saying one matters over the other. You see, that's all I was trying to clarify.
Sure.
I don't think that either. I think money doesn't matter nearly as much as looks or status,
not even close,
or confidence.
You can fake money, and I think that's where women get fooled.
Yeah, why
money and status is.
Sure, but
who cares?
Money and status are very different. Status will actually build genuine desire. Money will not.
Yeah, but again,
I think game matters the most.
Like, generally, it seems like whether or not a woman finds you attractive changes over time, but the ceiling that you have to get through is generally going to be some sort of status that she finds attractive. Then she'll give you a chance to figure out whether or not you're attractive, and you can make yourself look more attractive or less attractive based on your personality.
Well, that's not true. Looks for
I
has
think
no
game
status.
is 100%.
Like looks for L has no status.
Game is a type of status.
Well,
game is a type of status.
No, it's not.
Status?
Yeah.
No.
So if you have game,
Status
you
is
have
when
like
you walk in the room and people know who you are, type of a thing.
Right. So exactly. So having game is like a high social awareness, high social skills.
Yeah, I'm sure they go together,
which means that
but
you're
they're not-
also going to
not-
be
You're
more
defining
popular. You're
status
going to
very
have more
loosely.
friends.
I think of status
Yeah.
the same thing as like fame or recognition or like
a blue
general
check mark.
respect. Like people
Sure.
know who you are. Yeah,
Yeah.
local status could be like you're the most popular guy at work, or you're
Right,
the
we
most
don't
popular-
Sure,
disagree.
and that's so that's what I was saying
Just having
earlier. Is
game
that
is
I
not
think
status.
Yeah, charisma
I think that
goes
the
with
red
those
pill.
traits. I agree with you, Tom.
I think the red pill dumbs down what status is to women, whereas status means a lot more than just
they
like.
don't.
Well, so that's what I'm saying is that it means a lot more things. So or the pop red pill. Okay, maybe not Rollo Tomassi's red pill, but the pop red pill.
No, there's like multiple different.
They make
theories.
status sound like it's just like money, nice cars, stuff like that, where it's actually like popularity, having a lot of friends, having other girls that like you, having like social skills, like all of these things.
No, the only one that's wrong is social skills. Social skills is not status. It's something different. There's a lot of guys who have, how I know they're different? Because there's some guys, because they can be totally mutually exclusive in some cases. There's some guys who have high status, very low social skills, right? If social skills were status, then that would not be possible.
Sure. That's what I'm saying, though, is that social skills is a type of status, but status is not social skills. Those are two different things.
I think what you're trying to say is that in order to have high status, you probably had to gain some social skills on the way, and I agree with you there. But I don't think they're like, I don't think you can have both or one of them without the other. Like, I think you just build it. No?
Well, I think you can definitely. There's guys who have high status who have poor social skills.
Yeah.
And there's guys who have
Maybe
great
I'm
social skills
confused.
who have no status. right? Like there's plenty of guys that have really good social skills who have no status, right?
Yeah, and they're tricking women into bed.
No, you don't need to trick women if you're like really confident.
Oh, come on, Alex. Women have been tricked.
So if I'm saying,
please.
if I'm talking about social skills, I'm talking about like having
Most
charisma,
men.
being funny, having confidence. Like these are like things that women already find attractive, and it's going to bring, like, it is a type of status to women. Like it makes you look bigger. It makes you look more attractive.
Okay, I mean you're defining status very, very loosely, I guess. We're just defining it differently. Torshaa, wait, I want to go back to this. Actually, first I want to ask a question. I want to ask a
know
question
what you're
to
gonna
Looks,
say. You're
and then I
so
want to go to
annoying.
Torshaa.
Hold
Looks,
on, when
okay.
I say tricking, I just mean simping. You know, paying without getting anything in return type of a thing. Lucario's definition. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I want to go to Looks's. I have a question for Looks. So let's do a hypothetical. Let's take like what would you rate Kevin Hart?
He's probably like, no, he's okay. He's just a manlet, you know.
So
He's
like
just
what?
like super short, like
Like
super
3,
short,
4,
normal
like-
looking guy. Overall SMV is probably like a 4 or 3.
Okay,
I
3
go
or 4.
for-
What would
That's
you
not bad.
What would you rate?
I didn't rate him. Everybody's rating him but me. What the fuck? I'm the one bitch here.
Well, because that's not really the point of the exercise. What would you rate?
Okay.
I don't know. What would you rate Greg? Take your beef aside with him. What would you rate him?
Yeah, beef aside, he's like around a 6.
So do you think Greg and Kevin Hart would have similar results with girls, or do you think Greg will do better than Kevin Hart?
I don't think the SMV jump is too severe to the point where no matter. Plus, Kevin Hart has a lot of status, so I think it will help him. But he's like 1 in a million plus type status, you know. And Greg is not 1 in a million looks, right?
Okay,
So
let's do
What
Danny
about a
DeVito.
What about
Do
a
you think-
bartender? They have status in the local town.
I mean, it depends what you
Yeah,
look like.
you can have local status. Okay, what about Danny DeVito versus Greg? Do you think Greg would destroy Danny DeVito?
Yes, I think so.
Really? Okay, I'm flabbergasted by that. I think Danny.
And, you know, I
DeVito-
don't like Greg, but like I think.
I think Danny DeVito would destroy every guy in this panel. That
It's
level of
just
status.
false. It's false. He's so ugly. He's like dirt ugly. He's not even like a 5, you know.
But that level of status and fame, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, imagine all the parties. You want to go to an after? Like they're probably doing afters and shit.
Women are like
Yeah.
visibly repulsed. Like you cannot fake that
Women like
emotion.
experiences over what you
Yeah,
look
so they'll
like.
use you
We
for
could
your
fall in love
experiences.
with a roach. What are you talking about?
It's just not true, and it's not reflected in dating app statistics. It's not
Oh.
reflected.
Danny DeVito will not be meeting girls on dating apps, right? He's gonna be. You know how he's primarily gonna be
could.
meeting girls. Sure, he could, but you know how he's primarily gonna be meeting girls.
Instagram.
It's gonna be girls who watch his movies, who find him really funny and charming, and they're gonna slide into his DMs.
Slide in, yeah.
And
for
maybe
sure.
when they first saw him, they thought he was like unattractive. But then because they were watching his movies, they got warmed up to him, and they're like, you know what? Like this guy cracks me the fuck up. I think it'd be really funny to like meet him, or it'd be really fun to bang him, right? So
I
there's
just
gonna
realized.
be a lot of it's not gonna be most girls, but there's gonna be enough girls that Danny DeVito would destroy any guy on this panel.
No, I just fundamentally disagree with that hardcore. By the way, one thing I've been trying to do, because we're trying to put looks versus game to the test, right? This is status aside, is how we're doing these competitions, right? How like Ron did it against the short manlet, and like I did it against the Jester Jake, right? Just to prove like how much looks and height matter in the flesh, right? Like doing actual social experiments. And I think the final nail in the coffin would be some like really good game guy, right? Who's average looking versus a tall, good looking guy, you know? Like that's the way to truly see it on video. So there's no like excuses or anything.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the fact that it's a very small sample size, sure, I
Right,
think
right.
it's good data, but I don't think the experiments like have proved anything so far because what's his name? BMAC had some of the cringiest game I've ever seen. So if BMAC's game was better than Ron's, then yes, I think that would be proof. And I think also,
You guys are talking about stuff we don't know.
Like basically,
you displayed better social skills than Jake in that contest. So that's
man. So it just happened that the 2 taller, better looking men were seen as having better social skills. Like, was that just a coincidence, or was that a halo
Look,
effect?
do you think that Jake has better social skills than you?
Bro, it always comes back to this, but it's not his social skills holding him back.
No,
It's
no,
his
I'm just
looks.
asking hypothetical. Do you think he has better
Like, who
social
is
skills?
this?
So yeah, obviously he sounded like a robot.
So you think you have better social skills than him?
Yes, but that wasn't the reason why. Because
So
she didn't even have the time
acknowledge
to
that's
like.
the reason, but then you're going to completely dismiss the possibility.
Because
of
these
playing a
girls,
role.
some of them didn't even like look his direction. If you notice,
But that's
like,
what I was saying before.
There's a lot of
you.
girls
We
who
don't
also
even
reject
look
me
at.
pretty
We don't
quickly.
even
Like there's a
look
lot
at
of
men.
not in the same manner. It's not like a "ew, get away from me" type of thing.
Do you think
Yeah,
when a
no.
woman says no when you ask her for her number that she thinks that you're the most hideous thing to walk the planet?
It depends what you look like, right? What do you mean? How?
Oh my god. No. Some girls, like, sometimes you just sneak up behind us and we're like, who the fuck is that? And we don't
I love
even
doing
look
that.
at
You
you.
just grab them by the throat and drag them into the
I'm
corner.
like, hello, sir. Like, and I'll say no and think, damn, he was hot. Because it won't register. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, there's more calibrated ways of doing it, obviously, but
Yeah.
I think if you have even like a sliver of social skills, like you'll be able to know how to do it in like a calibrated manner, you know?
Yeah.
I don't
But
think that's
men
true. I think
often
approaching women
don't.
is hard. I think approaching women
hard.
without being creepy is hard, and I think a lot of guys
Yeah.
who even guys who are really attractive and have some social awareness aren't always
Yeah.
going to know how to approach a woman in the best circumstances.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
and
see a girl sitting at a bar and you're like, hey, can I get you a drink? Or hey, what's up? Like, is it really that deep? You know?
It is though, because we saw you before you did it. Okay, so we're creepy too. We feel you looking at us. We see it out of the corner of our eyes, and people will be like, "Oh, the only thing that's creepy is that he's ugly." Wrong. The only thing that keeps the situation creepy is the pausing, and this is what men fuck up. They pause way too long, and it automatically makes you look like a psychopath. I don't know how else to put it.
I mean,
And
I
this
would
is
disagree
on
with you there.
hundreds, thousands of people. When I go up to them, hey, what could I get you to drink? I'm a bartender. And they're just like staring at my tits and shit. And I'm like, up here, buddy. Like, that's fucking creepy. Excuse my language.
I
But
feel like
like,
it'd be different
this is
depending
a
on
lot.
depending
it's a
on the
lot.
guy who does it. I think you would
No,
interpret it differently.
no, it's all creepy. It's all fucking creepy.
I've seen it so many
I
times the other
believe
way.
you. I believe you. I'm sure it is, but I've seen it on a larger scale. Las Vegas, Houston, Chicago, like millions of people, arguably. So I'm just saying, like, try to not get so discouraged to what you're seeing, because it might not be reflective of like the actual
I think you have
reality.
the wrong idea. Like, I'm not in the slightest discouraged.
I was gonna say
at
he
all.
doesn't
lying
sound
to me.
discouraged. He sounds like he's saying, "Hey, I look good, so I'm fine, but it's the rest of you that are gonna
right.
suck."
No, I mean,
I
Alex
don't
has
think
seen
so,
me.
because you're not putting your face on camera.
Right,
I
for
think-
anonymous purposes, it's complicated.
Oh,
but-
stop! You've shown your face on my stream.
Stop
And
it.
Yeah, but I tried to like. That was only like
Your
once. Right?
voice sounds so familiar.
It was multiple times.
Yeah,
Have
but I
I
try
met
not to.
him?
Obviously, you know.
Who is this? Is this
You don't know. He's been on my
No, you
stream a
don't.
bunch of times, but he's
The
not.
point
like,
is, like, it's not.
weren't you in my DMs?
What are you talking about?
I'm just
No.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I just want to fuck with you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so it's not like I'm disparaged or something. I'm pointing out these people who find different ways to cope need to kind of acknowledge the realities of dating and why they're not having success rather than
Mhm.
holding on to, like, you know, I don't know. It would just be such a shame for a guy to, like, you know, lead with his wallet the entire time and be used by
no one
women.
is at this. I hate this straw
But
man.
you're just trying to fuck a pretty girl. What's your point?
No one in my
Well-
community is advocating that you lead with your wallet. Like I don't know why you keep saying that as if it's. Like
I don't
the
think he
argument for
means
your
it
opposite.
like you. I think he means me. I don't think
I
he
don't,
means
I don't
you
think
or
Torshaa was
anybody.
advocating for that either. I could be wrong, but I've never seen her say that.
Well, guys, who,
It does help. I'm broke as shit. I'm just
okay.
kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, I think you can help you.
I'm
with
kidding.
Finding a gold digger, not for like anything.
Uh,
Real.
All women are gold diggers. Like, what do you mean?
I don't agree with that
about
either.
that.
Then
No.
all men are sexist. It's the same thing. It's like you guys go for looks, women go for a multitude of things. The fact that you guys are shaking your head is crazy to me. I'm the one with the vagina. How? Like what?
Right,
You're
but
also-
you saying
you're
that they
also
go for
dating-
a multitude of things is you
Yeah.
disproving your own point that you're all gold diggers. Like gold diggers
I
is
didn't
just
say
one
we were
type.
gold diggers. I'm saying like that's what like
Wait,
the
you
thing
literally
is because
just said we're all women are gold diggers. You just
no,
said
I
that.
mean like we all have the gold digger thing in us because we look for
Okay.
resources.
The gold digger
too.
gene.
I don't mean like an actual fucking gold digger that you
Okay.
see
All right,
on the
Torshaa,
YouTube video.
how much of a role does a guy's wallet, his money, play in your decision to sleep with him? What percentage?
No,
None.
that's not how it works. No,
So then,
like
so
you
then
would
all
have
women are
to-
not gold diggers.
Hold on. No, I'm saying like all women want a guy that has a secure job.
She's
to
saying they all
probably be
have the
a turn on.
propensity to be gold diggers.
Well,
is
there's
what
a
she's saying.
difference.
You guys
Sure.
are being autistic. Like a gold digger
every
just
guy
being
has
a
the
No, you said
friend.
it. You said
Every
it.
guy
I know
has the
because I
propensity
was
to be a
playing
serial
off of
killer. Sure. There's a difference between wanting a guy who has a secure job and being a gold digger, which is primarily
Okay, whatever. You're arguing on semantics. It was a play on words.
Really
Relax.
important semantics.
Oh my god.
Hey Tom,
okay, then
hey Tom, I think you're a serial killer. Why do you say that? Well, you're serially streaming, and basically, when I say
shut
serial
up.
killer, I mean that you're like serially doing one activity often.
You're so annoying. Shut
Tom,
up.
what's semantics, bro? Okay.
No,
you knew what I meant when I said serial killer.
yes.
Yeah, I think these things help. Like they can help. Yeah, money, status, whatever. But if you don't pass the threshold of looks, it won't matter. That is like the main point. We can argue about. You think it's bullshit? Also, the job thing. I've been broke for like a while in the past. Not a problem at all. It has nothing to do with your success.
No,
in the short term.
girls will fuck the broke guys. I'm not saying they wouldn't. They would just rather you have money.
I
That's
mean, sure, but like, what matters more is your genetics. I mean,
They'll,
that's why
they'll have sex with you, but they're not gonna.
I don't know
you.
about that. I don't know about that.
That's not true. I've been broken. I've been in relationships. I mean, we would rather the girl that's anal, but we're not gonna. It's not gonna be a deal breaker if she doesn't.
Right. We'd rather a girl look like Megan Fox, but there's only so many Megan
Right.
Foxes on the planet. So you gotta settle.
Exactly. Same idea.
Right,
That's
but
what
there's
I'm
a
saying.
difference
It's the same.
between what we would prefer and what's a deal breaker for us, right?
But the
deal
threshold for
breakers
men
are
is
like-
always
I
going
wouldn't
to be
like it
money.
if my girlfriend like fucking cleaned my house every day and her panties, right? But I'm not gonna break up with that to do that.
Wait. Okay, you're moving the goal. First of all, what the fuck? That is irrelevant. Irrelevant, Alex.
Torshaa, I will pay for your Lyme test if you clean my house every day in your panties.
I love
Damn.
cleaning. I would do it so
There we
well.
go.
I would get the baseboards and shit. But I'm not doing
I don't think you would,
lingerie.
Torshaa. I don't think you have the cleaning skills. You have to prove it to me.
Oh, he's spinning some game right now, Torshaa. How is it on a scale of 1 to 10?
I hate negs. I think it's bullshit. Like my confidence is fine. I don't have low self-esteem. You can't prey on me, and I don't need to prove myself to you. Anything else?
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna text you a photo of my very dirty apartment, and you're gonna tell me that you can look at that without doing something.
Do I
about
look like the fucking help, Alex? Don't answer that.
Hold on. Okay, let's go back to the discussion. So
I love this shit.
Where do
So
we even
I was gonna say everything that I've looked at, like women's taste for looks stays the same, but how much it matters, like they'll have a range of like, they'll date like a 7 to a 10 on looks, right? But the range of how much it matters is going to change based on short-term or long-term dating. But that just means that it's in a different order within the priorities. So for short term, they just want to have sex or they just want to hang out, Netflix and chill, that sort of stuff. The looks move up, but the range of looks stay the same. For guys, range of looks completely dramatically change for short term. If they just want to have sex, they'll go anywhere from a 5 to a 10. But if they're looking for somebody to be in a relationship with, it's going to change all of a sudden to 8 to 10 or something.
I don't think that's true at all.
I fundamentally disagree with the short term, so I'm out of this one.
I think a lot of guys.
But I don't believe
this is
it.
again just what data seems to show. But yeah.
I agree with Tom. I think a lot of guys will just fuck just to fuck, but for a relationship, they'll pick a higher quality, prettier.
Every guy's got that one that they're embarrassed of,
maybe
or a couple of them.
Maybe by a small percentage, but I don't think a guy's going to be fucking 3s and then dating 8s. I don't think that's that common.
No, it's just that the range is wider. I think.
Yes, it's that the range is wider.
Most guys have the guys who are able to date 8s or guys who have options. The guys who have options are typically not fucking really disgusting creatures.
It depends on what's available in the moment. That's the kind of the point.
But there's also a lot of guys who date really busted girls. I've seen the first.
Which is a mistake.
Yeah.
And usually I call it out. And I tell them what are you doing? Get a hotter girl, If they're at a higher caliber than the woman, by a substantial margin.
Do you guys think men underestimate their ability to get hotter women? Let's say they're 7 and they've just been dating 4s. I don't know. But they could get
overestimate and some underestimate.
I think that they overly underestimate their attraction. or their looks
Some of them
for
do, like the black pillars, but some are like overly confident and like overestimate. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Just saying.
some people just need a reality check. Like you can't. Your height
You're
is
so mean.
measurable. You know, you can measure your height. There's no like, oh, I think I'm 6'4" or 6'5". Like you can measure that. And in terms of facial attractiveness, there's plenty of ways you can measure that as well. So
I think, yeah, just get a bunch of black doors to rig your face. I mean, I do think just saying that looks don't matter is just as cringy as saying looks are the only things that matter, the main things that matter. I think they're both really cringy positions.
Yeah, it's like insulting.
It's like the difference between saying we should have like 100% tax rate and 0% tax rate. They're both really cringy positions. You need taxes, but they shouldn't be like fucking 70%. Like
Tom, do you want to add on something? I feel like you're normally. Let's hear it.
Nope.
We love Tom.
I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
the point is that the looks thing just gets you in the door. Like, and then from there, it's like minor amounts of social skills. But the thing that holds her there is like your
I
good
think
looks.
you're dramatic.
Hmm?
I think you're dramatic.
Well, he's kind of like on the other extreme end of that spectrum.
I know. I just think you're dramatic. You can have a dramatic take and be hot. It's like, it's not like it doesn't exist.
I am still flabbergasted though how you say that you acknowledge you had much better social skills than Jake, right? So I'm not pulling that out of my ass. No, looks. But then at the same time, you're gonna say it wasn't really a factor. Like, how do you know if it was a factor or not? Like, we did not interview the girls. We did not we didn't have any kind of process to determine how much social skills, how much it was gained. It's just purely your speculation that you're
It's
better.
not speculation. Anyone with eyeballs can see. He's saying canned lines, like stupid, cringy, weird shit.
Right, that's
I'm
his
just having like a
social
normal
skills.
convo.
Yeah, but you're just talking about social skills right now. Yeah.
But listen, I'm just having a normal convo. He's talking like a robot, okay? I don't think normal robot means
You
my
kind of
skills are,
talk like a robot, to be
Well, first
fair.
of all, to be
unfair,
fair, he wasn't
unfair.
talking like a robot, but you did display better social skills. So all the stuff you're supplying, you're like, yeah, man, but like, you know, like he was like a robot. I was like normal. Yeah, that means that you have better social skills. Do you think girls are not going to look at that? Like, how are you going to say it's all looks, but at the same time,
He's supposed to be the guy who had really solid game. You acknowledge this.
That has nothing to do with anything. If
No, but-
he could be the god of the pickup community if in that competition his social skills weren't that good. That's the only thing that matters.
This is
I think
exactly
you
the
have
cope
to
I
be
was
kind
worried
of
about.
weird. Oh, stop it.
I was worried that they were trying to say the guy who was supposed to have really good game, I would have better game than him. Like, that's
Who
the only
was-
way they can rationalize it, you know, in their skull.
I don't know
Rather
what you
than-
guys are talking about. So
I don't.
It's
It's just a competition we did, but I haven't seen anyone say that Jake had good social skills during that interdynamic, or that he had better social skills than you. I haven't really heard too many people make that argument. I think he had a better attitude than you, but I think in terms of like execution, your social
Can I
skills.
be the
were
judge?
really better.
Can we watch it?
Oh my God.
It's really long. I can
So-
send you a link after Torshaa. It's like a 3-hour stream.
But Torshaa, the thing is, I'm just talking to these girls normally, you know, just like get to know
What's
you. stuff.
normal?
What do you mean? Like, you just go up to her, you say,
Yeah.
hey, what's up? Da-da-da. You start talking about where you're from.
Boring.
I know, it's boring. But this girl started, like, multiple girls, like, one girl just, like, kissed me. Another one, like, I went for a kiss.
Okay, it was a
There
peck
like-
on the lips. It was a peck on the lips.
No,
It's
no,
not
no, no.
like these girls were making.
The point
out
is,
with you.
Jake got nothing even close to that. Like, no
You were-
remote sexual interest, nothing like that.
Wait, this
Wait,
was
but
so
how can you dismiss the possibility that it was your superior social skills?
Bro, like, this is
Because
just
he
like...
warmed her up. Duh.
This is so funny to me. Bro, your social skills got you a kiss, bro, not your genes. Like, it's so funny to me hearing
Well,
this.
how do you know that your social skills? I'm not saying it's all or nothing. How do you know your social skills didn't play any kind of substantial role?
I'm not
in
saying
that?
it didn't play any role at all. Like, I'm having a normal combo that's better than
How do you
sounding
know
like...
it didn't play a noticeable role? Like, what do you think it is? 50-50, 70-30, 80-20? Like,
It's not a percentage thing, homie. It's she likes your looks. Now you don't fuck it up by being an autist. And so you just talk to her and then it's easy from there, you know?
I mean, aren't we all?
Are we all what?
Never mind.
Autistic? Some people
Yeah.
more than others, yeah.
Right. Like, I feel like it's a spectrum.
Oh my God.
It is a spectrum, but I don't know.
I feel like it's not that hard to have a normal combo with a girl. I wouldn't consider that game, you know? It's just like conversing.
What do you do? No, because if you have, I think all conversation with the opposite sex, if you're both attracted to each other, just initially, like it is game. Isn't it all game?
no, it's not all game.
Do you really want to become friends with us? Okay.
No, he's talking about that. Like, sometimes, like one chick finds you so attractive that basically your looks carry you, and your game is like not that significant. right?
I think
And-
game is huge.
Oh, I
Like,
think game is huge too. Yeah, but
I
it's
can
not
literally
about-
feel it in my body. You either have it or you don't, but you can certainly fix it. You know, it's like
Here's-
chemistry.
I'm gonna steal man looks for L's argument. You know how he would respond to that? He would say
What?
that that's because you're so attracted to the guy's looks that's why it's having a halo effect. So you make the
What if I
argument
wasn't looking at them? What if it was over text? What if it was like I couldn't see them? I
I
can't see
don't-
the facial
I don't
You
know
have a
how
mental
he-
image.
I
You
don't know
have a
how he
mental
would
image over text, obviously, like of this person.
I mean, I just don't really think in pictures, to be honest with you. Like I see
That's
words.
every girl ever. I don't care about looks. Just be confident.
No,
in the whole
no,
frame
no.
voice.
Like Alex
one's
knows
saying-
I'll be dead honest. Like,
Mhm.
and as I've been like understanding just what game is for the past 4 years, like I can certainly tell when guys have it and when they don't. It's very not easy.
And you can also
but it's
tell
simple.
when a hideous versus handsome man approaches you, and how your responses will
but-
be different, obviously.
Right, but like game is something you can learn. It's not genetic. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay, right.
I mean, I don't think there's a harm in trying to improve it. My concern is it's just going to leave them feeling more hopeless when it doesn't
Actually,
work.
I'll die on
No,
this
that's-
hill and say, just like you think there's a halo effect, I think there's a game effect.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
like,
that's
like
That's
if
what
you
Tom
don't
was saying
feel
earlier.
anything, even if they piss you off, questionable. I don't know. I'll shut up though. You guys take the.
Well, that's
stage.
what Tom was saying earlier, but the question is like to which extent, right? Like my position
Right.
is just like something around like 50-50. Looks probably thinks like 90-10 or 100-0. Tom thinks it's more like
50-50.
30.
It's like 80-90, like around there.
Okay. So
80,
you're
90.
starting,
Like a
you're starting-
small
you're starting to
degree
come
of-
around a little bit.
So they don't even need to really speak.
They
Like,
don't.
that's
You'll notice
wild.
they've ran experiments
You
online.
do. No, women fall in love with what they hear.
Fall in love.
You know?
We're not talking about love right now. We're talking about guys pulling girls. You don't need to say all that. It
Yeah,
doesn't
no,
even
that's
really matter.
but men fall in love with what they see. It's just a saying.
See,
I
but
think
you
it's
guys
true.
think I don't know. I
But
don't
looks,
like
if
this
it was
versus
just
privilege.
if it was mainly looks or just looks, why are you doing the 3-4 lines of like banter or whatever? Why not just go straight for the kill? Like, what's
It's
the
just
point?
like
Are
a
you talking to me?
socially accepted type of thing. Why do we wear clothes on the street? Like, what do you mean? So we
right,
don't go to
but
jail,
you're
I
saying
guess. But
looks should just carry you all the way. So why can't you just be even more direct? Like, why do
I
you
mean,
have
I've
to?
tried
Well,
that
he
too.
did say there was 10%.
You want to hear my opening
so-
line that's worked like probably like 30,
Yeah.
40% of the time? I would be like respectfully making sure you don't walk right tomorrow. And I've gotten a 30-40% success rate from sending that.
I
You
would
mean
think that you're
30%
gonna
of the girls-
kidnap me.
I mean, it's like kind of a funny thing to say, you know, but like at the
Yeah.
same time, it's very
40%.
direct.
Do you mean 30%, 40% of girls responded, or you mean you fucked 30% of the girls you sent that text to?
Oh, you're talking like responses versus. Well, usually when they respond to something like that, they're down. So out of the ones that responded, it was like 70%.
No, I'm asking you, is it like you send that text, or you that opener? Are you saying
It's in
30% of
person.
girls that get that text fuck you?
30%. I think it's around there.
How'd you come up with that?
I'm
What do
having
you
a
mean?
hard
I
time.
just thought it was funny. By the way, don't steal that line. It's mine.
Don Juan
Hey, you dropped
Super
something.
chatted
Your standard time,
$4.99.
That's my favorite.
Alex,
It's a good
what's
one.
up,
Torshaa
man?
likes me already.
Tom,
I don't really believe
Don't
that
worry,
you're closing.
Alex,
I think
this
it
will
might be
be
working
red.
well for you, but
Game
30% of a
first,
group,
not according
you're
to
banging.
each wall
Just,
who
just,
sings
Well, you have to
belongs
understand, in my
a
bio, it says
snake
like,
oil
I'm not
jar.
bio, but you know how they have like short term, long term, whatever? So maybe it's screening out girls who are
Women.
already down for the short term thing. So like maybe that's why it's higher. I don't know. But the point is, you can go even more direct
Girl,
like what I've described, and it works. They might give you a little shit back and forth, like how many girls does this work on? Tee blah blah blah.
Yeah,
you work through
that's
that,
just
and then
script.
you can.
All right,
still
I think there's only one way to settle this. One of us needs to start a looks account. We need to try this line, see what the success rate is.
I've
Wait, should
already
we
done
go-
it. I can show you my fucking interactions, but like only with you. I don't want it to be like, you know.
Yeah, send me a screen
Right,
record.
no Tom and me. What the fuck? Or Tom and I? What the hell?
Well, I'm trying to be like more anonymous, sort of. I
Yo,
don't
can
know.
we take a quick look at one clip from the competition? Because I think a few people in the chat want to see it. We didn't
Which
see
clip?
it. I don't know, just any. I'm just gonna
Me?
take a one from the
I
competition.
wanted to see.
Pick the one with. Actually, okay.
Let's
How
just
about
pick a random one. The competition.
Okay, so what's going on?
Grab
Vanessa, so what do you guys think?
We're gonna pick a clip of
Chatted
like them approaching.
What is
in the competition? We'll do one of Jake and one of Lux. I'll just gonna pick a random one, so it doesn't seem like I'm cherry picking. So I just randomly clicked on this. Let's just go to the beginning where we can see what happened. Okay.
Also, like, where's
This is
the
the second one. You can
receipts?
show mine first, and then his. This is the friend referral one.
Okay.
Yeah, like around there.
Okay. This is the first one.
Is this Miami?
Go for
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the thing. Looks, I didn't push it after that. I finished the conversation and I dipped
Yeah,
out.
this one was good. Congrats, bro.
I'm saying, dude, you like.
Oh,
just,
stop. Nothing
Good,
wrong
good,
with pushing
good.
shit. Don't be a little.
No, this one was solid. I didn't give him any shit on this one because he like, you know, it was good.
No, I should have asked him.
Alex close. Okay, wait. Is this Alex chose?
So this is his friend referral. That at the time I let you guys know what happened, and then Jake went on.
Wait, so you did not approach the same girls that we just watched?
No, we both approached the same girl. I told you guys about it in person. You guys recall this? I remember Jake was like, "Fuck it, I'm down," and then we both approached. So I went to one. She referred me to her friend. I got her number.
No. Finish the Brazilian one. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, Brazilian. Yeah, so I approached Brazilian, and she said she had a boyfriend as well. We just don't have footage of it.
Oh, why do you not have the footage of it?
I don't know, dude. We couldn't find it. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So now we're moving on to a different set of girls, right?
Yeah, new set.
Okay. All right. So that one was 0-0. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's.
Right now he has 0.5. We should have like a scorecard or something.
I mean, it's pretty easy, man. 0.50.
Okay.
Speed it up.
Each other.
We're just funny.
What's your name?
We have a 3-day-long inside joke going on.
Tell me. Now I need to be part of the inside joke.
It's like weird crack game. We call it beef. Yeah, so he's rooming with us, but we don't really know him. So
Okay.
we're just like laughing at him.
Right, you're trying to be nice, but then you gotta talk about it. Yeah. I know how it goes.
He's like pretty boy, and we're like,
Right.
it's like his back Efron wannabe.
Pretty boy, by the way.
So
Pretty
we're
boy.
just laughing the fuck out of him.
My name is Damon. You think I look like Salvatore? Have you seen
Damien Salvatore?
Damon Salvatore?
Damien from Big Brothers?
Yeah, you know it?
No, I don't know. I don't think you look like him. But you have nice eyes.
So, I think we're talking names here.
Yeah.
Because I mentioned my name and then she was like, wait a second.
We're
from a different mother.
His name's like Ian Summerlander.
Ian Summerlander, yeah. What's your name?
Samantha.
Samantha, cheers.
Cheers. Where are you from?
From California.
He's California too. Why is everyone like California? Like Beebs is from California.
The guy.
Beebs is from there. He's from
Yeah.
California. And we don't fuck with Beebs.
Oh my God.
Wait, what part are you from?
Northern.
Oh, like what northern?
Like, you know, like SF, kind of by SF.
Where?
San Francisco. Close to there. We good? We good?
Yeah, we're good. We get that.
How about
I'm
you?
from Jersey.
Oh, nice. That's not even that far, right?
From Philly. Like Philly.
Philly, yeah.
You ever been?
To Philly? No, I haven't. But I've heard quite a bit
But
about
like, we never been to San Francisco. Go Birds, right?
Yeah, go Birds.
Don Juan Plagueis 0 super chat $1.99. Sargent.
Fuck the Dolphins. Long as we take the Dolphins.
I'm just crashing this joint, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. Check it out.
How long are you doing?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
What about you?
I'm leaving on Monday.
I'm trying to see you in Miami for nursing. So we're staying with her, and then we're going to go to tomorrow.
Okay.
It's happening.
Wait, so what time do you leave, like, tomorrow?
7 yeah. To like 5 o'clock before the game.
In the morning or night?
No, night.
Okay, let me grab your number. We can, like, maybe do something.
Okay, it's fair. I have a boyfriend, but she's single.
Okay.
Oh, right now I remember. So the all right. So pretty decent social skills, honestly.
Well, hold on. You need to play it all the way through.
There's
Now that
more.
you've started.
Girl
Because we need to show mine and then
the
his.
girl in the
Yeah.
green, but he got the number of the other girl, and then I think we agreed to it in the moment.
Yeah.
That was fine.
We agreed to it in the moment. It was fine. That's why I'm like, they better not try to pull some shit. Because I remember Jake was like, fuck it, I'm down.
Yeah, so here's the general concept.
Wait, can you really quickly acknowledge that we didn't pull any shit?
Pulling it. Yeah, that was good. I applaud you on that. Although you did try to make me look bad in the first one. I remember the first short
I'm so
stream.
confused.
Wait,
So
you
the
will
point is we
acknowledge
both
that
approached-
the competition was legit, that there was no hired actors, and
yeah.
there was no funny business of any kind. Okay.
Right.
What
Nothing
kind
like
of funny
that, at
business
least.
would there be?
For the audience. Anytime there was a dispute or like something that needed to be accommodated, did I accommodate looks? Pretty much. Name one time I didn't.
Hold on. Let me think for a second. I mean, I guess that's good enough. We'll get to it at the clip. To the end of the clip. Well, I'll explain. So you went on multiple 7-minute interactions. I didn't say anything on that. We're still good allowed.
One of them. We have that on
When you did it multiple times. because we were
Let's just get to it as we get to it. What?
Just scroll till near the end of the interaction, like a little bit more, and then you can see like how Jake was when he approached them. I think it's important.
Do I need to like add
descriptive last name like
Yes, yes. Thick girl with a light top. With the green and the blonde.
Kind of drunk here, too.
I don't know how to spell, bro.
That's good. That's good.
I don't know how to spell, bro.
Wait, can you pause
You gotta stop going for illiterate woman. Why?
You picked this book girl, by the way. People were like saying that.
Well, I picked the more attractive one out of the two. And then,
No, they were both like not, but you know.
They weren't attractive?
You fucking challenge every
Alright,
single
no, I
one
don't think so.
with a dispute or like.
Oh, the
Yeah,
girl
that
with green was totally fine.
Beans is from California.
Yeah.
This girl? What was wrong with
Yeah,
her?
the blonde's pretty.
Yeah, the blonde's pretty. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I can't see her. I don't know.
No, the face wasn't. The face
got
wasn't
long
good.
hair.
Yeah, I can't see her face. She like everything else looks like she's going to
Yeah,
be
everything else
attractive.
was okay, but like.
Face irrelevant.
Yeah. I remember guys told me that you can tell by like the way the behind of her looks, not even like her ass, but like her head. And I was
A
like,
lot
no
of times
shit.
they'll trick you. Sometimes they'll get you.
Honestly, for me, body's like 98%, face is like 1 or 2%.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy to me.
You just-
Because
could
anyone
totally
can get a
fucking
good
chick with-
body, but not everyone
I
can
could
get a
totally
good face.
I could totally bang a chick with a busted face and a smoking body. Could never do it the other way around.
As long as she's not bitchy.
Let's,
I
let's
feel
get
like
to-
if she's bitchy and ugly, it's annoying.
Let's
I
get
don't
to
know.
the Jake
The gray
one.
area.
Yeah,
You fucking challenged every single one and complained about every single
Just
gray area
explain
on my
that.
side.
Hold on, I'll
Right?
explain.
And then you
No,
quit
no, no.
early. If I known you were gonna quit early, then I would have.
Hold on. I granted you. So let me make something clear. You went on multiple. Just skip
Gray
forward a
area.
bit.
You
Yeah.
fucking
Updating the score after every
What
interaction.
was that? What was that about? It's black. Haha. Yeah, all right. Let's get back.
That's silly. What do you mean?
Well, 1.5 to half a point. Yes.
Let's
You
continue.
get to leave. We know. Oh, you can't say what happened, but we all know what happened. Hey, I fucking really style, and I want to come meet you.
Wait, what?
I thought you had really dope style, and I want to come meet you. I'm Jake.
How cringy is that, Tom? Tom, tell me how cringy.
What are you guys celebrating? How do you know each
Don
other?
you and Plagueis Zero super
Yeah, what do you
chatted
do?
$1.99. Looks for how my short ass would steal your girl LOL.
Yeah, what's that?
You don't want to know.
Oh yeah?
You don't. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
27.
A little older than that. I'm 30.
You definitely don't want to know. She's 21. She's like sweet.
Oh yeah?
Like,
You graduated. You graduated at 21?
I'm graduating in May.
Congratulations. That's early. That's early. So I'm curious about something. Okay. So tell me, you've been here. How long you been here? You lived in Miami?
Visiting. Work's been great.
Oh yeah. Where are you from originally?
Jersey. We got a Rutgers.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm from Boston.
Massachusetts?
Of course.
Boston, New York?
Boston, New York.
She fucked up earlier. I was fucked up, and they're like,
Oh, yeah?
Boston? I love New York.
Oh yeah.
I love New York.
You know what it is though? People are different up where we live versus down.
He kind of
That's what I was
sounds.
gonna ask you. I was gonna be like, why?
He's like a used car salesman.
Yeah, he's
No,
coming
he
on a
sounds
little
a
strong.
little
He's definitely
like
coming
a-
on very strong.
No, he sounds gay, and I mean that with the
Yes.
utmost respect. I used to work in a gay nightclub, and I know when guys would come up to me and I was like, I'm not sure if they're gay. I felt
No,
like
I don't
they
think
were.
I don't think he comes off as gay. I think his energy is like too scattered. He doesn't come off as like calm and grounded. Like,
I'm telling
like
you what he
trying way
sounds
too
like.
hard.
So,
I'm a
so
girl.
when you say these sounds like that, he's coming off in like an overly friendly way. Like you
No,
have
that-
dope
that
style.
A at
I
the
wanted to
end.
meet you. Like that. It does sound like he's like.
It's like the
all right, well, let me
California
try to give you an analogy. So, okay, let me try to do an example. Hey, Torshaa, how's it going? It's been a really long time since we talked. Yeah, how you been? Right?
Oh
That-
yeah,
that
that's
comes
what
off
he
very-
sounds like.
That comes off very
trust me.
different than like, hey, what's
Stop
up,
it.
Torshaa? It's been a long time. What's been going
I
on?
thought about this for a long time before I decided to say it because I didn't even know if I should say that, but I know it's a thing, so I did. So don't tell me that it's not true. I'm telling you, he sounds gay.
Yeah,
which
he
is
does
fine.
sound slightly
It's
gay.
just it's a
Hold on, hold on.
California
Hold
accent.
on. He doesn't sound
No.
like he's gay, but the way he's approaching her is like a gay guy would.
Feminine.
That's what
Like
you're saying,
feminine.
right?
Exactly, my brothers.
Yeah, like the is he?
Okay,
from
I
San
guess we agree
Francisco?
to disagree on the gay thing. I don't think he comes off as gay. I just think his energy
Like
is like too scattered.
flamboyant.
I think actually
Right.
the best way of describing it is he sounds nervous.
He's just
Yeah.
trying way too hard.
He's trying
Because
too hard.
That's
It's
Right,
coming
but
on
to
too
be
strong.
fair though, look, you have to acknowledge this is that you had a few drinks, he did not. So having a few drinks,
Bro,
that's
come
giving you
on.
the chance.
I had like 1.5.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
I
true.
mean,
you know, I always talk in a calm and grounded kind of manner. Like, don't try to make a cope with like 1 or 2 drinks.
I'm not
Do you
trying
want
to
me?
make. I'm not.
Do you
I'm
want
not,
me
I'm not
to say
trying to
what
say
you?
that's the
You
whole
sounded
reason.
like it too. You
I'm
gave
just
me
trying to say
the.
that there's a little bit of a advantage if you can.
Torshaa, have you noticed how the women were responding to me versus him? I mean, it's like a night and day.
We just saw one woman, honestly, so far.
These girls right now are responding really well to him.
No, she's laughing.
No,
at
they
him.
are not.
They're not.
No, they
Oh,
are
I
not.
can't hear it. I'm just like,
Oh, you can't hear it?
No,
Well,
no,
why-
hearing it does not matter. You can look at the body language. The girl in green is like, oh my goodness, this is cringe. I need to
Right.
get out of here. Her
Exactly.
friend keeps grabbing her
Oh,
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
please don't leave me with this guy.
Right,
Like,
exactly,
it
and
is
that's
not
actually what
good.
I
happened.
was so focused on the voice, I wasn't even really watching. Like, that's
Right.
so interesting how guys pick up on body language. I don't. I'm like,
course.
this fucking voice, but that just goes to show you game matters.
I mean, not being.
All right, let's
in-
let's just
or
finish.
open.
Let's just finish the video and then we can discuss it. We're
Yeah,
almost
yeah.
done.
Keep.
There's
What do you think of it? It's different. Yeah. How so? Yeah. You know what it is though? It's because you got this like confidence to you. I saw it. You know.
Oh my god, so cringe.
I gotta talk to this girl. Why?
Lots of privacy.
That's not necessarily him, though, is it?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Why? Oh, what?
Where sometimes we're bitching.
Who says that?
I know her, so that's
Yeah. You think I'm too?
quiet. You're really nice.
Yeah.
Quiet. She likes the younger.
You like to date younger men?
Yeah.
She's lying.
One
He just
fucking
made
second.
that up. They just made that up.
What guy?
No, she wants to get away.
Like 20,
Yes, there
25,
is.
she's like, it's too late.
Yeah, this is the, like, you
it's
know,
funny,
send me a
like,
text
you're
message
answering
in
for her,
3
though.
minutes.
No, she knows.
Oh yeah.
Look how she said no and holds
Yeah.
her friend. She wants to get the fuck away from this weirdo, dude. Like,
Did you hear how
immediately.
she was
Right,
like,
hang on.
you go for them younger? And she was like, yeah. Like, that was a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not good.
It is. It's the like, send me call me in
Get
3
me
minutes
away.
and tell me there's an emergency sort of thing.
All right, let's
Yeah.
go line by line. Tom, who do you think had better social skills in that situation?
I would say the first guy for sure.
Okay, Torshaa, who do you think had better social skills?
They were like the same to me, but I guess based on the body language, he did better the first one. But he
Okay.
gave me like drug your drink vibes.
Oh my
Not
god,
gonna
here we go.
lie.
He's
Yeah, like
not,
both
he's not
shoes.
perfect, but I do think he did better.
I know. I'm just saying, but it was also quieter over there, and it sounded like they were less intoxicated.
Don Juan Plagueis
I'm a-
0
No, it was
super
like
chatted
5 minutes apart. I do think that
That's
the
it?
one-
who's
yeah,
teaching this
it was
dude
like
to
really close
qualify
back to back.
fired.
I do think the one thing that, and again, you guys know I love Jake, but in this specific situation, he came off a lot more calm, a lot more grounded, and a lot more
Really?
confident. Jake seemed to me in this one situation a bit nervous and a bit scattered. And I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna claim that was the reason for the different results 100%, but that was definitely a significant part of the reason. I think you can't dismiss that as something that's insignificant because it's a pretty substantial factor.
I don't know. It's because right off the bat, she kind of laughed as soon as he approached them. I mean, to be fair, he did say a canned line right away, but you could
What'd he
tell the
say?
interest was not there. He was
Yeah,
like,
how
"Oh,
do you know it wasn't because of the
Torshaa,
line?
this is what he said." He was like, "Oh, I
I
just had to
asked
tell
him.
you guys, I fucking love your style." That's what he said.
He
Oh,
said,
yeah, I
no,
hate-
he
I
said,
hate the
you have a
fashion
great
shit."
style, and I had to come and meet
Come
you.
say hi,
That's what
yeah.
he said.
Super
Yeah, I
cringe.
had to meet you. Oh,
Maybe
no.
maybe that's what had to
Tom,
do
this
How
is
do you
what
know?
I
How
mean.
do you know she didn't laugh because of that?
By the way,
Yeah,
this is the guy who
we
claimed
get
to have
told that
super
all the
game.
time.
I just wanted to make that
Who
clear.
claimed that?
What are you talking about? Everyone was saying Jake was supposed to be the guy with good game. Even he was saying it. You were backing him, and this is what
Honestly,
he displayed. You know.
Honestly,
I
I
said
think you
that I
guys
think
just got
James-
lucky.
I think I said that I think Jake did pretty well in the speed dates, but doesn't always translate to real life. I do think he did substantially better in the speed dates than he did, in this competition. That's is understandable. People get nervous and whatnot. But yeah, he's
He
a lot more
didn't
confident.
look nervous.
No,
Well,
to
so
me,
he
felt
was
very nervous.
He had
yeah,
great
so he was
posture.
talking very loud and he was
Mhm.
very talking very quickly. So looks is
Yeah.
like talking very
Mm-hmm.
slowly, which is going to
Yeah.
come off as more confident, like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
He's
he
been
was
here before.
slower, yeah.
That's yes, and so he doesn't look like he's like really trying really hard. That's going to come off
not,
as a lot
yeah.
more attractive. Whereas the other guy,
Yeah.
he looks like he's really trying hard, and that's
Yeah, I
gonna
see it
it
now.
looks needy.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm not trying is because I'm more confident to like my face and height. Like that's where I get the confidence from because I know the initial traction is there. So it's like just not messing it up, just having a
That's
normal convo.
Well, the reason for the confidence is largely irrelevant to the fact that if you are more confident.
Well,
right?
no, because if you have confidence,
you a
and it's
psychopath?
grounded, if it's grounded,
I
in
could be
something-
I could be more confident because I have because fucking I don't know, I took a big shit earlier in the day, right? But if I am more
No.
confident,
Really?
that's the only
Because
thing
your
that's
genes are what you're showing to these women. You can't show how you just
You
took a
even
shit.
like women?
Yes, I actually do. This is
You
not
said-
about me.
No,
Like, what you're
it
not
is.
understanding.
Because like you give me the vibe that you like secretly hate us,
No.
but you're like you fuck them.
Alex can
Shame on you.
confirm. He knows.
No, I don't think he hates women or anything like that. He doesn't seem like
You sound very mad at them.
No, I don't think
not mad. What are you talking about?
I won't say
Why
that
is
about-
it okay? I'm a bitch, right? And I'm telling you this entire time.
I like how Torshaa's gone from woman to bitch.
I'm always a cunt.
Let's keep this going for another half an hour. She'll go from woman to bitch to dirty little
Here we
slob.
go. Alex is gonna try to control the fucking frame.
All that the black pill is telling you how much looks matter. That has nothing to do with not liking women at all.
I think
first of
that you're
all-
gonna
about
take
your
like the black
attitude.
pill stuff.
First of all, a lot of
as-
the black
yeah,
pillars are super bitter and resentful and weird.
They're bitter and
think they're
resentful
fun.
if they're not getting women.
I
But if
think
you're
the
on the right
black
side of
pill.
the coin,
I
it's
think you're
different.
going to be offended by the black pill stuff, as though
Me?
you are. Yes, I think that like
No, I
you
think they're
that
fun.
women. Well, that's fine. You can think they're fun, but he's making women sound very shallow, like they don't care about anything else but looks,
Yeah.
like it's very surface level. And so you're gonna like he does
Women
sound
are
jaded,
shallow,
and
though.
you're gonna think
All
that
right,
he
hang on,
hates women
Stefan.
for
You
that
can't
reason.
interrupt if I'm gonna have you on.
I think everybody's kind of shallow.
Of course, and that's why people virtue signal because they don't want to appear shallow. It's seen as like
Yeah.
a negative, you know.
Oh, I see. So you're just saying it like straight matter of fact. You don't have an emotion behind it.
Of course
That's
not.
where you-
No, it's a
Okay,
matter
got
of
it.
thing.
Not to like make it personal, but this is a legitimate question I have. If you're so confident, you earlier said that I'm confident because I know they're gonna like my face, right? You know, you say like, hey, listen, like there's no way I could lose because I'm better looking. Why were you so resistant to doing the day game part of the competition? Because it
I
stands
told
to
you.
reason that they would still like your face during the daytime, like unless they only like your face after like 8 p.m.
I told you this multiple times. I think it's less
Dating's
calibrated to approach
Yeah.
during the day. In a nighttime setting, it's a calibrated way to approach women. That's why.
That- even if that's true,
It is
doesn't
true.
stand-
What do you
doesn't it
mean?
doesn't it stand to reason that if girls like your face, then they'll like your face during the daytime, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, technically it wouldn't matter, but I personally find it strange to talk to women during the day. It's not like a calibrated setting. It has to do
Were
with
you
like,
drinking?
I had like a beer or two.
It matters.
No,
It
it
really
doesn't.
does.
A beer or two.
That's a
He's a lightweight.
I always say one beer is good.
Dude, a
for me.
Wait,
beer.
you had
is
a
like-
beer? I thought you had at least 2 beers. I couldn't.
No, it was like 1 or 2. I think I
I
had
only
2
need one.
second night. But
Day
that's not
game
the
only
point.
works if you give them like that out, like that time frame. You're like, hey, can I just have like 5 seconds? I'm running to work, but then I'm like, okay, what?
Right,
Then
but
I'll listen
the thing
to
is like
that.
when girls are at a club or bar or whatever, they're there to socialize, right? Have fun. When they're just out and about walking or in a mall or whatever, it's not their intent to like converse with others. I don't want to like
gives
bother.
a fuck
I
what
give
her
a fuck,
intent is?
dude. I give a
It's
fuck.
called
No,
being
he's totally
calibrated,
right.
You
Alex.
see how like that like actually makes you closer to a blue pillar than
See,
for
but I
example,
don't
someone-
care how you consider it. That's just like how I feel.
But it's
No,
like,
he's
oh,
right because women, if they feel like tons of guys are always bothering them, and sometimes they just want to be able to do their business, they want to be able to just shop, or they want to be able to just work out, they don't want guys always bothering them, then it feels like uncomfortable to go up and get up in their space when they're busy with something. You want to do it when it's like he said, when it's calibrated.
Right,
I,
exactly.
I think it's
Exactly.
so
Do you think-
interesting because women always talk about how men stop catcalling them at 12. So it's like this idea that women get catcalled like that, like through their peak and stuff, and during the day is delusional, to be honest.
No,
Wait,
they
Tom,
stopped
do you
doing
think-
it
do
because
you
they don't
think-
want to end
do
up
you
on
think-
TikTok.
Tom, do you think that?
Yeah, no, I used to think that too, but then I was talking to my sister who's like 4 years older, and then I have another sister who's 2 years older, and they were saying the same thing. And it could have been social. I agree with you. It could have been the change and stuff, or it could be age. But every time I talk to like Gen Z too, they say the same thing, and that everything stops at 12. And I think there's an uncomfortable thing not to be discussed right now, but I don't know necessarily. I think like guys just don't have the balls to do it during the day. There's more eyes
Yeah, a
on
lot
you.
of-
People
a lot-
are
a lot of
watching
guys
you.
Yeah.
What if
Well,
a
they're
girl
too
reacts
inti-
to that?
they're too intimidated.
Wait. I have a question for Tom. Tom, do you think it's never appropriate to approach a girl during the daytime?
It's not that it's inappropriate, it's that it's going to be harder. You have to have
Yeah.
like more things go right for you. So earlier we were talking about like people being at the gym together or at work together or things like this. Those are times when you can start to build a rapport with somebody by saying like, hey,
Yeah,
as you
more
walk past
time.
them, maybe eventually learn their name, maybe eventually say, hey, you know, I like your shoes or something. Like you over and over just make sure that you're saying things to them during the daytime so that eventually you can stop and have a conversation with them and maybe ask for their number. But at night, it's a lot easier to like cold approach somebody at a bar or like at, you know, social events where that's kind of what, you know, people are looking for.
They're there for that.
Do you think what do you think is the
And-
difference in terms of difficulty between day game and night game, like at a bar versus like at the mall? Like, would you say it's like 50% more difficult, 2x, 5x, 10x more difficult?
For like cold, for like
Yeah.
just a cold
Cold
walk up?
approaching either at a bar or cold approaching at the mall. What do you think is the increase in difficulty?
I'd probably like 25% more difficult, 25-30% more.
Oh
difficult.
yeah, I would probably agree with that. Yeah, 25%.
I feel like there's
is
less.
difficult.
I take it back. I feel like there's less people watching you though. Like if you're at a mall during the day, I don't know.
It's not
That's
about the
weird.
people
There's
watching
pros
you.
and cons, Torshaa. There's pros and cons.
Yeah.
Yes, there's
Tell
a
me.
lot less guys approaching during the day, so technically you have less competition. However, there's a much higher chance that you will meet a girl who's either busy or has a boyfriend or whatever, right? So there's pros and cons to it.
And it's
You're
less
more like-
expected. So if it's
you're
less
more likely
expected,
to
there's
get
a lot more
single
pressure.
girl at night, but it's also more
Yeah,
likely that
true.
you've been approached like 20 times.
But do girls ever pick up on you picking up multiple women? Like if you either rejected them or you got their number and they're like, hey, you're picking up another girl. Like, have you ever been like caught? I'm trying to ask.
Yeah,
It doesn't really happen if you know what you're doing.
Oh, really? Okay.
even if it happens, it's like it's probably only a good thing because she knows you pull a lot of girls. So
Sure, I can see
you know,
that.
Pre-selection.
right?
No, look, so if
I
a girl
hate
sees
us.
you like mass approaching, like right
Not
after you
Mass
But
approaching.
let's say I'm
Yeah.
like with another girl at the time, and I see one I talked to like an hour ago, like she'll know what's up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that can go.
Oh, I guess when you
that can
word
go
it like
50-50.
that.
Right.
I
It's
don't
all in
know
the
why
wording.
it's- Yeah,
Alex
it
likes
really
to call
is.
it
It's like,
frame control, as they like to say.
oh, here we go.
No, I don't believe in that good stuff.
Of
but-
course you don't.
Yeah, frame control
But yeah.
doesn't exist.
The only
No,
reason
I
why I
think it
mentioned
does.
I don't want to
How
do
does
day game
frame
is
control
because
not
it's
exist?
like not a calibrated setting, higher likelihood for a boyfriend, and don't want to bother them. That's why. Versus all those are practically eliminated in that game. I mean, you can't eliminate for boyfriends, obviously, completely, but it's less likely, right? So if we're doing a challenge where we're approaching girls and we want to isolate for all factors, a bar nighttime setting is much better.
You guys need to
No
stop
one-
like
no one is saying
leaving
it's
after
not.
they say a boyfriend. Like it's
Need to
cringy
stop
for me
what?
to say that. Stop like you guys literally only respect the girl when she says I have a boyfriend and half the time it's fake. Like
Right,
know?
no, I agree. It's either she
Should
doesn't like
keep
your
going,
face or you have
yeah.
a boyfriend, so it doesn't matter which one you kind of
do you
figure
guys
out.
not keep going if
Some
you
guys-
assume he's in the
Torshaa,
building?
some of these guys argue that you should actually kind of push past that because it's a quote unquote objection. And I find that ridiculous, to be honest.
No, I think
it
you
really
should.
depends on the situation.
Well, it depends how she answers it.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
there's,
says
there's a
she has a
massive
boyfriend.
difference between.
Like if she says,
Oh, I don't
I have a
know.
boyfriend," like, "Oh, I have a boyfriend," she's fucking lying.
Right.
No,
I mean,
but
she's
if-
lying
But
or
if,
telling the
but
truth,
if
but
she
either way.
immediately is like, "I have a boyfriend," like like startled, like get away from me, like her boyfriend's in the building and he'll probably whoop your ass and her.
But there
Get
are
it?
women
No,
who
no one's gonna whoop your ass, but yeah, like there's a big difference
Yeah.
between how she says it, like, "Oh, I don't know, I kind of have a boyfriend." Be like, "Hey, listen,
Oh.
I have a boyfriend." Okay, no, like those two are very different.
What's wrong with just being like, "I don't like you"? Bye.
Well, girls don't say that because they can have the threat of
There's a
violence.
threat of
right?
physical violence.
Like
yeah.
that's a
Hit
huge
me, I
risk.
dare you.
That's
I'm just
why
kidding, I'm
women
kidding.
virtue signal all the time. If a girl was like, "Oh, you're butt ugly," she'll probably get her ass like beat.
Just to be
potentially,
clear,
you know?
though, that threat doesn't really exist. Like, it's not a real threat. It's something that they're afraid of, but
It's
it's
conditioned.
very, very rare that a guy actually like goes off and starts becoming violent because he got rejected. It's
Right, but you
insane.
could argue the
all
same
it takes
thing.
is once for a
Right.
girl.
I mean, you could say
I've
the
had
same
a
thing
few
about
guys
rape or
get
something.
I'm saying
violent
the
when I was
fear is
behind the
real,
bar.
but the threat is not really real.
What
Yeah,
what
but they interpret it
what
as a
happened,
threat,
Torshaa?
Hmm?
Oh, that's a cute little stuffed animal.
Oh,
you got
it's
mixed
a
up on.
bear. It's a bear.
What happened? Well, you said they got violent. What exactly happened?
I don't want to like talk about it on camera. They were intoxicated. I'm a bartender, so it's like I don't really hold people when they're under the influence like that to their persona, I guess. Seen too
Okay.
much shit.
I don't blame girls for like giving like a BS excuse.
I mean, I was working. I like had to say something.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, I don't blame girls for like saying I have a boyfriend, you know, just to be on the safe side. Like, I get it.
I mean,
But what
like,
I'm saying
unattractive
is,
women
why
approach
is?
me.
But when oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, if guys only leave when they say I have a boyfriend, it makes you as a collective look like shit. You only listen when there's a
It's
guy.
mostly, yeah, when a guy has kind of claimed you as property in a way. That's how they interpret it. Like, I'm not saying that's how it is, but they interpret it, oh,
Well,
another
no,
man
'cause
already has her, you know?
Each individual girl will be like, well, I've tried to say I'm not interested. They're like, but you will be, or whatever they
That's
do.
the cringe part. They don't understand. You can't change it. Anyways, continue.
They
Who's
can.
they? I don't understand who this they is.
Like the whole pickup, oh, game her, bro.
Unattractive
Lit,
men
bro.
can't change it.
Yes.
Unattractive
Alex, I'm saying, like, long story short, the only time men will actually walk away from us when we're not interested is if we
I
use
understand.
the boyfriend.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
that's
I
all.
get it.
But stop
Yeah.
doing that. Pursue.
Weren't you just tell why that you're?
Wait,
that's
what?
like conflicting information. You
Yeah.
can't say
That's what
like,
I'm
both
saying.
pursue.
No, I'm saying.
it-
Yes, I'm saying if you guys pursue as a collective, because most of the time it's a lie, then then women wouldn't have such a negative view of you guys when you only respect men when they're not even around. It's a meme. I don't know if
I
you
don't
guys
That
are
has
respect
nothing to
familiar
do with
with it.
respecting men. It has nothing
don't
to do with
respect
respecting
men.
men. It means that the woman is kind of off limits. I mean,
Right.
she's saying like, I'm off limits.
No, you
I
guys
don't
are
care.
looking at it from the wrong way. I'm saying, as a girl, if all guys approach me and they only leave me the fuck alone when I say I have a boyfriend, to me, that tells me most men are sexist. Get it?
You don't give women the
You guys,
autonomy to
I can't
reject
believe.
you.
Oh, wait. Okay,
more
okay,
has
hold
to
on.
do-
Are you saying that we're walking
I
away
agree with
because
what-
we're
I agree
afraid
with
of
her.
the boyfriend? Is that what you're saying?
You're thinking too hard into
No,
it.
Torshaa is saying like you're only respecting it because it's another man that kind of has
Yeah,
her.
it-
not
Yeah,
it was
because he's
that's what
not
I'm saying.
interested.
It doesn't. That's not it. It has
Yeah, I don't
nothing
think
to
that's
do
it.
with the guy.
No,
it
that
has to
is
do
it
with
for the
respecting
guy.
the
No,
woman.
I hear you,
talking
but I'm
about.
saying it looks that way
Okay.
to
No,
most
for
women.
the guys she's talking about, it is it because if they don't say I have a boyfriend, the guys are going to keep going and going and going.
Right.
I have a
Yeah.
boyfriend is the only thing that certain guys will.
Well, first of all, that's an extreme
Men are-
generality. A
men are
lot of guys
piranhas.
feel like
No,
if you're like, hey,
I'm speaking on the average guy, the average
Yeah.
thirsty guy that only stops if he gets an outright
Right.
blatant rejection.
yeah,
If
I
he
don't
gets
know
any-
what the
If he gets
increase
anything
in.
less, a lot of guys will keep going. Oh, can we just be friends?
Oh my
Oh,
god.
can I get your Instagram?
So
Oh, can I get your
pathetic.
Snapchat? Oh, do you
Yeah,
have Facebook?
I think some guys
Like,
will do that even if they hear that she has a boyfriend. I don't know what the
Instagram's
increase,
good.
but I will agree that it's more likely that a guy will.
Well,
quit.
Torshaa, you've also probably heard guys who will continue even past the boyfriend as well.
But I
They'll be
think
like,
the
"Oh, where he
reason-
at?" or something.
I think
You
the
know what?
reason-
If they hesitated and paused and were nervous, I'm like, damn, they got balls.
But
like,
I think the
damn.
reason that guys are more likely to quit with that is because it's more of like the shoe on the other side type of thing. Because they're like, well, if I had a girlfriend, I wouldn't want, you know, her to cheat on me. So it's like more of like they can empathize with the boyfriend.
Oh,
easier.
that makes sense.
I think
yeah.
that's why.
Yeah, but a lot of guys wouldn't even care. Like if a girl was in a relationship, they would still bang her. Let's be real. Like it's just the risk of like getting
Age,
shot or
too.
something by the boyfriend is kind of high.
It does happen. Yeah.
I'm never
Right.
really worried about that.
There
You
was
just don't
something I
wanna take
wanted
that
to
risk.
ask you, Alex.
What?
There was something I wanted to ask you and I forgot. It's something that men do as a collective, and I want to know why, but I forgot what it was. Something else. It'll come to me. Go ahead.
is it
Sorry.
something good or bad?
Funny?
Oh.
I think it was. I'm trying. Oh yeah. Okay. Why is it so? I don't use dating apps. But I do use them for YouTube videos. Why is it that if I don't connect my Instagram, I still get DMs from dudes like, "Are you just trying to get followers?" I'm like, "No, I don't even have it connected." Isn't like
Maybe
why
you've
do
had
they?
it connected in the past. Who
They're
knows?
they're
No, there's
bitter
no way.
and they're pissed off because other girls did that to them.
What do
and
I
so
say to them
Gotcha.
to like break that line of
Well,
thinking?
you say the truth. You say no. I'm just using it for a YouTube video.
Yeah, that's what I said, and they were like, "Oh, you have it connected?" I was like, "No, I don't." And they're like, "Oh, you're right, my bad." And I'm
I
like,
would never use Tinder just for followers. I would totally use it for YouTube videos.
Right. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no.
Hmm.
But do girls try to get followers on these apps?
All the
Is that
time.
like a
Yeah,
common
sometimes.
thing?
Yeah.
They all
Well,
have
how
that
do you
shit
know?
linked. What do you mean? They all have it linked.
That doesn't necessarily mean.
But doesn't that
following.
verify who they are as a person?
Come on,
Isn't
you're
that
not reading
better
through the
for you?
lines here.
You
You're not reading
verify
through the
through
lines.
your.
Looks, what
Okay.
percentage of girls do you think are using Tinder as a way to get followers on
Not
Instagram?
not directly for it, but like that's part of it, you know. So like
Yeah.
I'd say
Like
like
a
probably
third of them
a
at
third of
least.
them have it in their bio at least.
You
from
guys
what I've seen.
know that like
That
people
largely has to
buy
do
their
with
followers.
verification.
No, because you can verify with the blue check
No.
thing on Tinder, you know, like it has nothing to do with verification.
I've heard
Well,
tons
first
of
of all,
girls
that's only
literally
very
say
recent.
that they
No,
do
taking
this.
the picture with your thumb up and your name or whatever,
Right.
like
Oh,
to
yeah.
verify you.
That's how
A
you
lot of
verify,
people do
yeah.
that.
Well, girls
Right,
on
but I
like the
still think
whatever
I feel more
podcast.
comfortable meeting up with a girl if I see her Instagram. Go ahead.
Well, you
Sorry,
want to
I-
just make sure that she's not overweight, right?
There's been
Wait,
girls
what
on the
were-
whatever podcast. There's been girls on Fresh and Fit that have all said that they only do Tinder just as an advertisement.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a massive
For
sample size.
OnlyFans.
It
That's
is.
a
A lot of
massive,
only-
But we're
massive,
talking about
massive
Instagram
sample
models.
bias.
So those are the only people who would do it is Instagram models, right?
Wait, guys, on the
massive
panel.
sample bias. It's like saying,
How
yeah,
many OnlyFans have you bought from a Tinder advertisement? Just out of curiosity. Oh, liars!
What?
+1.
What did you say?
How many OnlyFans have you purchased after seeing their Tinder profile?
Oh my
It's like
God.
fuck
Tinder?
all of them.
None.
I've never paid for OnlyFans.
Yeah,
my whole life.
none on Tinder.
I don't even really know how it works.
No, but I a third of girls on Tinder do have like OnlyFans or
A third
could
of
be a
girls do not have
combination of-
OnlyFans.
No, he's saying
No,
OnlyFans.
Alex,
Where do you live?
Instagram
Alex, I'm
or
not in
something like
Miami.
that.
I'm in a
Oh,
I'm in a
Instagram.
second
Okay,
tier
maybe
city. I'm
yeah,
in a-
Instagram, sure, but
Some
not
sort
OnlyFans.
of link that gives them more clout, followers, money, whatever. 1/3.
No,
I'd
but
say,
I
give or
think
take.
my city is a good sample because it's not Miami, it's not Los Angeles, it's not Vegas. It's a regular city,
Where is it?
regular suburban girls, blue collar girls. A lot of them. Again, my college was the #1 sugar baby college in the country. So it's
Which
not just
one?
Miami. I'm not saying that it's as common as Fresh and Fit make it out to be. I'm just saying
Was
as
it
One
far as-
percent of
Texas?
girls. It's less than 1% of girls on Tinder have actually.
Wait,
have
but where do you live? You didn't say.
I live in Philly. It's a
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
yeah, I don't
that's
live in
true.
Vegas or New York or LA or Miami like Alex. So outside of those big cities,
True.
like medium-sized cities, regular blue-collar cities,
Philly
a lot
has
of
a
those
lot
girls-
of beautiful women, like
Yeah.
hot women, but they're not
and like a lot of girls come here like for college, like
Yeah.
UPenn and Villanova, like a lot of international people come to Philly
Yeah.
for like grad school and law school or whatever. And like a lot of the
That's-
suburbs are the richest suburbs in the country, even though the city is the poorest city in the country.
No way.
So a
I
lot of
didn't
the
know that.
women are beautiful in the suburbs. Like there's a lot of hot ass women in like the good parts of the city and shit. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the
Yeah,
way it
Alex
is in
is
Georgia as well. Like Metro Atlanta, the suburbs is where like all the best looking girls are going to be, but none of them have like
Really?
Instagram. And if they do, they're like private Instagrams that they don't, that they just use for their friends.
Atlanta could be thrown into Miami, like as another city. A lot of the bottle girls are like have hundreds of thousands of followers. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, guys, I do want to wrap up because we're going on almost 3 hours. Let's just do like closing thoughts. Or is there anything else you want to discuss, Tom or Torshaa?
No, this was fun.
Yeah, this was fun.
Follow me at Torshaa 2 A's. I need
Here we go.
subscribers. Yeah.
She needs it for her lawn test. All right, Tom, do you want to plug your channel too?
Yeah, it's Tom Foolery Show on YouTube, youtube.com/Tom Foolery Show. I stream on Kick now, Rumble, Twitch, a bunch of other channels once in a while, but I stream 7 days a week, about 8 to 10 hours each stream. So come check
He's
me out.
super based.
That's a lot of streaming. All right, man. Yeah, let's we can do a discussion
one
in the
thing,
future
Alex,
again. Yeah.
Alex,
Yay.
your point about Jake having less game than looks, I agree with it, but it was a mitigating factor. It accounted for maybe 10 to 20%.
We really just don't know that. This is pure
because a lot of those interactions, Jake got blown out before his social skills even came into play.
Actually, it wasn't really that many where he got blown out right away. Like looks got blown
he
out
got
like 70%
walked
of
away
the time
from
right away
it.
too.
That's not true. It's just like
You got
60%.
and to settle this, why don't you go up against looks? That's like the perfect
I've told him I'm like down to do it, but I think he considers Austin like a top 5% POA. All right, bye.
Yeah, I don't know why this question keeps coming up. I've answered it so many times. Okay, here's why. Because there's absolutely zero in it for me. So let's say I destroy looks. Is that going to get me any kind of anything? No. Like his audience is my audience. So like the kind of people
the
going
black
up
pill wrong
against.
though. You
the
would win the
no,
you would win
because
the debate, Alex.
no,
For
because the
once
black
and for
no,
all,
no
you-
one because the black pills would just say it's fake, it's staged, that I rigged it, that I hired.
No,
the
I would
girls to
agree.
go-
I would give you your credit.
That would be what all the black pillars would say. I see this all the time. So anyway, so I like every time like bro, show receipts. I show receipts like it's fake, bro. So that's exactly what happened. So anyway, so the kind of people I'm interested in doing pickup competitions with are people like Todd V, RSD Tyler, like people who have channels. So it's like if I win, I can pick up like some of their audience, or it could be people I really really hate like Ganstar because I would just get personal satisfaction from it. I don't hate
Ganstar
looks.
might win though.
I'm not going to get any kind of
Ganstar
personal
might win.
satisfaction from beating him, and
Well,
also
you're not gonna beat me, like not even close.
Okay,
But
if
okay.
you say so. So I'm not going to get any kind of like massive like personal satisfaction from beating him, and also I'm not going to get any kind of like there's no business reason for me to do it. So I'm going to have to dedicate a few days to this competition. I'd probably want to because I haven't done cold push in a while. I probably want to spend at least 3 or 4 days warming up beforehand. So this is basically taking a week out of my life, paying my camera guy for absolutely nothing. Just makes absolutely
Well,
no sense.
you said you're down to do the me and Austin Summers one, right? Because he agreed when I chatted with him.
I'm down to host it, yeah, but that's because that requires a lot less work on my part to host versus compete.
But that would be like the ultimate like mic drop,
For
right?
host, I just have to like show up there for one day versus this will require about a week worth of work. But yeah, I would host that since I already said I would. But I'm not gonna.
Well,
I'm
you
not
don't
gonna
have to.
take this time.
I just think it would be a unique like experiment because like literally top 5 1% guy versus just tall good looking guy, you know, and then that would totally like annihilate like everything. I think.
I mean, Austin. I do think Austin has better game than me, and I do think I'm probably better looking than him. So that would probably be more interesting from that that perspective.
Sure. I mean, I think you guys are quite similar.
I think
You're
you
taller, but
and
he's, like,
Austin are about equal. I think overall.
I agree.
What in terms of game or in terms of looks?
No, in terms of looks, I think
Looks.
most chicks would rate you about equal.
Yeah, I agree as well.
It
Okay.
couldn't be that, or maybe like
Okay,
what, a
well,
quarter of a-
maybe he is. I don't know. I don't really give a shit about that. But yeah, the point is that yes, I would host that because that's like a lot easier for me than actually doing competition myself. But if Ganstar ever comes through, or any of the bigger YouTubers like Tyler, Todd, like Austin Dunham, any one of those dudes, I would do it.
Heard.
Oh, Austin Dunham with Moggy. Oh, come on, Alex.
No way you would do it against
That's
Austin.
not
Dunham.
fair.
Yeah, I would totally do it against Austin Dunham. If there's an upside for me, if I win, I can pick up some of his audience, right?
Okay, but what if you lose?
You
Like,
wouldn't
you're
win,
not gonna
Alex.
win.
Well, if I
Can we be
lose, then I
realistic?
lose. It's not losing is not the end of the world. Like, okay, I lose, so what?
I mean, okay.
Well, that would prove that would be a black pill win if you won.
And,
so,
and
go
Austin
ahead,
Dunham
do it.
is black pill too. He understands
go
how
ahead, do
important it is.
Alex, do it.
Okay, first of all, when I asked Austin Dunham himself, he said that no, I don't consider myself black pill. That's the first thing. Second of all, is that
he's a
again,
hybrid technically.
you guys like anytime this is like a really cringy position I think you guys have is like anytime anyone acknowledges that looks play a role, you guys see it as a black pill W. But in reality, 95% of the population acknowledges that looks play a role. It's very uncommon for people to say looks don't matter at all. That doesn't make it a black pill W. That just makes it like this is what normies think. The difference is that
it would be
you black pillars think that looks are by far the main thing that matters or the only things that matter. And that's what we're disagreeing with, right? So in order for this competition, like this premise to work, you would need one guy who has clearly way better social skills than the other guy, but for him to be substantially worse looking than the other guy. That's how you would look at this. If you have two guys who have similar level social skills, but one of them is better looking, that doesn't really prove anything.
All right,
But Austin
out.
Dunham doesn't really use game.
That was fun. I enjoyed it. Views dropped off, but by more than half. What did we have when we went in there? Like 120 people watching, and then finish off we have 45 people watching. I enjoy talking about this stuff, but it's kind of frustrating I don't know how you can become that black pilled. Like, I don't know how anybody becomes that black pilled. That is an outrageous level of thinking that looks matter to women. Like, it really is. That is an outrageous level. But I can understand if you look like that freaking guy, then maybe that makes sense. If you look like him, then I suppose it starts to make sense. But there's just, I know dudes who look like freaking Giga Chads who can't pull whatsoever. Like, I know a ton of these guys. I know guys who were like Giga Chad captain of the football team type guys and are dating like 6s and 7s. I feel like those guys are just as common as guys who are Giga Chads dating 10s. Like, I feel like it's literally just as common. I feel like it's the same. A lot of it's how much effort you put into your looks, how much, you know, you're willing to dress up, put in like hair gel and, you know, buy nice clothes and you know, like actually make an effort. I think that's probably a big difference, but they're making it sound like it's just genetics. Genetics is like everything. He said 90%. Genetics is 90%. I know so many guys who look like Giga Chads that just don't put a whole lot of effort into it, and they're dating 6s and 7s. I know so many of these guys. Tom, that guy was sub IQ though. Whenever he got pushback, his only real response was, "Come on, bro. We all know this is true." Yeah, well, or he would say stuff like, you know, what was the one thing he said it like 2 or 3 times, like, but you never see that or something like that. And then I bring up, you know, so the chat when I said, I was like, dude, go look at any Fortune 500 CEO. And they're all dating dimes, and they're these like short bald Jewish guys. Him and all of the chat start spamming, "Oh, just become a billionaire." Yeah, just become a billionaire. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is all evidence of status outweighing other things. Now, what I think where a lot of the confusion was, when I'm talking about status, I'm talking about stuff that comes with you even when it's not there. That's status. Like if you're funny, this is like a type of status. Even when you're being like super calm and chill and normal and you're not cracking jokes, like being funny is like a type of status. Having a nice car is a type of status. Even if you're not standing next to your nice car or driving your nice car, it's still there. Having a lot of money, that is status. You know, but like things like looks, that's always with you. It's not status. It's always there. It doesn't go anywhere. Having big muscles, this is always there. This is never going anywhere. This is never going to change anything. You know, what do you call it? Like Riz. Riz, it like is that only exists when you turn it on or when you're doing it. That's not status. There's so many things that are not status. And so many things that are status. And I think even the stuff that we read earlier, like separated the two types of status, where there's like status that's like money, cars, you know, big house, stuff like that. And then there's status that's like a social status. Tom, being funny is not a type of status to most people. Again, there's different types of status. And when I'm talking about status, because personality traits, like if we just label all of that personality traits, again, not all of that actually matters. Not all of that actually comes with it. Not all of this actually carries with you at all times. So like I named Riz. Riz is not something that's always there or always matters, even when you're not doing it. That's not a thing that actually like carries along with you. So yeah, there's different types of status and different types of things that matter at different times. And when we're talking about what women like, these are things that matter. If people think of you as the funny guy, if people think of you as the popular guy, if people think of you as the as the large personality, like, then yes, this is all status. This is what people think of when they think of you. This is how people know you. And these are things that the girl knows that if she's with you, other people know she's with that guy. That's what makes it status. What does always being there have to do with status? That's what I'm saying. That's what status is. Status is something that carries with you even when it's not there. That's what status is. So like having a lot of money always comes with you. It's part of your like it's part of what people know about you. That's what status is. Like, can you give a definition of status? Yeah, same. It's still the same thing. It's stuff that, so looks is status? No, looks are not status. That's what I just said. Looks are not status. Muscles are not status. Like Riz is not status. These are things that are not like that don't come with you everywhere you go. But having a lot of money is something that goes everywhere with you. Being the funny guy, being the popular guy, like these are all types of status. It's like reputation. Exactly. That's what status is, reputation. Yes. But looks are always with you. Looks are not status. Looks are not status. That's what I'm saying. It's status is something that is with you even when it's not there. Looks are always with you. There's never a chance that it's not there. So it's not status. If someone reads about you, they can't get the impact of your appearance. If someone reads about your wealth, they can. Right. Yeah. If somebody just says that you're a good looking person, that's not enough for somebody to be attracted to you. Right. But if they say he gets lots of hot girlfriends, that is something. That is enough for somebody to be attracted to. That is status. Or if they say this is a funny person, or if they say this is a charismatic person, or this is a popular person, right? These are all things that can come with you. These are reputational things. These are things that follow you even when they're not actually present, right? Even when you're not being, even when all of your friends are not around you, or even when you're not being funny, like these are all types of status. This is a confusing definition to me. This is what status is. Again, there's different types of status, so we can section these off to say that there's status that's like socioeconomic status, and then there's personality type status, or not social status. Social status, socioeconomic status. These are two different things. Status is like where you rank in society. So when I leave my computer and I change my status on Discord to do not disturb, that is something that is my status. It's not a ranking. It has nothing to do with ranking. It's just a status, right? If someone asks me to describe a person, telling them that person is good looking doesn't say a lot. Saying this person has a good job, nice car, nice house, these things are status, right? Oh, crap. Whoops. But yeah, when I tell them like so even their chat was freaking out saying like, what? No, he's wrong about what was it? It was something specific. When I was saying there's a consensus, there was something that what was the consensus thing? Oh yeah. That women have short and long-term dating strategies. That this is just true. There is like your chat on screen is frozen. Damn it. Hold on. It's getting really hot in here. I gotta turn on the AC. Let me refresh my... There we go. So yeah, so when you guys say like, oh, like being funny isn't a type of status, do you think a girl being told by a bunch of people that you're the funny guy, you don't think that would make her more attracted to you? Or that you're the popular guy, or that you're the like the outgoing guy? Like these are all things that can be status. Only if she likes funny guys. Yes, exactly. These are all when that's kind of what I was trying to get across, is that there's a bunch of different types of status, and so not all girls are necessarily into like a lot of money, right? But they are necessarily into some type of status. I feel like your dating status, single or not, is a different status than what we were talking about. I remain confused as to how being funny is a status and being good looking is not. So every time I explain it, you're not like challenging what I'm explaining. You're just saying it doesn't make sense. I need like a better challenge to it than I don't think that's true or something. So when I'm saying status is something that follows you around, right? It is a type of reputation. It's something that's there with you even when it's not actually present. Your looks are always present. Your looks are always there, okay? You can't, it's not possible for them not to be there with you. Your looks are always there. So it can't be status. It's impossible for something that is always with you to be there when it's not with you, right? So it just can't be status. It just can't be. It's impossible. If it can't not be there, then it can't follow you when it's not there, right? That would be impossible. Money is needed. Status is more than money, but money and looks play into status. Yes, exactly. Yep. And that's something that Alex said at one point, where he was like, I don't think that being funny is always status. Or he said, I don't think being funny is the same thing as status. And I was like, I'm not saying it's the same thing. Like, being funny isn't always status. Or sorry, being funny is a type of status, but status is not being funny. Like, those are obviously different things. So, okay. So, let's see. All right, so when I was saying that there's a consensus, we were talking about short-term versus long-term dating. So both men and women care about short-term and long-term dating. They have different dating strategies for each one. So women, when they are... Crap. All right, so when we're talking about like priorities, women will care about something like 1, status, 2, confidence, 3, looks. Okay, so this, we're gonna say this one is long term. Okay, now when they care about looks, let's say they're going to date someone that's either a 7 to a 9. Okay, that's like their dating range is a 7 to a 9. Now, short term, one, looks, 2, confidence, 3, status. So it's the same thing, and they're still going to date somewhere between a 7 and a 9. So this one is women. All right. Now, men, what was this at 12? So long term for men, looks, chemistry, smarts. Short term, just looks. Then, long term, let's say he dates somewhere between 7 and a 9. Short term, between a 7 and a 9. Between a 5 and a 7. Between a 3 and a 5. So this is him prioritizing looks for short term. He's still going to have priorities. If he can get a 7 and a 9, he'll take that first. Then he'll take a 5 and a 7. Then he'll take a 3 to a 5. That's short term for a guy. But for long term, he's like, looks matter a lot more, and they're the only, and they're not the only thing that matter anymore. But they're going to, like, their dating pool shrinks dramatically, just based on looks alone. Whereas for women, their dating pool doesn't shrink based on looks at all. They're still only dating 7 to 9s. It's just the way that they prioritize it changes. So this is short-term versus long-term mate preferences. So when they're saying, oh no, I don't believe in that. Oh, I don't think that exists. That's, again, there just seems to be a consensus on this. This is how everybody works. So abstract mate preference in short-term relationships and long-term ones may depend on many physical, psychological, and sociocultural factors. In this study, 178 students, 81 females in sports, and 153 engineering students, 64 females, answered the systemizing quotient and empathizing quotient questionnaires and had their digit ratio measured. Okay, I hate this freaking digit ratio stuff. Anyways, so this is why over and over when they keep bringing up dating apps, I keep telling them I don't want to hear about dating apps. I don't care about dating apps because when you're talking about dating apps, you are only talking about short term. That's it. You are only talking about short term. When you are talking about a dating app, they are looking at your looks more than anything else. Now, it is true, women will read dating profiles more often than men will read dating profiles. Men are only looking at looks. They don't freaking care about your dating profile. They are not looking at it. They don't give a crap about your dating profile. But women will look at your dating profile, but they're looking at looks first. Whereas for long-term dating, looks are pretty far down the list, and your looks change based on the other two things. Men don't care too much about looks. Wait. Men don't care too much about looks for sure when it comes to mating, not dating. I don't know what you're talking about. Like men are looking at looks first for dating and for mating and dating. They care about looks for both. It is number one for both of these things. Women only care about looks, number one, for short-term dating. And when I say number one, so we're talking about like a ceiling, right? So if I'm looking for a girl, I'm looking for a hot girl first. That's it. I'm basing it solely on visual characteristics first. Once she meets the visual characteristics and I think she's hot, now I'm grading her on the other two things, chemistry and smarts, right? I care about these other two things after she meets this. She has to meet this first. Tom, men would fuck a rock if it had a hole. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you're saying they don't care too much about looks when it comes to mating. And I'm saying looks are still number one on the list. Tom Foolery Show, you have confidence and status as separate categories. Is confidence like being funny also status? This is just an example. Like I'm just trying, these are not actual like things. I'm not saying that it's more so an example to talk about looks. That's really all this is supposed to do. I'm just giving an example for looks. All of this is about looks. The other things on the list are just placeholders for other things, whatever. I've seen what guys would take home and it isn't pretty. That's what I was trying to explain to them on there, is that guys' standards, if they're just looking to get laid, drop tremendously. Women's standards stay exactly the same. Their standards for looks do not change at all. They just the prioritization changes. So generally, women care about status first. That's the first thing that you have to break through. and then they'll care about your looks and other things. And your confidence and your status can actually change your looks. Whereas for men, your looks aren't changing based on chemistry and smarts. I see status and reputation as different things. Status is where you rank broadly in society. Reputation is what people may say about you. Maybe that explains my position better. Sure, but I already separated those when I said there's socioeconomic status and then there's social status. Tom, for women, short term is its looks. Confidence, not a complete asshole. Status doesn't matter much for short term. Yeah, sure. Again, this is mostly just to explain looks. This is just an example to explain looks. This is all. I don't want to keep saying this. This is just an example to explain looks. I'm not talking about really anything else on the list. Those are just placeholders for whatever. We're talking about looks right now. Long and short makes nearly no sense. Just call it sex versus dating. Why? Just sex is going to be short term. Dating is generally going to be long term. And a girl might date a guy just for sex. A girl might start dating a guy just for sex. She doesn't actually have like any long-term plans with her or with the guy. She just wants to have sex with him, and so she's willing to date him for a while just so she can have sex with him for a while. But she doesn't see anything real with this dude, right? What decides that? What do you mean? Long-term. How do we measure the two? Short-term is we are just talking about sex. Short-term is we're just talking about sex. Long-term means that you're looking for a long-term relationship with this person. So just sex means like it's not something serious. It's not something real. It's not something that's going to last a long time. It's just sex. That's it. It's not something where like you're looking to get married or looking to move in together. Those two things are definitely not a possibility in short-term. In long-term, that's like the goal. The goal is to find somebody that you can partner with. Tom, everyone here is autistic. I get what you were saying. Everyone in chat agrees with you. How is the normie finally understanding the terms, but chat isn't? Because now we're talking about dating, and normies are going to have a much better understanding of dating than the terminally online, obviously. Then my original post made sense. Yes? Yes. That's what I was saying, is that your original post is saying, you said long and short makes nearly no sense. Just call it sex versus dating. And I was saying it makes sense, but we can call it sex versus dating because that's essentially what it is anyways. The only reason that we wouldn't call it sex versus dating is that sometimes you might date the person just for sex. The difference is that one is like there's actually a long-term goal, and the other one there's only a short-term goal. Yo, Clark. Let's go.
Lou Ray became a member.
Ooh, Lou Ray. Finally. Excuse me. Finally got one.
Lou Ray became a member.
Thank you, Clark. Well done, buddy. That's a Fools 2. Hold on one second. I gotta grab my medicine.
The growling arachnid C became a member.
That's weird. Growling already had a green name, right? Am I wrong? Or did the membership just expire? It's funny. David was here like 3 or 4 days and gifted like 40 freaking memberships in those couple of days. And then I didn't see him again. Hadn't come back. David just came, gifted the hell out of everybody, and then dipped off. Let's go, normies rise up. I love your style, and I just had to meet you. Best new pickup line. I love your style, and I just had to meet you. Like Torsha's right. It sounds like something a gay guy would say. When she was saying, I think he's gay, she's wrong. I don't think he's gay, but it's definitely something a gay guy would say. The polar bear pickup line is the best pickup line. What was it? I don't remember. What was the polar bear pickup line? Oh, what the hell?
It's like girls will get burned by a guy in a relationship, and then like that will turn.
Oh, yes. This freaking guy is retarded, dude. This guy is an idiot. He is seriously stupid, dude. This guy is brain dead. Yo. Let's go, dude. This is gonna be good. Destiny and Melina and the freaking witch. Look at her sitting over there all wide-eyed. She looks like she just saw a ghost. If she starts singing Ring Around the Posy, I'm going to piss my pants, dude. Oh, Pxie is there too. Yeah, she works for Timcast. She was the chick who was being like a total, you know what, to the crazy chick the other night.
Wasn't there.
Yes, but it feels really.
Yeah, because
Oh, and Erin's there too.
you
It just
can
feels
cut-
really
yeah, it's
ridiculous,
just-
right? Because
you
I've
can
done
edit
like
anything.
Wait. This is the troll's there too.
that wasn't there.
Yeah.
This is the troll. She's there too. And she's all done up this time. She's not looking like a freaking psychopath this time.
But it feels really.
Yeah, because
it
you
just
can
feels
cut-
really
yeah, it's
ridiculous,
just-
right? Because
you-
Wait a second. There's the freaking Asian chick in the back again.
Yeah, find something that wasn't there.
Yes, but it feels.
This chick, I feel like I know her, dude. Did I see her in a TikTok video the other day?
She's so weirdly attractive. Why does every time that you guys say I look attractive, you can never just say that? You always have to say weirdly attractive or oddly attractive. And also, every time you guys say I look like a celebrity, you always say that I look like the yard sale version or the discounted version or the Walmart version of Margot Robbie. I can never just look like Margot Robbie or
She looks like Jane from Breaking Bad. The girl who's what was her name? The bee from Apartment 23. This chick, Kristen Ritter. She kind of looks like her. Maybe like the dollar store version of her. Yeah, she kind of looks like, the dollar store version of her.
or I look like the clearance rack at Goodwill version of Billie Eilish. Why can't I just look like them, or the squirrel version of Jane from Breaking Bad? And also, for everyone saying that I look like William Dafoe or Macaulay Culkin, do you know how insecure I am that I look like them? That's my biggest insecurity. That I look like Macaulay Culkin or William Dafoe, and I hate it! I hate that you guys compare me to him! And they're the only, and sadly enough, those are the only people that you guys don't say, oh, you're the Walmart version of William Dafoe. I'm only the Walmart version of Margot Robbie. Not William. I'm just the normal version of William Dafoe, I guess.
That is so good, dude.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness. That's what she looks like? That's it? That's funny. But that... no, maybe not. Maybe she doesn't look like
Really,
yeah, because
it
you
just
can
feels really ridiculous,
just,
right? Because
you
I've
can
done
edit
like
anything to make it look like
I
anything.
did like 12 years of ballroom dancing when I was younger, so I was competing in that sport. So if I meet someone that does some sort of dancing that is with a partner, I can like dance with them really well, and that's like what's the fun out of it, right?
I think she's saying like in a traditional sense of things, it looks bad on him, but you guys don't have a traditional relationship.
Fuck other people though. Why the fuck?
No, I know. I'm just saying. No, that's what I'm saying.
Why
You
would it look bad?
guys don't have a like from a traditional
also-
standpoint.
Hold
on. From a traditional standpoint, it looks bad, but you guys are not traditional. I think that's what she's saying. It looks bad, but
Wait,
not
is it
taking-
in a-
Wait,
but
hold on,
also
wait.
tradition,
Even in a
it's not
traditional
bad. It's not
aspect,
bad
like
in
you
a
can go to
tradition.
weddings. Like sometimes
Well,
other
it was
people
in your
dance with other
house,
people.
though,
Yeah.
you know.
Have you
Does
guys
that
ever
change it?
danced?
Like, it's not like they're like
I know
grinding.
you're not like at a ballroom.
I'm not
dancing
okay with
event
if I marry my wife. I'm not okay with her dancing with.
And that's
anybody.
great.
Same.
Your insecurities are yours to deal with. But I'm
it's
just
not
saying that, like,
insecurity.
Yeah, no, that is insecurity. First off, regardless, it's insecurity. Secondly, I never cared if my girlfriend danced with other people. Like guys, anytime I went to a wedding with my girlfriends, guys would come up and ask her to dance. I was always cool with that. If they're not, if they're like, if we're at a club and a guy wants to dance with my girlfriend, that's a little bit different now. Yeah, probably not going to be cool with them like grinding on each other or some crap. But if you're like, if you're, hands above the waist sort of crap, yeah, it's fine. Nobody cares.
No. That's not insecurity. Time out.
Sapo, why you change chats, man? Why you switch over to the other chat? Why don't you hang out with the homies over here? I had 120 people watching me. Then I go live and like half of y'all leave and go to his chat. And then he ends up with 120 people watching.
Whoa. It's not an insecurity. It's just a boundary I have. It's not
and
insecurity.
That's fine, but it's not just
That's not
a boundary.
insecurity.
because I was talking mad shit about me? Wow.
It's you saying that, like, in a traditional relationship, this wouldn't be okay. Plenty of people dance with other people. It's not a huge deal. Now, if they were, like, fucking grinding on each other or some shit, that'd be different. But when they're going through, like, moves on, like, a ballroom dance thing, I don't...
Yeah, Sapo's a freaking traitor.
I think that if you got a huge problem with that, I think that says more about
So
you
wait,
than it says more about me.
why is my boundary all of a sudden limited and
problem
labeled
wasn't your
as an
bou-
insecurity?
The problem wasn't your boundary. The problem was you said, well, in a traditional relationship, you made it sound like it was a boundary that everybody should have.
No,
if
no,
you would
no,
have
no,
said
no,
just
no.
me personally, I'd be like, okay, sure,
I
that's
did
fine.
say just me personally. I say the
You
way
said- you
she's
said in a traditional relationship.
the way they're perceiving you. But and then I built on it saying me personally, I'm not okay with that.
Sure.
Hold
and for
on,
you personally,
hold
that's
on,
fine,
Billy. You wanted to go?
I can change the subject a little bit if you want to.
No, we're fighting.
It's the same subject.
Why would we change it when we're having a good
know.
fight
We're
right
fighting.
now?
We're fighting. Don't you?
I thought you wanted to come in on something
No,
related
I wanted
to
to
this.
come in on the relationship about children.
What?
She's going to ask, how can
The
you guys do an
question
open
about
relationship and have children at the same time? And then we're going to
No,
answer.
I-
We'd probably close the relationship if that happens, but yeah, go for it.
That was my question.
Yeah, I
What do
know.
you plan on doing when you have children?
No, we would probably not be fucking around as much because you wouldn't even have the time for it. I
Do
would
you make
imagine.
eye contact when you speak or no? I'm over here.
Well, kind of.
Ooh. If he makes eye contact, his girlfriend's gonna get mad.
Yeah, but I can't really see and I don't want to block the camera because, you know.
Well,
I
it's actually better if he just kind of maintains more of a
Yeah,
straight,
my bad.
straight on.
I do have a question for both of you guys. Out of curiosity, how many men beyond Destiny?
Flan Life, thank you for the 50 gifted. We'll have to do the fit check later on in the show, guys. Thank you, man. Go ahead.
Besides
guys
Destiny,
after.
in your guys' relationship, if you feel comfortable answering, how many men have you been with?
Like total? I actually don't really know. Usually it's just women.
But if you had to estimate,
Isn't it Destiny? Is that accurate that you tend to
I don't
hook
really
up
keep, I
with
don't really keep
men
count
and she
on
tends
like
to
how
fuck
many
more
men.
with women?
No.
would you say?
I hooked up with,
wait,
like,
wait,
eight
hold
guys
on,
in my
hold on,
life.
hold on. Would you say it's like 5, maybe 10?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's like years ago, right?
The last time you were with a guy besides
I
Destiny
think
in your
so. It's
relationship?
probably a long time ago. Usually just women.
Okay, how many women have you been with besides her in your relationship?
I don't think he keeps count either.
I
It's a
don't
lot
know.
of them.
Okay, but like, come on, give me like a ballpark estimate.
Yeah, you guys can estimate. You can say like maybe 50, maybe 100. Like,
It's a lot. Destiny's fucking in these YouTube
Well,
streets,
no, it's not.
bro.
Well, where I'm going with
It's
this.
probably 10 times as many as mine.
It's a decent amount. But it's cringe to talk about because
Yeah.
I'm not here to like fucking jerk off over like fucking.
I understand.
Sure.
Where I was going with that is like when was the last time you were with a guy besides Destiny?
I don't remember.
A year ago, 2 years ago, 3
I'm
years
not
ago?
really
Probably
that
within a
into
year, I
men,
think,
you know?
right? I think.
Something like that.
About a year ago.
I think within, yeah.
Oh shit.
When that happened, like, did you feel comfortable with it based on the amount of
generally,
communication?
this is the way that I approach it. If I'm gonna hook up with somebody, it's kind of weird if your partner is out like fucking somebody or hanging out with somebody in like a semi-romantic way, and then your partner's just like at home doing anything, like nothing. So
Right.
usually, if I'm going out doing something, hopefully she's got like similar plans, and then vice versa. If she's got plans, then I've got plans. So no, we don't usually feel bad about it because we're doing something together generally.
So it doesn't create insecurity for you guys at all?
I mean,
You're
as much
totally
insecurity as like
secure?
any like normal relationship. Like there might be times. The only time I think that insecurity comes creeping in is if there are other problems in the relationship. So for instance, like if we're fighting a lot and then somebody tries to like hook up with somebody, then like that might cause people to feel a little bit weird. But like otherwise, no, it's just neither of us care that much about it. If we did, we wouldn't have an open relationship.
I mean, I get turned on by it, so.
You get turned on by him hooking up with other chicks?
Yeah, so you're a cuck.
Cuck
Yes.
queen.
Yeah, I
Cuck-
like that.
cuck queen? Is
Yeah,
that-
I guess cuck
That's a
queen.
term. It's a term.
Exactly.
this is like, it's weird, but this actually seems to be fairly common. There are girls, and I've talked about this before. I talked about this earlier in the stream. When I would do dating apps, I would put pictures of me with my other girlfriends. Like, this is like an important thing. Like, girls, for some reason, care a lot about you being able to get other good-looking girls. They like it. It is a good thing for them. I don't care if my girlfriend can get other good-looking guys. I don't care about that whatsoever. That means literally nothing to me. OMG, Tom, are you saying... Oh, shut the...
Excel Self Super Chatted $4.99. Quote from Archwinger: assume but don't obsessed over it. If she does, you will never find out.
Glitchin is doing his best impression of Sassafras right now.
Wait, can I ask the
Yeah,
panel
it is
what
now.
the interest or like the angle is for interrogating their relationship to this extent?
I
mean,
I
like,
for me, I just genuinely don't know, so I'm going straight to the source.
Yeah, I'm not interrogating them. I personally am just curious about it.
feels
'cause-
a little bit like it. You guys are.
No, I'm-
Yes, it does seem like an interrogation. Tom, no, don't Tom me. He's doing an impression of you. Literally, right before he said that, you said not all girls. You literally said it. Okay, don't play like you're mad all of a sudden. Like, oh, I don't do that. I don't do that. There you were, right before he said that. You said not all girls. You literally just said it. Okay. You can't pretend like you can get mad about this. You literally did it.
I'm just close to like, so we already asked like you like
No.
in the ass, like flavored
no.
lube.
Erin, you're projecting interrogation onto me where it doesn't exist. I'm asking because I just know for myself.
Is
as
it
a-
curiosity? Is that the angle?
It's curiosity,
Okay.
and I'm kind of probing.
It's funny, dude. Sass has become a caricature of herself in chat. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what she's gonna say before she says it.
Into it because it's like I can't imagine being in a situation where my girl was hooking up with another guy and it wouldn't drive me insane. And so if it doesn't drive them insane, I'm curious.
Why were you curious
is
about
that?
the number of men?
Just because it's an interesting
They
question.
gotta come from somewhere.
It's an
You
interesting
gotta be a little
question.
bit more creative
It's
than
an
this.
It's an interesting question. You can't just say it's an interesting question. It's an interesting question because you would get jealous. That's why it's an interesting question, because you find it hard to imagine somebody having a high body count. And you also are attracted to women with low body counts. And so you think it's even more interesting that he would be with a girl who has a high body count.
Interesting question,
You're a smart guy. You can be a little bit more creative about
There's
it.
15,000 people watching, and I'm sure a lot of them would be curious.
So it's for the content.
It's a juicy
Of course
question.
it's
That's what it is.
It's a juicy
not like
question,
I'm
exactly.
genuinely curious. It's like you're not trying to.
The Jews are asking the question. That's what they were saying.
It's like an unusual
There's an element
relationship
of curiosity, and there's also an element.
Dude, what is she doing? Why is she always doing this? She's so freaking weird. Why? She's always doing this, bro. She's always doing this. She's freaking behind other people making faces.
It's like you're not trying to bring
it's
a
like an
condom on.
unusual
There's an
relationship
element of
dynamic.
curiosity, and there's also an element where I'm trying to make an interesting show
What is she doing? She's always doing this, dude.
for all the people that are watching.
I feel like just because they're in an open relationship, maybe that doesn't mean they should be subjected to like particularly.
Subjected to. That's literally what they're there to answer questions about, Erin. That's literally what they're there for. Don't get all uppity about this.
They voluntarily came on this show.
No, like if
one
somebody
was gonna be dynamic.
volunteers that they're in a monogamous
Why
relationship.
are you speaking on behalf of Destiny? I don't,
Yeah.
If
I'm
he
not
has
a
an
lawyer.
issue, if
Yeah, this is sexist. Women always want to speak on behalf of men.
he has an
Yeah.
issue with the
Are you
degree of
Destiny's
questions
lawyer?
we're asking him,
No,
then-
I'm curious myself. Like, I didn't expect that half the panel already would be just about their relationship.
Well,
That's
it's
really
such-
like other
it's
stuff.
They're the two biggest freaking content creators on the show. Everywhere they go, everybody's asking them about their relationship dynamics. What do you that it's what I literally assumed was going to happen. What is she doing now? She's pretending to be the new doll.
It's
Can we talk about you
such
then?
a unique Erin.
What-
Hold on.
Yeah, let's talk
Erin,
about
Erin,
you.
it's
Since you
refused.
It's such a
Since you
such a
refused.
unique.
Yeah,
We
let's-
can talk about you,
Okay.
but you keep dodging all the questions, so we're gonna ask them
Yeah.
questions.
We can
Well-
go to you then.
No, let's go to you. Are
You
you
just
a
did it
virgin?
again. You just did it again.
Someone's
Bro.
gonna
You're
get
dodging
I don't
the
want to steal all the
I'm
attention.
perfectly
Why
happy to
wouldn't I
answer
want to
questions.
You're
share
saying
with
I don't want to steal the
everybody here?
attention, but you came to a dating show and you've.
Yes, you don't want to steal all the attention. This is her dodging once again. Erin L.
Avoided all the questions about your dating life.
Yeah.
Besides the fact that
Questions
you've
about
never
my
been
sex
on a
life
date.
or my dating life?
It's kind of all under the same umbrella.
Is it though?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
It's-
though?
Of course it is.
You're on a dating
Come on.
podcast and you don't think that your dating life is up for discussion.
No, I didn't say
Wait,
that.
it's-
but
It's
I
all
don't know
it's all
that, like-
connected.
I
It's
wanna
all
very
connected.
I want to
Come
ask
on.
some questions for the monogamous people in that
Okay.
case.
What is she doing, bro? Why is she so freaking
I didn't
weird?
say
It's
that.
it's
I
all
don't
it's
know
all
that, like-
connected.
Look at her. Watch her. What the hell is she doing?
It's all
I
connected.
want to
Come
ask
on.
some questions for the monogamous people in that
Okay.
case.
Yeah.
So,
It's so weird.
Wait.
you,
Virgin? Confirm or deny? Just give us something. Give us a
Really,
look.
this is like the most pressing topic for the dating.
It's literally a
podcast.
yes or no.
She is really dodging hard, bro. She really is.
No, it'll take you 1 second to answer the question.
Is it about the duration of how long it takes to answer a question like that? That's what determines.
What's up with the sophistry? Why don't you just answer it?
I mean, you were evasive about why you were like excavating
I said because I
relationship.
was curious and because it's good content. and
After
it's a
after
juicy
a lot
question.
of a lot of deliberation mentally, I feel like Fresh is the best one for her from the Fresh and Fit podcast. I feel like she fits the archetype that Fresh goes after.
What archetype is that?
Chubby white girl.
Got it.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Just joking, Fresh.
I said this before. I think people perceive big boobs as being chubby. I don't think she's chubby, but I think people perceive big boobs as being chubby a lot of the time.
Fresh, love you.
Although I had a question for you.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
Thanks, Flan Life.
You said earlier, with respect to like the dancing thing.
Yes.
You said it would be a boundary of yours
Also, I don't think she's white.
to not let your partner or wife dance with another man.
Correct.
Is that really a boundary, or isn't that more of an agreement? I feel like a boundary is something that you say that I'm going to do or abstain. But
She might be. I'm sure he saw her. I've seen her. I've met her in person. I have video with her. Like that's not. I would not call her chubby.
I
Are
don't know that a
boundaries- are
boundary
boundaries
can
not
really
agreements?
like include. I don't really think of them
I
that
think-
way. I think
I
of
think
boundaries
people
as
can agree on
things that
boundaries.
like I would independently decide I don't want to do or I do want to
Was it a
engage
bad
in.
idea to give you the Game Boy?
You gave it to me. You told me. Focus on the conversation.
Steven.
Yeah, I would.
I know.
You fucked me. You lied to me.
I'm sorry. I misled
There is
you.
a boundary. They're talking about the difference between a boundary and an agreement and a contract. Continue.
I just know when you do your streams, like you're
Oh,
playing
oh,
Factorio
come
and shit.
back to the hello.
Okay.
Don't let her dodge the virgin question.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay.
Go.
No,
I actually want to interject. It's
Okay,
so
here.
fucking.
Go ahead.
No,
Let-
wait.
let me-
Let me interject. You
Let her go.
Okay, hey.
Let her go.
Let me
and then-
clarify
Okay,
her
I
boundary
just
statement.
wait. I just want to say
Go ahead.
something. Earlier you guys were talking about traditional relationships.
What?
I was raised in a Hispanic traditional Catholic family household. The idea that dancing ballroom or dancing in general is non-traditional to me is insane because like all of South America, Central America, Spain, they dance salsa, they dance merengue. That is part of the culture, and a lot of people there are very traditional, very Hispanic Catholic.
Well,
so to me, there is a discrepancy.
I feel like they're talking about social norms for like the United States, though, right?
The issue is not with the actual dancing. The issue is with dancing with someone who's not your partner.
That's
Do they-
That's
White.
what they do.
That's
White.
what-
Is that what they
culture.
do?
Yeah, they do that in the culture.
it's literally
White.
just part of the culture.
Is it?
Yes,
Not part of my
absolutely.
culture.
Is that part
I
of the
was
culture?
literally born
It's
and
not
raised
part of
in
my
that culture.
culture.
When it comes to the reaction to that video that I brought up, it was because of the context around it. If
No,
it were
hold
just
on.
two
No,
random
wait.
people,
The-
I don't think that they
Should we
would've
watch the
Wait,
reacted
video?
hold
like
on.
that.
No.
Should
To
we
be
watch-
clear, the
We should
react.
watch
No,
the
no.
video,
You can watch it if
actually.
you want, but the
So that
reaction
people know what we're
is.
talking
I don't know what they're talking about.
If you're okay with it. If
Yes,
you're
if
okay.
you want, no, I don't
If you're
care.
okay.
You can watch
If you're
it all
okay.
you want. I'll jerk off to it for you if you want after the show. Okay.
Can we
Listen.
record it? I have an OnlyFans.
Just do it under the table.
Yeah, as long as you pay me for it. Okay.
Hey, wait, Tomfoolery Show. Hey, newsflash, we have a lot of Latinos in the U.S. Yeah, freaking illegals.
50-50.
Hold on. The issue is not the reaction to the video, even the context around it. The issue is that right now, everybody in like the red pill like culture that's like taken over like online shit is like obsessed with like cuck and everything related to it. So much that I think it's actually a hidden fantasy for a lot of the people that talk about it. Where like if a guy
We got all these damn illegals in the country taking our jobs.
is talking to somebody else or a girl is talking to somebody else, like cuck. Like people talk about it incessantly. It's like fucking insane. More so than it would have been like even 5 or 10 years ago.
You think it's like
And then
projection?
it's some kind of weird obsession with like being cucked or cucked. Like to the point where on some of these shows, I don't think I've heard it here, but people will say things like if your girlfriend has like a high body count, you start dating her, you got cucked. Or like if your girlfriend is like talking to another guy in a way that's getting cucked. It reminds me of like the old 4chan copy pasta where it's like the ultimate cuck is a father that raises a daughter because he's preparing his daughter's pussy to get plowed by some other guy. And that's like the ultimate cuck.
dark.
Like
Oh,
I'm just saying that
man.
like the obsession with like the cuck shit is like insane. I don't think it has anything to do with me or the dancing because like she said, in a lot of traditional cultures, a lot of people dance. And if you do like ballroom dance or competition, you're not only competing with a boyfriend, right? You're like dancing with like partners and other people that have been practicing with you and everything. So I just think the obsession has to do with like the current culture around like the whole cuck and like dating shit.
You ever taken any dance classes?
I used to compete in ballroom dancing.
Hey!
So I know all of those
You and
dance
Ayla.
dances. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you guys over here
Isn't
just
that
fucking
weird?
perfect forms?
I haven't done it in so long though.
Wait, what kind of ballroom? What are you doing?
All the 10 dances. I was
Man,
competing
that's a
all
lot.
of them.
That's a lot. Which
Yeah.
one's your favorite? You
Mel
Okay.
time.
Okay.
It's
Alright.
it's
What's that?
it's Mel
Oh, so
time.
you got the form. Okay. So we're just doing salsa. We're just going.
Yep. Right. Yeah?
Yeah. See?
Is that okay?
Yeah. There you go. Hey.
Right?
You
Kind
see?
of works. Yeah, maybe.
5, 6, 7, 1. 5, 6, 7, 1.
Wow, Destiny's getting cucked on stream.
5, 6, 7. Hey, she can really do it.
Nice
She can really do
Really
it.
kinda
No,
do
don't be
it.
so
Yeah.
shy. You got this.
Because I've done it so long.
That's fine. That's fine. I can tell you were like a little bit screaming. You good?
Tom, how do you have more cake than ABBA? Because I'm more black than ABBA.
Yo, you want to know how she knew what she was doing? She did this. She went.
He's not wearing freaking FUBU.
That's how I knew, man. She started flexing them shoulders and them traps. I was like, oh, she not fucking playing.
I was getting footage for his next cuck video on me. Thanks. That's what's going on here.
Oh my God, he let his wife dance with another
True.
man.
They're already making fun of them, and now they're doing it. They made fun of them in the video, and here they are doing it.
Session, I think that cuckoldry and other weird fetishes are being pushed in both pornography and pop culture, and people are just responding to that because they
Absolutely
don't
not.
like it.
I think that
Cuckoldry as an
the-
actual fetish is really rare.
I think that people recognize degeneracy and they naturally
This is
say
it.
something
There you
towards
go.
it.
So it's the it's like this weird like degenerate angle, and then like the red pill stuff, and kind of the tradcon stuff, and the
Well, there are
fighting
some
against like the
people
perceived
that
wokeism
believe
stuff.
there's a right way to express sexuality and a wrong way, and I guess you're saying there's not a right or wrong.
I never said that at all. There's plenty like.
Well, you put degeneracy and weird in air quotes.
Well, because
Is there
she said
anything that you would
degenerate.
consider sexually degenerate?
Yeah, but he said we weren't allowed to talk about some of that.
So those
Fair-
subjects, would you
fair
say
enough.
those are the only things that
Stay tuned
qualify
for
as
Rumble.
degenerate?
But you're allowed to partake in it.
In broad speaking terms, as long as people are exercising or practicing some sexual thing that's between them and it's not hurting anybody else, in general, I think it's probably okay for people to do that. If you want to have like a pure monogamous relationship, if you want to be abstinent until you get married or whatever, and that's how you want to explode, I think that's totally fine. But it seems like people from some backgrounds find that they can be incredibly judgmental of other people's like sexual exploitation, which is really weird to me because they'll get like really fixated on it.
Well-
Like I've never had a conversation before where I'm like, what's it like to like only have your husband or boyfriend's dick?
See you later, buddy. Thanks for coming by. Was there a question? You said I missed it. How is he making fun of them? He said, so ABBA and Melina were dancing together, and as soon as they finished, Destiny said, "This is great. This is gonna be the a new clip for the Destiny Cucked compilation." And so like when he says that, he's making fun of these people. He's making fun of them for going so far to say that them just dancing in the way that they were dancing, like there's obviously nothing sexual about it whatsoever. They're not like up close on top of each other. They're not there's like it doesn't seem intimate in any other way, but that's what, so he's bringing it up to make fun of them. And then they actually come and do it. They actually do it and actually act like it's cucking.
Like going in and out of your pussy, like these like really explicit conversations. But then people come to me and it's like, what do you think about like your wife like fucking other guys and shit? And it's like, it's really weird that I'll get like really, or like even earlier he's like, so you're bisexual, I think you asked me, right? Do you fuck guys in the ass? Do you take dick in your ass? I'm like, Jesus,
I did
that's
not
a really
say
so
that.
did you ask if I was a top or bottom, right? That's essentially what you're
Yes.
asking, right? Which is fine. I don't care. Like, the explicit questions are fun, and I'm used to dealing with it. But it's interesting to me that based on my lifestyle, I'll get like these really explicit questions, and I feel like if you're in a more traditional relationship, if somebody asked you that, you'd be like, whoa, that's like way over the line. Which I think is just an interesting
Like, there's
observation.
probably questions that
How
we could
dare you,
ask to
Mary?
monogamous people, right?
Yeah.
That would
Yeah,
be
you were
really
very
harsh.
offended by that, I guess.
What?
By me asking.
There's nothing you can say that will offend me. I
Look,
promise.
I think people ask questions about your relationship because I would say the vast majority, they don't think that it's normal or conducive to a flourishing long-term relationship.
And that's fine.
Especially a marriage. They
Sure.
think it's fundamentally humiliating to a man to not have sexual exclusivity with his wife.
And that's totally fine. But the way that the questions are phrased was earlier was, I'm just curious. But it's not a curiosity.
I didn't say that, but
Sure, that's
I
fine.
said that.
It's not an actual curiosity.
I'm critical.
That's fine. Yeah, there's a normative loading of like, you're doing something that I don't approve of, and now I'm going to question you on it, which is fine. But like, if we want to get into that, then we can get into that.
Well, I mean,
rather than like oh, well, I'm just curious. Like, does it bother you that somebody else might like come on your wife? And I'm like, Jesus Christ, yeah, I don't know.
Let's back up a second.
Yeah, sure.
You're kind of projecting that the disapproval does exist, but the
Well, I'm not
questions-
projecting because these two at least have explicitly said it right.
Yeah,
so it does exist.
I
as
just
a-
said
It's
it's not.
curious.
It's not.
I just
It's
said it was
not
a boundary
necessarily.
line.
No, I'm
It's
pointing
not.
out your
It's not
idea.
necessarily that the questions are rooted in disapproval. It's more just that like your guys' relationship dynamic is it's a taboo in society, so people are curious and they have questions, right?
Well, you were. I think you're curious. Well, I don't know. I'm treating you as good faith that you're curious. But like these two at the very least. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with being disapproving. But these two questions are coming from like a. Don't you realize that this is really bad? Is like that. That's like the angle of the question, basically.
It's
which
not
is fine,
like
by the way.
understanding or curiosity.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just gonna bully you, kind
Yeah.
of, for what you're doing in your
Which is
life.
fine.
Do you guys feel bullied by them?
I don't feel bullied. I love
Do
it.
you-
Melina
Do you
does
feel
a little
bullied?
bit.
No, it's just like negativity, not understanding.
Do you guys
not
wanna
like
react
being
to the video
curious
in
or anything. It's
question?
just being
Yeah.
like.
We
Yeah,
could
if you want
do
to watch it,
really,
we can
really
watch
fast,
it.
Yeah,
you know?
Eric, can you work on trying to find what would be a
It was
good
posted on
keyword
Twitter
for
a
us
bunch.
to?
I mean, when you're
I don't
so
want to do
open
the.
about
Hold on,
it.
I don't want to do the
Sorry.
video where there's like the music over it. I
You can
want
do the
like
video with the music and the Zoom if you want. Whatever you want
copyright.
to do.
Hello.
No copyright strike.
Oh.
Eric, try to find just ABBA Destiny dancing video. While we do that, I just have.
Pretty sure you can go to Rollo's
three-
Twitter or Andrew Tate's Twitter. Everybody's retweeting the video,
there.
so you can find it on there probably.
Wait, I'm kind of curious. How do you guys define degeneracy? Like, what do you guys have like a general definition for it, or
It's
do you
not
just say like, oh, I don't like that, it's
I
degenerate?
mean, I personally, I don't know about you guys. I would personally say off the cuff things that like degenerate the stability of society, right?
What-
Things that are contributing to the fall of the West.
Yes.
Okay, but
So like, give some examples, Chase.
Damn it, Tom, now I can't stop watching Background Girl. Yeah, we do this every time she's on. Like, she's always making weird faces. I've never seen an episode where she wasn't there. I've never seen one. Let's see. Okay, so we guess their names correct every time. So I think the crazy looking chick is Mary Archived. Yep, there she is. Boom. Wow. What a slut, dude. Freaking slutting it up for Instagram. And the legs. Wow. Michael. Let's go. Another month. I don't know why it's not popping up as a notification. I heard there's a hidden nip slip in every podcast. That would be dope. Wait, was that just like the membership, what do you call it? like reunion thing. Where you get to like send a message or something. I was gonna say something, but you already responded, and I appreciate it. But yeah, I it doesn't read the membership re-ups for some reason. Okay, so all right, so we guessed her right. So Billy, Sovereign Bra, John Doyle. Wait, what? Is John Doyle on here? Oh, that is John Doyle. Oh my goodness, that's John Doyle. What the hell? I didn't know who that freaking guy was. He hasn't said a word. Okay, Pxie, Melina, Straighter A, Destiny, BD Atlas. Okay. So BD Atlas. Huh. All right. So it's I believe Nev the Robot or BD Atlas. Huh. Crap. Let's see. So she's BD Atlas, I believe. So we're going to go with Nev the Robot. She might not even be on here, honestly. She might not even be on here, so I don't know. We're going to go with Nev the Robot. Damn it. Nope, that's that chick. Okay, that's the freaking guy. All right, so then, yeah, she's not on there. Billy Ray Branty. Does anybody know who she is? Tell me the blow up doll has an Instagram. If not, they are fumbling the bag. Their podcast probably has the blow up doll. So there's the Asian girl right there in the thumbnail. So let's see. So she's in the thumbnail on this one. And there she is. Freaking, why is she back there? Every time. What is she doing? With the hat and everything. So is she in there on this one? Whoa. We're gonna just...
Man, trying to pinpoint it exactly, but there's something seriously wrong in the head with
it. Yeah.
Okay, question for you, Destiny. Have you, or both of you, have you guys always been poly, or any periods of monogamy, or just always?
Were you born like this?
What?
Were you born like this? Is there a gene?
Well, in our relationship, if there's like a lot of fighting going on, we try to like kind of tighten up for a little bit so that there's not, because obviously if we're like fighting and then people are like banging other people, it's probably going to compound into a lot of other problems.
On fire.
Some more questions for you, Destiny.
Yeah, go for it.
The Inquisitor. These are
That's
pretty.
good.
These are pretty tame. These are
I like
pretty
all
tame.
of it. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you running through chicks in Miami?
Just no, I don't. Sexual. Okay, for me, sexual relationships are fun because one, I like women.
Yeah.
Two, I like the friendships that I have with women, and then three, it's fun to be sexual with people that you have friendships.
Yo, that girl is freaking built, bro. That's the robot chick, right? She was the one who had like 20 freaking, or no. Yeah, Never the Robot. She has 2,000 followers on Instagram.
with that are women. Those are like fun things for me to explore. But it's not about like running up a body count. It's not the like, oh my god, I fucked somebody. It's just like a fun activity that I like to engage in.
Just like
I've
the
always
connection
been,
you can have with someone when you get closer with them.
Are you sure? Yeah, that'd be good for the memes.
It's just more fun when you can like connect and like be closer with someone.
It's probably easier.
Like physical
Go that
way as well,
way.
because you get
Go
to know
that
someone
way.
a lot deeper than just like going out to eat or whatever. Like hanging out for a long time or like closer is a lot more fun.
But because like I get the impression like I think you probably have fucking killer game, dude. So and you're in Miami. Like you gotta be running through the chicks,
wait,
dude.
hold on, wait. Number one,
I don't even think he dates Miami chicks, right?
game is very relative to the crowd that you're in, right? I think I do have really good game, but only with like a certain style of girl. If you would have put me into a fucking nightclub in Miami for like a year, I might fuck one chick if I'm lucky. Because that is like totally not my thing. But if you put me on like
don't
a college
undersell yourself.
No, but if you put me on like a college
undersell.
campus with like nerdier chicks.
Yeah, no, he's like, this is what I was talking about earlier. Like your Destiny like doesn't it he's a completely different type of person. He's not going to be able to get chicks at like a nightclub or at like a bar or something like that. But he cuz his like the type of status that he has doesn't matter in those places. Like it doesn't, being popular with video game nerds and incels doesn't really mean much in a bar.
So like chicks that are more into like you know, whatever shit you'd be studying in school. I probably do exactly, yeah. Or like gamer girls or people that are into like music or whatever. Sure. I do a lot better. So it depends on like the scene. So like in Miami, like I'm not like out.
Yeah, that's Pxie.
They're like banging chicks with like BBLs and shit. I don't even know if I could ever score a clip like that ever. I would never be able to do it.
I'm with you about. Okay, he's gonna leave me hanging.
No, that's fine. I saw the German suit you wore earlier, and I don't know if there's like.
Oh,
a good,
no,
like,
that was
Question
hold
to add
on,
on to Brian's. Are you running through dudes in Miami?
Jesus Christ.
No, not typically. No.
He really wants to know still.
What'd you say?
Still asking.
I mean,
about the dudes.
Curious.
Maybe, yeah, I'm curious. I have some thoughts underneath all of this, and I'm not gonna tell where it comes from.
I'm curious.
Don't worry about
if
it.
he's running through
Don't worry
chicks,
about
maybe
it.
he's running through dudes.
Yeah, are you looking for tips or what?
Not exactly.
So yeah, so this is me talking to them.
Hi, I'm Pxie.
And I'm Straighterade, aka Erin from UT.
We're here canvassing for DGG.
For DGG, we're going to be out door knocking, trying to get people to come out and vote for Raphael Warnock.
Because you know what? If you lose the election, get fucked. That's it. That's the only thing that matters.
Oh wow, that was you. You saw this video? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think I still, let's see. Actually, I think I have the full video here. It's taking a minute to load. Yeah, so if you introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Pxie.
And I'm Straighterade, aka Erin from UT.
And what are you guys doing here today?
We're here canvassing for DGG.
For DGG, we're going to be out door knocking, trying to get people to come out and vote for Raphael Warnock.
Awesome. Well, so the reason you guys saw it, but so it got shared a lot on Twitter. I mean, obviously it has 10 shares, 118 likes, so it made the rounds on Twitter. But John Leox, you guys see him in chat fairly regularly. I think he's here now, actually. He posted it on Reddit. If you guys are Redditors, he posted. He took this video and posted it on Reddit. So I think that's where most people saw it. There's like a bunch of rules about how you can't show the people answering the door. So I always had to find these like angles to make sure that I'm blocking off the person answering the door. I can't show their mailbox. I can't show road signs. I can't show like all sorts of stuff. So I saw it in the like recap video. I haven't seen this part. Oh, that's right. They did take my that's right. They did take my clip and put it in the recap video. That's right. Forgot about that. And then yeah, like anytime Erin or Pxie's on a panel now, they take this screenshot from right here and they put it in the thumbnail. Sounds reasonable. No need to dox people. I mean, I wanted to just blur their faces out afterwards. That's what I wanted to do. But they were obviously like very nervous about people filming anyways. And so yeah. And then I had, this is the same. So this is where I did most of my interviews and stuff. It's a very easy question. This camera was super sideways, so when I actually put it into video, I had to zoom in and turn the video. Alright, so my name's Tom. I run a show called the Foolery Show. I stole this dude's girl before I even started talking, bro.
No, I'm just,
I'll pass. I'll pass.
The banter tonight has
feel
been,
sexually harassed right now.
Has been top tier.
You're the one that's rubbing your leg against this guy like a horny dog. Okay.
How can I not? Look at him, man.
Okay.
And that's with the wig off.
But I agree with you there as far as you know, the BBLs and the fake tits and the
Well, and to be
lip
clear,
fillers.
hold on. I'm not saying that like if you want to do the BBL stuff and all that, that's totally fine. I'm not judging that. I'm just saying that that's not my scene. Like girls,
That's
in that
not your
scene
type
would-
of girl.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they would hate me, and I probably wouldn't get along with them. Right? Yeah.
Question for you, very serious question. Have you hooked up with any of the girls who have been on Fresh and Fit?
I'm not gonna talk about
So-
like.
huh?
Okay, here's like a broad rule that I have.
That's
okay?
that's bad game.
No. Here.
Well, they're not asking about specific girls, so they're not saying, tell us who you hooked up with. They're saying, have you hooked up with one of those girls?
Here's a broad rule that I have too, okay? One is a lot of women that do hook up with streamers or whatever don't like to ever be public about it for a
Sure,
variety of reasons. Because you look bad, there's associations, it's just too dramatic. And then two, I will never, on shows, I will never confirm or deny certain types of girls I've hooked up with. Because what happens is if I deny some and I say no comment for others, people will start to like piece together. So I usually just as a rule of thumb, I don't ever like out people.
Fair
if somebody
enough.
else wants to talk about it, then I'm like, oh yeah, we hooked up or whatever. But I'll never be like the first one to out stuff like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
A gentleman.
Thanks.
True gentleman. Okay. So you two requested initially to come on, and then you also wanted Destiny to join us. You two describe yourselves as feminists. Is that?
Yeah.
So what does that mean to you to be a feminist?
I believe in equal rights between women and men.
Okay.
I believe that a woman should have the right to choose whether she wants to stay at home and be traditional. I think that's cool.
Sure.
If she wants to go to the workforce, I think that's cool as well. I just think that they should have those opportunities available to them.
To me, it just means gender equity, liberation, and the promotion of women's success financially, socially, economically.
You said equity there. What do you mean by equity? Because equality I have a fairly good understanding of, but equity is a bit more.
So this is actually a conversation that I got into a bunch when I first got into the Twitch politics space. Everywhere else that I've been, equality means equality of opportunity. Equity means equality of outcome. But in the Twitch politics space, they reverse those. They say equality is equality of outcome. Equity is equality of opportunity. So every time you hear Twitch politics people say equity, that's what they're talking about. Weird, huh? Because they say equality. Well, what do you think of when you think of equality? You think equal, right? That's what equality is. They are equal. Well, equal is an outcome. So that's equality of outcome. The problem is that in America, we have it might even be like a British thing, because a lot of these people that I was talking to were from Europe. They were from Australia and places like that. So it might even be like a thing from other countries. But in the United States, when we talk about equality, we're talking about an opportunity. We already have the concept of equality. And so we automatically think of opportunity. But in other countries where they don't have that idea of equality the same way we do in America, they're going to think of, yeah, like, what does the word mean? It means. And so, like, even you think of the meme where they're like trying to see over the fence, right? And they still use that as saying, well, no, that's opportunity. That's what we're talking about. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, they all have like the same opportunity. I'm like, no, that's the outcome. They all see over the fence. That's the outcome. And they're like, well, each one of them has, and not each one of them actually has the opportunity to see over the fence, though. They're like, so you need the steps to see over the fence. Does everybody know what I'm talking about? So equality, equity. So this is how I think of it. But they still use this to say that this is outcome and that this is opportunity.
I think modern iterations of feminism have kind of moved away from trying to find equality and complete and total parity between the sexes and the genders in like a one-to-one way. I think it's less about trying to find this golden mean that's probably never going to exist, and more about like, where do we see deficiencies for the genders and on the basis of sex or gender, and how can we accommodate everybody and make sure everybody's needs are being met, and that nobody's being discriminated against on that basis alone.
On the subject of gender, if I may ask, what is a woman?
Bro. This is $1 million question.
Don't even bother asking Erin that question. You're just going to get another question.
Maybe she wants to answer it.
I mean, okay. So I feel like every single time I try to come up an answer with this and I try to think it logically through, I run into some problems. So usually what I try to do...
I don't run into any problems. Ever. I just give my answer and everybody's like, oh, yeah. That makes sense.
I do ask other people to define it first, because I'd rather work on their definition and see if everything tracks. Because so far, every definition that's been presented to me, like, there's some logical inconsistency.
Okay, but what is a woman?
To me, a woman seems to be somebody who presents as a woman, who acts as a woman societally.
You can't use the same term in the definition of the term.
Yeah, well, so it's not a definition. She's describing the concept. So that's a little bit different. But the definition has to be different, which the definition is going to be femininity.
That's not 100% true. If you know about functional definitions, that's like, I don't want to get into behavioral science.
It is, yes, it is a functional definition. That is what yes.
Like, that's going to be a whole other thing. But basically...
But you can't only have a functional definition.
We have these conceptions of what a woman is, they present.
See, she's talking about the concept.
Certain feminine features, certain ways that they dress. And we tend to say, okay, if you wear skirts, dresses, have long hair, that's a woman. So, whether it should be considered that or not is a completely different story that then starts running into logical inconsistency.
Yo! She read my doc, bro. Pxie! You gotta credit me when you do this. What are you doing?
Consider Gorlock a woman.
I don't know who Gorlock is.
The fat fuck.
I don't know who that is.
Whoa.
Right.
But I would
is
love...
Is that
Pxie,
No,
if
not.
I look at somebody and they identify as a woman, but I don't know that, and I just totally register that person as a man.
See, Pxie, this is the test. This is the freaking test, Pxie, okay? This is the test, all right? So we're going to find out here. She's got to separate the presentation from the identity in the way that the general public identifies them versus the way they identify themselves. This is it. This is the test right here. We gotta see. She'll get it? You think so? I don't know. This is it. This is the big one.
And in my mind, and that's how I interact with them, then is that person a woman?
Well, that's where we start running into logical inconsistencies, right? I would say basically the main thing is identifier, right? So
why is that the main thing though?
Because when we say chromosomes, when we say biology and try to use that definition, the reality here is that I did not check anybody's chromosomes in here before calling them a man or a woman.
Or genitals.
Yeah.
Right? There are a lot of other micro
just tell.
calculations that I think your brain is making about someone's appearance, which makes you register them as either one or the other.
Exactly.
Male or female.
We're making assumptions based on appearances, not genitalia or chromosomes. So there seems to be some sort of inconsistency if we try to define it biologically, because we don't actually act that way in reality. I didn't check your genitalia, I didn't check your chromosomes, I just assumed because of how you presented yourself that you were a woman. So I agree, like it's a complicated subject. It feels like there's inconsistencies whenever we try to define it, like, hey, but wait a second, just because I wear short hair, does that make me not a woman anymore? Of course not. So it is a complicated subject. I'm not here to pretend I have all the answers.
Actually, I don't think we find it
John,
complicated.
what do you think about that?
I think that you're intellectualizing it too much. I think if we took 100 people and just had them identify every person at this panel, are you a man or are you a woman, they would, with 100% accuracy, be able to discern the biological sex. Even without seeing the chromosomes or the genitalia, they would know.
That's definitely not true.
That's absolutely true.
Totally
You could find like femboys and stuff on Twitter that are more feminine than the most feminine women.
You're right. And so here's sort of the problem. I don't like the way that the conservatives, and in particular some of the Daily Wire crowd, handle this. I understand why they do it. They're trying to attack the problem head on. But you're right when you say it's not sufficient to define a woman by her biology. You know, if you say like this sort of crude, you know, people make a lot of money now selling t-shirts like real women don't have dicks. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, real women also shouldn't speak that way, frankly. It's sort of like your definition earlier, for example. Like, I couldn't ask...
No, I wouldn't. I don't think that you can be more or less of a woman. I've explained this a bunch of times. People always say, well, if they have less characteristics, does that mean they're less of a woman? And obviously, no. We just categorize that side of the spectrum as woman. That's it. It's just woman. So you can't be more or less of a woman. You can be more or less feminine, but not more or less of a woman. So, like, you just have to fit the concept in order to be a woman.
Ask you what an ant is, and you couldn't reply like an ant is a creature that acts like an ant. Like, there has to be some way that that creature is behaving naturally. And I think that women in their natural state tend to, not always, but tend to behave a certain way and tend to look a certain way. And conservatives, I think, are afraid to acknowledge that because we have so much internalized feminism and liberalism in the sense that we don't want to pretend that that exists. Like that.
So as soon as you become more feminine than masculine, you are a woman. Well, that's why I put like in the center non-binary or androgynous, because I'm saying that there's a section where you're gonna have like a mix of both, and it's not, you could be like 55% of one, 45% of the other, and we don't even do it in percentages because there's weighted characteristics, and so it's a lot more complicated than that, so it's not like a percentage game. But anyways, there's like this whole section in the middle where you just don't fit either concept. And so it's not like as soon as you become 51% of one, you become that thing. There's a gray area in the middle where you can't fit either concept.
Women act a certain way and men act a certain way. And so we do want to keep it in a comfortable area, comfortable area of like, oh, well, my biology textbook says this, and you know, you look like this. But in the next 10, 15 years, Chase and I were talking about this earlier, as the surgeries continue, as the hormones continue, the makeup, you won't be able to tell. And it won't be sufficient to just look at somebody and be able to say, oh, you're a man or you're a woman.
That's not true, because it's still consistently like a small percentage of the population. So it's not as though every time more people get the surgery, the percentage goes up. Because as long as it's the same percentage of that generation every year, it's going to stay the same percentage over and over, like throughout the population. That's not how math works.
And so it can't purely be cosmetic. It can't purely be biological. It's almost this like metaphysical discussion that I don't think anyone's ready to have. So in a way, the woke people are actually more correct because they're trying to have a conversation about the essence of gender. And the right is just like, oh, well, men and women, there's only two of them. And that's just a losing point of view. So I actually agree in a way with what you're saying. I just don't agree with the conclusion.
Part of the reason why I asked the question, you mentioned that you're a feminist and you believe in fighting for women's rights, so on and so forth. And there's this interesting thing that started to happen in our society where I've seen a number of articles.
Would you call a 1950s housewife more of a woman than, say, a woman presenting and looking the same way as Judith Butler masculine? So it's hard to say. So if we're saying that Judith Butler looks like a woman, which I would say we would say that she looks more feminine, but not more of a woman. Now let's say we say Judith Butler doesn't look like a woman. Judith Butler looks non-binary. Then we would just say one is a woman and one is non-binary. But I don't think you can be more or less of a woman or more or less of a man, but you can be more or less masculine or feminine.
Articles about this in recent years. It came up on a couple podcasts ago. There are biological males that are being convicted of crimes, and before they go to their sentencing, they all of a sudden start identifying as women, and
Yeah, I think I should change. So it says 50 style housewife. I think I should change it to Marilyn Monroe. I feel like it'll, because if one side is Hulk Hogan and not like, 50s style man or something like that, like it's not like a concept in and of itself. It's an actual person that we can stereotype. I should change it because 50s style housewife is just a stereotype. And so I should take a person who is the stereotype and put them there like I did with Hulk Hogan. So I need to put Marilyn Monroe on the other side.
they get sent to female prisons where they will then go to the female prisons and they will rape the female inmates and impregnate them.
Chase, bro.
Sorry, I forgot, dude. They will grape them. A little too late.
Scuffed, dude.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, like, as somebody who believes in fighting for women's rights, like, don't you feel like that kind of jeopardizes women's rights?
And I need to explain better that I think, so there's a lot that I need to change in the document, and I'm supposed to be done with it by now, and I'm not. I keep taking time to stream instead of work on the document, and I need to work on the document. That's what I should be working on. So, because there's a professor that actually asked for it to be done by now, and I don't have it done by now. And then somebody else messaged me and said that there's like a college class or something that they talked to about it, that they all want to see it, so they want me to finish it to give it to them. So yeah, so I don't want to call him out, but there was a content creator who messaged me and they were like, Tom, I really love your doc, dude. It's so good. It really challenges the way that we think about this stuff and really makes a lot of sense. And I really appreciate it. But towards the end, you use really vulgar language. And I was kind of shocked when I saw the F slur in there. And I was like, what? Maybe somebody hacked my doc or something. I might have accidentally given editing privileges to somebody. There should not be the F slur in there. He's like, I agree. It was really like almost traumatic to have to read the F slur in there. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like, if I'll try to look at it later, but there should not be an F slur in there. The only cuss words that are in there is the B word. And he's like, oh yeah, it was the B word. That's right. Yeah, you really need to take that out. And I was like, wait, why would I take it out? He's like, well, I work at a nonprofit and I can't be giving them, he's like, I wanted to show them the document, but I can't show them a document that has slurs in there like that. It's really crass and vulgar, and obviously it's going to be unprofessional. And I was like, no, it's not. It says bitch, and that we came up with a new type of bitch called a Karen, and that a Karen is now a subcategory of a bitch. But I'm not calling anybody a bitch. I never called somebody a bitch. If I call them a bitch, now it's Now it's now I could understand how that would be unprofessional. But we can obviously have academic conversations about cuss words. We can have academic conversations about slurs. There's nothing wrong. Excuse me. I was like, there's nothing wrong with that. Plus, I feel like it's a really good example that encapsulates everything that I'm talking about here, where I'm saying having more words to describe more things gives us more utility. So having the word Karen, we used to just call a Karen a bitch. It was just another type of bitch. But now it's not just a type of bitch. Now it's a Karen. Now we know what a Karen is. We all know what a Karen is. We always knew what a Karen was. We just didn't have the label on it. But now we do. Tom just write it in as BTCH. Well, so I told him, I was like, look, if you want, just copy it. I was like, I'm not going to get upset if you copy this and paste it onto something else and just, delete that part out. I was like, that's fine. I won't have any issues with that. But I was like, I am editing it and I am like rewording a lot of things and trying to make it better and more understandable. And, because, yeah, like, at this point, I think it's been viewed like 500 or 600 times. And in that, like, 500 or 600 people, there's like 4 that have gotten the opposite of what it said from it. That's President Sunday, Aiko, who was it? Boots. There was somebody else, but I forget who. But yeah, there's like 4 people. The other day when Boots came on, I was being a little salty towards her. And I didn't mean to be, but I did kind of mean to be. I had just been sent a clip earlier that day of her saying on somebody else's stream that when she came on to talk to me, that she wanted to disagree with me, but I was just running away from all of her disagreements and just agreeing with her just to agree with her. And that she knew that I was lying and that she knew that I didn't actually agree. I was like, what? This is just not true. Like, everything that I said on that stream is literally in my document. Like, it's all there. There was a couple of times where she brought up things that she said were in my document that was exactly the opposite of what my document actually said. And so I was kind of frustrated in the conversation that somehow she took the opposite from it. But I thought by the end of the conversation, when Lav jumped on, I thought that we had like a good understanding with one another. And then to hear her say that later, yeah, that really pissed me off. I'm like, what the hell? Like, I thought we had like a good understanding. I thought we had like a rapport after that. And then for her to like go off and just make up stuff about me in a VC with a bunch of other people who are sitting there talking crap about me. Yeah, it was ridiculous. I was definitely pissed at her. And and then she just so happens to want to jump on the same night because, Lav looked so great doing the whole like jumping down your throat and acting like you don't understand Judith Butler in the first conversation that, she had to give it a shot herself, I suppose. But Tom, you really need to talk to Mindwaves and Spicy Chat. That will blow up. What? Talk to them about what? I say double down, add the F slur in the doc. That's a good idea. Mindwave said mad shit about you. Yeah, I don't care. If they want to come talk, my VC is open. People can jump in anytime they want. If they actually had real issues that they really wanted to discuss with me, I think that they would say it to me or on my show or something like that instead of in a Discord where I'm not there.
I think that when it comes to like the whole idea of like a sudden makeshift gender saying, oh no, like suddenly I identify as a woman, so I can get into a women's prison and rape women.
About platforming Lav. Do the Destiny dick riders have a problem with that? No. So Destiny and his audience don't seem to care. They don't have an issue with it. Destiny's been cool. We've talked about it. Like when he gets upset about it, he calls people out. He's mentioned other people now and not me. I think at first he just kept hearing that I didn't push back, and so he just like threw me in when he was on stream one day. But that issue doesn't actually seem to exist. But I had posted on Twitter that President's Sunday, when he was saying that that like Lav's reputation was enough for him to just get an automatic W in their debate. And I said, this is ironic. And I was just saying, like, yeah, if you think that your reputation isn't bad enough to where you're not getting an automatic L as well, then I think you're a little confused. And like, my point is just like, yeah, you're both lolcows. Like, it's not, you're not able to like depend on her status as a lolcow to get a W. And so Mindwaves jumps in. President Sunday lost the debate. Everybody that I saw reviewed it. Like I saw numerous like philosophy nerds review the debate, and they all thought that he did very poorly. I reviewed the debate. I thought he did very poorly. I thought Lav did really poorly too, though. Like I didn't think she did well at all. But I was just saying, like, yeah, I don't think that his like depending on her reputation actually makes any sense. So then Mindwaves like commented on it and said something like, this Tom Simpery arc is, he said, I'm not loving it or something like that. And I was like, you'll get over it. He said, I'm not sure you will. And so I started saying that he was simping for President Sunday. And then he starts like defending President Sunday, making arguments for like whether or not perception is reality in a debate about what is a woman. So I was like, dude, I literally got her to agree that a trans woman is a woman and to the concept of a woman, and I broke down the language, and we had conversations about the concept and what is actually being communicated and pragmatics and all of this, and we were able to deconstruct it without ever having a conversation about whether or not perception is reality. And that was before like her and I had a bunch of conversations. We had been on panels like a while back. We had like a couple of DMs here and there, but we didn't really have a rapport with one another. And the very first time I talked to her and we have like a real one-on-one debate with one another, I'm able to get her to agree with all of these things because I went about it in a very, very different way. And so, yeah, I think that like it's pretty easy to have these conversations without getting so lost in the sauce. But I don't disagree that like Lav doesn't understand this stuff. Like I think it's obvious that every time Boots and her have gotten into it, or her and President Sunday have gotten into it, that she doesn't get it. But I don't freaking care about that. They all care about that. They all think that's a huge deal. They love to make a big deal about that. I don't freaking care. I don't care one way or the other. I don't care if she knows all of the books and has read all of the material and has a super deep understanding of it. It makes no difference to me because her position in the end is wrong. And that's all I want to talk about. It's just the position being wrong. So yeah, it is what it is.
That is something. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep saying no. I'm sorry.
Right. Keep going.
Yeah, I would say President Sunday is definitely like redeeming himself, and I don't. This is like right after President Sunday did this whole like call out on Twitter where he's making fun of me for listening to things in audiobook. Like, you like had this whole thing about how like I don't have an understanding of the material because I listen to things on audiobook, which I don't disagree. that it's easier to like have a deep understanding of things if you actually read it, if you're highlighting stuff, if you're putting bookmarks in and all of that. But I have a like really hard time with reading comprehension if I'm just reading things. 1, 2, I'm very busy, and so I only have time to listen to stuff through audiobook. And then 3, when I'm doing stuff through audiobook, I listen to it over and over. I lose focus and have to rewind and listen to things again. And then I also take notes, and I'll like stop every once in a while and take notes. And if I don't have time, so I always have an earbud in when I'm listening to an audiobook. And if I don't have time to stop and take notes, I just pause it and leave it there until I have time to actually stop and take notes. And then once I go hit play again, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to take notes, and I'll rewind it like 30 seconds, listen to it again, type it up, and then move forward. So like, I don't disagree with his like general analysis of this. I agree that in general, this is going to be a lot harder to listen to books like Gender Problems. I have no qualms with that statement. Just, I don't think that's always the case. I think that there's ways to get around that. I think that there's ways to like listen to things on audiobook and still have a good understanding of it afterwards. If it wasn't for audiobooks and visual novels, I'd never read. Yeah. In a vacuum, reading is better because it's essentially 2 forms of consumption at one time, but we don't live in vacuums. Yeah. What up, Torshaa? How's it going? You see, when you jump into my chat, I say hey to you. You see how that works?
But yeah, that is something that would be worrisome, absolutely. And that kind of goes back to this whole idea of like, okay, how long should a person be able to present? Or are there...
Butler seems to be extremely agreeable to your process. What do you mean? You mean like, so there isn't one person that I would go to say this is a person who you should listen to about gender. There's not one. Everybody that I've listened to has helped me get a better understanding of different aspects of like language and concepts and sex and gender and categories and all of these different things, right? And it's helped me form my own understanding of what gender is and what it is that's being communicated, which is why I just wrote my own theory on it. I want to do a prepped debate next. I'm going to send you the doc when I'm done with it, but I'm glad you and Alex got to stream. Wait. When I'm done, but I'm glad you got to stream with Alex. Oh, okay. Yes, we broke the ice. It was a fun conversation. I'll say there was a lot more depth and nuance that I wanted to get into, and having more people there made it harder for that to be the case. So, Jeremy, I freaking swear to you. I saw the mods already timed you out for this earlier, dude. I agree with you. We'll be focused. Okay. Yeah, because there are specific things that I really wanted to get into more. I think a great debate topic is the long versus short-term dating styles, because I have so much data on this. I have so much information on this. Like I said, there is a consensus on this all over the place. So we can stream on Discord. You can set it up. Dope. My server. I like having a bunch of names in my server. We put you guys all up at the top in pink so that everybody can see you. And they're all like, ooh, Tom's got all the cool people in here. So yes, we got all your names right over here. So we need to get playing with fire over here. We need another name on the list. But yeah, I would like to talk about short-term versus long-term. Because, yeah, I was very surprised that there's a disagreement on that.
Other markers that we can actually, like, the psychologist can talk to you, have a real conversation, and be able to determine, like, what are your true, like, incentives or motives. I don't know how common these cases are. I do feel, and I just bring this up, not to try to derail.
Let me just say that the day we had that conversation, it happened again later that day. Like, it's probably pretty common.
I mean, the reason why I kind of want to push back on that is because 1% of the population in the United States is trans, right? So that means like the percentage of people who are trans and also going to jail are probably like less than, if I had to guess, like less than 0.2 or 0.3%, right? So it just doesn't seem like it would have to be, unless if you have stats saying the majority of trans people are going to jail.
Well,
then
you
that
might
would
actually have an overrepresentation.
Hold on 1 second. It could be happening in jail.
Shut up, woman.
It could be happening in women's restrooms. Like, these kind of assaults happen all over the place. And it's like, for me, it's like, okay, I hear you say that you're a feminist, but it's like, I feel like a true feminist would really work to protect actual biological women from.
I'm sorry. She looks like a freaking crazy person, but the chipmunk cheeks are cute. I would be afraid to go to sleep because she looks like she's gonna murder me. But it's kind of cute.
This whole situation being taken advantage of.
Assault is already illegal, though.
I'd like to add on.
Yeah, it's already illegal, but it's being made. It's being made.
I'm not saying it.
She looks cute but crazy too. Well, I am definitely not attracted to crazy women. That does nothing for me. Her being crazy affects me zero. Actually, it makes me less attracted to her. I am so unattracted to her because she looks crazy. My name is Tom Foolery, and I approve this message.
It's being made easier. It's being made easier as a result of the direction that our society has gone in. And it's like, I feel, women who stand against this stuff, they call them TERFs, right? Trans exclusionary radical feminists. But it's like, I feel like there's nothing radical about it. I feel like a true feminist would actually work to protect her sisters when stuff like this is coming up.
Mr. Chase, may I add on to that? I just wanted to ask, how masculine in the face does someone have to be before you're uncomfortable in a bathroom with them?
She's like, dude, the way that she asked that question, where she's like looking straight forward, she's like, yes, Mr. Chase, I would like to ask a question. How comfortable, how much masculinity in the face do they have to have?
Just wanted to ask.
Work to protect her sisters when stuff like this is coming up.
Mr. Chase, may I add on to that? I just wanted to ask, how masculine in the face does someone have to be before you're uncomfortable in a bathroom with them?
What do you mean? That's a.
What was your question?
How masculine in the face does someone have to be before you yourself? I'm asking you.
Have you ever been in the bathroom with like a butch lesbian?
I have. I'm asking you.
Okay, but butch lesbian, like by definition, present.
She's not asking you, Erin.
Pretty masculinely, and yet
Okay, but we
know they're clearly still women.
I'd like for you to let me finish. I'm asking you personally, how masculine in the face does someone have to be before you yourself feel uncomfortable and unsafe in the bathroom with them?
I honestly wouldn't feel uncomfortable or unsafe in the bathroom unless if that person, and also this applies to cis women as well, unless if that person started trying to like interact with me some way in the bathroom, right?
If you saw Chase in the women's restroom, how would you react?
How would you react if you saw Buck Angel in the women's restroom? I think this is the issue, right?
Who's
is it
Buck
like
Angel?
Is a trans man who's very masculine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But they have a vagina. I'm assuming. I don't think they have
I got to
a
catch up on all this
Hulk
American
Hogan with a
insanity.
vagina in the bathroom. Would that not make you feel uncomfortable?
Andrew Tate did a very interesting video on this where he asked.
He did. But it's like, if I saw Buck Angel in the men's bathroom, like I'd be like, okay, like whatever, I don't care.
I like this girl. Remember when we debated about this topic, Tom? Yes, and you jumped on and you were like, well, why don't you just look at a dictionary, Tom? Why don't you just look at what a woman says in the dictionary, Tom? You should have done that. Why didn't you think about just looking at a dictionary? That would have been so helpful.
Yeah, but
no,
I
but
can
Buck
defend
Angel
myself.
wasn't the women.
You're saying if you went into the women's restroom?
Yeah, well,
Women are
it's
more
surprisingly-
vulnerable than men, so
Yes.
it matters
I
less
mean,
who's going into the men's bathroom.
No. We're saying if you take Hulk Hogan and you give him a vagina.
Yo! Bro! You gotta credit me, Pxie. What the hell? You can't, you just, she's literally just freaking reading off my document, dude.
And then he enters a woman's restroom.
Respect his
when
pronouns.
you see them, you're gonna say like, "Oh my God, like that's a male or whatever," but you don't know they have a vagina. So the question becomes like a lot more like murky, or the answer to the question becomes a lot more murky because you're saying like, "Oh, how masculine do they have to look before you're uncomfortable?" But at the end of the
Dictionaries don't come on audiobooks, stupid. True.
day, they have a vagina, aren't
So,
they?
because
Women,
if you gave
according
Hulk
to
Hogan
most of you
a
guys?
neo
Well, you
vagina,
said-
he'd still be a man.
Yeah,
So
I feel like you
no,
said
no,
if
I'm
you
saying
gave him
if
a
you-
vagina,
no,
but
okay.
I am terrible at debates, I admit it, but I have fun doing them. And eventually I end up thinking about it and I see my flaws. Yeah, you were driving me nuts in the Discord for like 2 days, but when I posted the clips and explained it, you were being fair afterwards, and so I was less frustrated, but for a minute there I was steaming for a bit.
giving him a
Let's-
vagina via a sex operation.
Yeah,
it's
if
not
you
an
have a
actual
woman,
vagina.
if you have a woman who decide, if you have a woman or somebody who's biologically born female, whatever, and they start injecting
I
like.
think that's the definition that we're
Okay,
looking for.
If you have a woman or like biologically born female, that's the definition you're working with, and they start injecting themselves with like steroids, start grinding, start working out, get
Testosterone.
surgery to get their boobs replaced, whatever. Now they're this like super muscular person that looks like a guy, and they go into the woman's restroom. Would that be okay with you guys?
No, probably not.
It's a Tate meme now. What does that mean? Why do you guys keep saying Tate? What does that mean? Yes, base Tate. Why are you guys saying this? Look it up. Oh, you're talking about the video that I played yesterday where he's talking about like sleeping with Megan Fox, but she has a penis, or Hulk Hogan. Okay.
Not actually.
So-
I don't think the female body is like ready
I just played this video the last time I streamed.
to process those kinds of hormones. One of you also mentioned the butch lesbian. Have you seen the rates of domestic violence among those types of couples? I wouldn't frankly want them. Maybe they should have like their own bathrooms
Okay,
or something.
I
Maybe
also-
there should be like an
okay, I
LGBT bathroom
Yes.
for
I
all
feel
of
like
them
the
to
issue-
use.
By the
Third
way, someone in the
restroom.
chat actually
Would you
claimed
say
that women
separate
are
but
not
equal?
vulnerable, which is absolutely insane.
Well, no. I think the
I gotta run to the restroom again real quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
The argument is women are not necessarily vulnerable in bathrooms. There's not like this
They
epidemic.
are more vulnerable than men.
Wait,
in
hold
general.
on. Wait, hold on. Number one, there's not this epidemic of bathroom rapes. Okay, this is like a really fantastic.
Yes, like women being more vulnerable than men is true, but then that just means that trans people shouldn't be anywhere around women ever.
Scenario. Number one.
Grapes.
Number two.
Grapes.
Grapes. Number two. Okay.
Essay.
And I don't know if this is like an SNL skit or something, but like if a rapist is chasing you and you're a woman.
Nice work, Tom. Thank you. It's still a work in progress. Still working on it. We're gonna make it better. It's gonna get better. But I've been working on it. I started working on it yesterday, and didn't finish it yet. So I thought I'd just upload the unfinished product. What up, Crucible Limited? Is this the clip channel, or what is Crucible Limited?
It's not like running into the bathroom is going to protect you, right? So the idea that
Nobody
like,
was proposing that it would.
But if there's somebody
But
that wants
should
to,
this be considered socially acceptable?
it's just
It already is.
Hold on, wait.
No,
I'm
it's
just,
not.
Wait, hold on.
It's not.
No, wait. In some
It's-
countries, okay. So like in Sweden, for instance, there's just bathrooms where everybody goes in and there's like
no,
an
like,
individual spot for
gender
everybody. Yeah,
anything.
there's plenty of these places that exist. Nobody's out there graping everybody all over the bathrooms. It's not. This is like such
Isn't
a niche.
Sweden like the grape capital of the world?
Yeah,
It
Sweden,
is, it
Sweden
is,
and Germany
it
have
is.
extremely
No.
Steve
high
Larson
rates.
wrote Girl
They
with
have
the Dragon
extremely high
Tattoo.
rates.
That's because they have a more
That's
general
because
definition.
Hold on. That's because in like 2013 they did a massive redefinition to open up what they considered grape.
2018.
2018.
Compared to
in
other
terms of- yeah,
countries.
number one. But I'm just saying that like I think that there's a valid reason to talk about protecting women's spaces. I think there's a really good conversation to be had about like.
No, it's me, Andrew. 2 strikes on main channel, so backup channel. Damn, dude. That's crazy. You got 2 strikes. I have no strikes. I got 0 strikes. Every time they've given me a strike, I've won my appeal, or I lose my appeal. I send a message on Twitter. The president retweets me, and then they fix it.
Women's sports, but the bathroom example is one of the silliest, weirdest things that gets brought up constantly. There is not an epidemic of people getting raped in the bathroom, and if there was, a female sign with a dress is not going to stop.
Mass flagged by bears and groypers. What are bears? What is a bear? A bear is an animal. Thank you, Jeremy. Followers of a lunatic named Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin has a following now? What?
Why do women need to come up with a reason that they don't want men in the bathroom with them?
Why do we have to have a reason to discriminate against people?
Why do they need a specific reason like that? Why can't it just be that they're uncomfortable?
At what point? Wait, you don't. You're the one that's pretending they need the reason. Because if you say,
No, I'm not.
You are, because if you say I'm uncomfortable with somebody being in the bathroom just because like I feel like the women's bathroom should be just for people with vaginas or whatever, that's a fine argument. You can start there. But when it's like I'm worried they're gonna assault me, motherfucker, someone's gonna
That's
assault
part
you.
of it, but it's certainly not
It's
all
not
of
part
it.
of it.
You
It's not
are
part of it. I don't
correct
believe
with
that.
the assault
Well,
aspect.
wait, hold on, real quick, because I cut her off. What were you
Okay,
gonna say?
at what
Sorry.
point does someone else's comfort, at what point should that be prioritized over someone else's safety?
The problem is whose comfort, because we always talk about this.
Yeah, it's not your comfort either. It's only your, or sorry, it's not your safety either. It's just comfort versus comfort. That's it.
On the woman's
Biological
side.
women's.
You say that, but so for instance, let's say that I'm a traditional father and I want to take my boy to the bathroom, okay? Let's say he's 6 years old, and then Blair White comes walking into the bathroom. You would defend that because you say, well, she's a biological male. But I might feel really uncomfortable if I'm a traditional male, if I'm a Christian
But
man.
as a man, you're far more able to protect yourself and your
No.
child than
Hold
a
on.
woman is.
Hold on. We're not talking about who's getting assaulted. I'm just saying in terms of comfort, because earlier you said it's just about comfort in the bathroom. So if I'm a traditional male, I'm a Christian man, and all of a sudden somebody like Blair White walks up to the stall and starts peeing in, and my 6-year-old son is there, and he's like, Dad, I didn't know women could do that. Well, what am I supposed to say? Now my comfort is being violated, right? So I feel like there has to be like a better middle ground here, other than like all trans people.
No, that's the point. You don't say my comfort is being violated, son. You say, son, that's a biological male, but he's pretending to be a woman.
Yeah, but that conversation is going to be really complicated.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But isn't
We
it
live in a
like-
crazy world, son. There's a lot of
We've
crazy
always
people.
lived in a crazy world, okay?
It's
Where-
getting crazier.
No,
There's no
I think
denying.
America's at all-time high craziness.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
at like peak
If you think
crazy.
that we're at an all-time high, it just goes to show how good the country is. That the biggest problem you have are who's going into whose bathroom. Okay, like there are countries that are at war right now. There are multiple countries experiencing genocides right now, and there are tons of horrible problems around the world.
Yeah, but
if
that's
your
like-
biggest issue is who's
It's
going
not-
into the
it's-
bathroom that has a dick or not,
it's not
I think
the-
you're doing okay.
That's not the
taking-
biggest
that's
issue.
taking an
It's just an issue that
extreme-
came up.
What's the biggest issue?
No, let's take an
What's the
extreme
biggest issue in
example.
America? That's totally beyond the
I
scope
think
of this
homelessness
podcast.
on the
I'm
West
curious.
Coast is an
I mean-
extreme issue. That would be something that I would consider to be an extreme issue.
It's a
Okay,
big
but this
issue.
is an
It's
issue
a big issue.
regardless. This is
It's a
an issue
problem.
regardless, and you're out here saying, "Oh, there's wars being fought." Well, that's not what's going on here.
Sure. Well, there are kind of
Well,
wars.
yeah, there
not
are
yet.
wars
When
being fought here,
Sure,
but in
I'm
this,
just saying
yet.
that if you want to have a conversation about the bathroom, okay, I think it's valid to say I feel a little bit uncomfortable if there are people that clearly look like a man entering the bathroom, and there's a lot of trans people that agree with that too. I think that's a fine conversation, but when it goes into this very weird world of like, I think they're going to do these essays and these like all this stuff going on, like I don't think sexual assaults. I don't
Sure.
think that like that's a legitimate concern.
sure,
I think
but
that's
I
something
think
people
Yet.
bathroom aside, I think it's
Yet.
a principle of it. I think the discussion is safety and whatnot. I think the bathroom has little to do with it. I think it's just a
Sure,
broad
and
statement.
you're like
It's the
saying
principle of
you're
it.
using but then you're agreeing with me.
It's a
I don't
principle.
disagree. Yeah, if you want to
Well, I
argue the
never said
principle,
I
you can argue the
disagree.
principle.
Well, I'm just
but don't
laying it out there.
fixate on like essays in the bathroom from trans
Well,
people.
no, you were the one who was
I think we
fixating
should-
on
I think we should
essays in the
redirect.
bathroom.
We're getting lost in the weeds.
I want
We're
to
getting
come
lost in the
back. I want
weeds.
to come back to. By the way, can I have everyone just scoot their cups into the table a little bit?
You were
OCD over here.
fixating on essays in the bathroom for the
I
past
think
5
we
years.
should
We're-
redirect.
We're gonna let's
Let's
move on.
let's
Come
redirect
back.
the conversation.
So initially, what I was asking you two, when you contacted me, you said you both were feminists, and you kind of described a little bit about what that means. I suppose my question is, what do you believe in as a feminist, and chiefly, do you believe in the patriarchy theory?
Yes, I believe in the patriarchy. I believe that there's like historical examples of the United States being a patriarchy, and I still think that there are certain ways where it currently exists. I think, interestingly enough, I think in some ways you guys are actually pushing against that when you guys are talking against promiscuity in men, because I think historically it's been accepted this idea that like, oh, you know, if a man sleeps around, he's just a player, he's just being the alpha. And that's a patriarchal notion. So I actually agree with you guys in the sense that like, hey, you know what, like sleeping around men or women, like that's not necessarily a good idea. But yes, I do believe that like in the general patriarchy and that there are still like examples of it currently going on.
Okay. Do you think we live in a patriarchy?
Yes, I do. And
That's
I think
why
like
it's
building
awesome.
off of like
Real.
I think the question that you asked me was like
don't think we
more
have enough
related to what my
patriarchy.
definition of feminism is.
Mm.
I gave it to you a bit earlier, but I also like to explain it to people as feminism really is just like a neutral tool and way of analyzing and understanding the world around us and looking at it through gender relations or sex relations.
So gender is not a thing, and this is kind of the same conversation that I keep having with Torshaa, is where people keep saying, oh no, well actually gender is this. No, or sorry, not gender. Feminism is this. This is what feminism is. Or feminism is Y. Feminism is X. You can't just say feminism is, because it's not one thing. And it's been many different things over a long period of time. And the only thing that those things, all of them share, is that they're all some types of activism pointing out issues with women's inequality. That's it. That's all feminism is overall. But then if you want to talk about like, you know, radical feminism, or if you want to talk about intersectional feminism, or you want to talk about, you know, third wave feminism or fourth wave feminism. I guess fourth wave feminism is intersectional feminism anyways, but yeah, like it's never this one thing, and it kind of almost becomes this no true Scotsman sort of thing where you're trying to state what the real feminism is. Bro, this looks for L dude. He's so confident in his looks and personality, and I'm a complete normie and think he sounds like a effing goober, a sad goober, being this convinced that looks are everything and that you must date your score is effing silly. Yeah, I think I probably want to make a video about with like his takes and then me explaining it afterwards. Because I think that if I'm able to like actually explain it the way that I did afterwards with paint, where I can go into detail, I think most people would agree with what it is that I'm saying. But he keeps speaking from personal anecdotes, and then even at one point, Alex said, like, well, we're all speaking from personal anecdotes. And I was like, no, we are not. Do not throw me in there. I am not speaking from personal anecdotes. I'm talking about data. I'm talking about studies. I'm talking about, sociological consensus. I am not talking about personal experience. I use examples within my own personal experience to like strengthen my points, but I am not talking about personal experience. And this kept happening when I would bring up data. His chat would say stuff like, speak for yourself, Tom. Like, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking in terms of like stats and data. I'm talking in terms of like studies. I'm not talking for anyone. I'm talking about in generalities. Everybody make sure you take a second and hit the thumbs up button. I think this is the first time that I've said this all day. We are very low on thumbs ups. We're at 1,200 views and we only have 46 likes. So we're a bit down on the likes. We hit about $20 in donations. So I appreciate everybody sending money in today. It is very helpful. And we're going to find out on the 20th if I actually get my money. So it says that my direct deposit has been approved. That's what it says. It says that it's been approved. So we'll see. It's been like 5 or 6 different times that they've said something and then that thing is not true. This just doesn't look as cool as my last background. It just doesn't. It's not as cool. I'm kind of upset about it. My last background was so much cooler. Say that children are being groomed. This freaking background was dope. Tom, it looks like a teenage girl's background. I know. Okay, Google. Turn Joker light and Hawk's light on.
Okay, turning 2 lights on.
Okay, Google. Turn Hawk's light green.
Got it. Changing
Okay,
the
Google.
light to green.
Turn Hawk's light green. I just said that.
Okay.
Okay, Google.
Hawk's light to green.
Turn Joker light green. Okay, Google. Turn Joker light green.
Got it. Changing the Joker light to green.
You don't see the difference? Let's see. Okay, how about now? So this one looked like paint splattered on the wall. This one was very cool looking because it just looked like somebody took a bucket of paint and just threw it on the wall. But this does not look like that. I guess it's less purple. It's not just like how purple it is. It's about like the actual like designs of the lights. But these lights went out. These lights broke. Like they just kept breaking more and more over time and eventually went out. So okay, Google. Turn Joker light blue.
Got it. Changing the Joker light to blue.
See, I need this to actually like turn like this. That would be much better, but it just doesn't. It doesn't go where I want it to. On this day, and those are the ones that they got. And every
you can arrive at conservative conclusions or like liberal left-leaning conclusions through it. There's many examples of conservative feminists, rad fems, TERFs, third wave feminists. Like all of these groups are kind of at odds with each other. Yeah, they broadly fall under like we advocate for women's rights, but the way that they decide to go about it is completely different. So there's not one coherent definition of like this feminist ideology guide.
True. Damn it, dude. I can't get it to... This is so frustrating.
This group of women or people, because really anybody can claim to be a feminist or employ feminism.
Sure.
And I just feel like it is a useful tool for anybody to use, because wouldn't you agree that the lives of men and women are so different that to analyze them through that structure is often interesting and insightful?
So you think feminism is a useful tool?
Yes.
Okay, and just really quick, just to bring you two into it, I don't know if you guys identify as feminist, Destiny. Consider yourself feminist? Okay. So...
Wait, did he just say no?
Identify as feminist, Destiny. Consider yourself
Oh, he said yes. Okay, I was about to say, bro, he just recently said that he does, and everybody in chat fought me on it. And then I had to go find a clip of him actually saying, like 2 days before, that he definitely identifies as a feminist. And then, yeah, now if he's changing it again.
Feminist, okay. So...
I think it's, to be clear, that term has become so broad that it's kind of like meaningless, right?
Sure.
Like one way of fighting for equity as a feminist could just be that like any kind of like structural barriers that women face entering like certain fields of education should be removed. But other people might argue that like,
do those even exist?
They have a better chance of getting accepted usually when you're a woman.
Sure. Most of the ones that exist now are probably like cultural in nature, and a lot of those I think have been largely eroded, probably especially over the past like 10 or 20 years.
Yeah.
But then there are other feminists that will push for way more radical stuff depending on where you want to go on the political spectrum. So it just kind of depends on what you're.
Sure. And just so we all agree on definitions here. What is the patriarchy?
The patriarchy is basically this idea that there has been like this system of oppression that mostly benefits men and is in the detriment of women. Now, the patriarchy also negatively affects men. A lot of people have this misconception that's like, oh, the patriarchy like only benefits men, like men aren't hurt by it. No, there are clear examples of ways that men are hurt by the patriarchy. But this idea that it basically usually favors men or puts them on top to the detriment of women, generally speaking.
Can you give some examples of how men have been like boosted ahead and women have been like detrimentally damaged due to the patriarchy?
How men have.
The best example is generally going to be like government CEOs, like Fortune 500 CEOs, I think are 97% men, if I remember correctly. Positions within Congress, like these are by far majority men and have almost always been by far majority men. Those are generally going to be the best examples is Fortune 500 CEOs and in like political positions.
Have been detrimentally damaged?
No, how your original point was women are damaged to put men up in the patriarchy. Do you have some examples?
Yes, and I think this is kind of a unique space because every other red pill space I've been in has had this idea that like men should like continue like sleeping around and trying to like deflower women and like not marry them and just like like fuck around, have fun, and continuously basically like if women decide to like follow that lead, oh they're stupid whores, they're like dumb bitches, like they don't know what the fuck they're doing, like they should just like shut the fuck up and go away, right? And I feel like that's a very clear example of like these men reap the benefits of sex while simultaneously looking down on the woman that they're reaping those benefits from.
How's that related to patriarchy?
Yeah, how's that to a woman's detriment? Like, guys aren't going out with guns and putting them to women's head, like, you better fucking have sex with me. Like, they're out here getting it in on their own.
Well, it's detrimental to women because when it comes to things like, like the workforce, or when it comes to being taken seriously, like voicing their opinions, their ideas, trying to break into like certain fields, now they're just, instead of
But why do people use it as a cudgel? Because anybody's going to use anything as a cudgel. Men use like divorce statistics as a cudgel, or they use like dangerous job statistics as a cudgel. Like everybody uses everything they can as some sort of cudgel because there's always like some sort of oppression Olympics, right? Everybody uses everything as cudgels all the time. It's just the way it is. Now, when I say everybody, I mean every group of people. Not everybody. It's normally small groups of people who use things as cudgels, but every group has that small group of people within it.
Actually viewing the woman as a whole human being, they're judged only on the basis
Hold on. There's no logical connection
To the
there.
advantage of women, largely, though.
No, hold on. You just said that like woman sleeping around is directly related to her getting a job. That's the kind of
you
just made.
If I am trying to, and this is like,
is body count on on
wait,
resumes
can I
nowadays?
please finish?
Am I missed out on that?
Can I please finish?
Go ahead.
Yeah, shut up.
If I am trying to apply to a professional job, and let's say I made the mistake of having OnlyFans or something in the past, and somebody sends that to like my employer, or if somebody's like, oh, you know, like the way that she dresses, or she gives off like slut vibes or whatever, people might see that as like, oh, like unprofessional, and she might be even like the smart, let's say she's extremely smart, intelligent, you know, has multiple degrees, whatever. Because of those mistakes in the past, now it's going to be really hard for her to be taken seriously in a professional sense.
Sounds like the consequences of your own actions.
That's like the opposite of true. Wait. So wait.
That no, they are wrong. They are dead wrong. It is very hard for a woman who has naked pictures of herself on the internet to be taken seriously in a business setting. That is just true. Unless you are massively rich and you are massively successful, then yeah, of course, your status speaks for itself. So, and you're rich enough to where you can do whatever the hell you want. But if you were not massively successful, by far the majority of women are going to have issues being taken seriously in a business setting.
Like, how would a guy not experience the exact same degradation if he had an OnlyFans? And they're like, oh, this guy used to do like feet milling. I don't know what the fuck they do. But, you know, and that was sent to an employer. How would that, like, you know,
well, the perception
how would that, like, unequally affect the man in a negative way the same way it would affect the woman in a negative way? Because using that as an example to prove that men are using the patriarchy to keep women down, so that example doesn't hold up because it holds up to both sides of the sexes.
Well, generally speaking, when a man sleeps around a lot, and we can even go to Fresh and Fit, we can go to all these other red pill spaces, they are claimed to be high value men. Like, they are claimed to be like these men who are, you know, like all the men want to be like them, like, oh, you should continue sleeping around, look at all these strategies. I am very appreciative that right now that this space doesn't agree with that. But the truth of the matter is that in all these other spaces promoting the red pill, they say the complete opposite. They say men should sleep around a lot.
There's no sense. So you're trying to say like a guy could be like, hey, I want to be a doctor, and let me show you these 30 fucking sluts from Miami I fucked, and that's not going to benefit.
I'm like so charismatic and so influential. I can convince like 30 women to sleep with me.
Are you saying that matriarchy would be better? Are you saying?
Yeah, doesn't Myron literally say that you should sleep with 50 women before you settle down? Or before you can be like a high value man, you should have 50 women under your belt? How could they think this isn't true? We have a word for women in a workplace that isn't there because of her merit, but her looks. It's called eye candy. Well, that's different than what she's saying. But yeah.
Does that even make any sense?
You're acting like if
wait. I think the gist of what she's saying is that there tends to be greater social repercussions for women that have engaged in sexuality openly.
If you take an OnlyFans to your job application, like, look, I want to be this fucking X-ray tech, but I also suck like 30 dudes' dicks.
Maybe 10 years ago, but we're neglecting that the people who staff HR departments are overwhelmingly like these girl boss types.
This is an anecdote, but I watched a documentary called Life After Porn, and they analyzed the differences between male porn stars and talent after they left the industry and female porn stars after they left the industry. And the women, overwhelmingly in that documentary, were socially ostracized and ended up getting back into the industry, whereas the men were able to.
I would argue that's not actually unfair because they're objective.
I never said it was unfair. I'm literally just saying that was the case, and that was what the documentary showed.
Okay, hold on. Yo, hold on. So, I mean, but if you look at most adult content, oftentimes there's always a female name, but half the time you don't even see the male. You don't know the male actor.
Mm-hmm.
So what is she doing, bro? What is she doing, dude? Did everybody else see that? Am I the only one? Is it just me? Did everybody else see that? No? Nobody else saw that? Did you guys fall asleep? Did anybody else see that? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Only you have eyes for her. Okay.
Times there's always a female name, but half the time you don't even see the male. You don't know the male actor. Content. Oftentimes there's always a female name, but half the time you don't even see the male. You don't know the male actor. So I mean, times there's always a female name, but half the time you don't even see the male. You don't.
It's literally like right there, right, like the guy who's talking. And so it's going to be very distracting when you're looking right at the guy who's talking and her face is right next to him making all these faces.
Know the male actor. So I mean, there's differences on that level, but I would suspect, going back to your point, I would suspect if you take two people, a woman, a man, they both did adult content, they're trying to get a job, I think it's going to kind of reflect poorly on both of them if it's like a job that requires some sort of decorum or seriousness.
I understand what you're saying, and you're basically saying, oh, there's a general stigma against sex work, which is true.
But is that
even
the
if
best,
we take,
that's the one example you go to when I'm asking you about the patriarchy?
We're asking how the patriarchy
you asked for one example, and I gave you one example.
That was a bad example.
Can I take a step of this? Okay. I think when people talk about the patriarchy, in the broadest of sense, what we're really saying...
We're talking about men being able to get into positions of power more easily. We're talking about men sitting at the top of a hierarchy. That's what we're talking. That is what patriarchy means today. Now, it generally, like, initially patriarchy meant that a king hands down his crown and his castle and everything to his son instead of his daughter. Like, that's initially what patriarchy meant. That's initially what it was talking about. But today, when we talk about patriarchy, we're talking about the fact that there is a hierarchy that men sit at the top of, or are more likely to be in positions at the top of the hierarchy.
Is that historically speaking, men have kind of been granted all of the autonomy in directing society, and women are, even though in some ways they're benefiting from the patriarchy, they're kind of like the subjects of men. So men exist to make decisions financially. They're the leaders of business. They're the leaders of banks. Men exist to make decisions about wars and the state of the country. They're the head of the political systems. They're our presidents. They're our congressmen. And men are the ones making decisions about how women live their lives. They're the head of the household. They're the ones working jobs predominantly, so they're choosing where people live. So when people criticize the patriarchy, in some ways the patriarchy benefits and hurts men. In some ways the patriarchy benefits and hurts women. But I think what people are generally looking at is the autonomous aspect. That in patriarchy, even if you are benefited and hurt a bit as a man, ultimately you have a lot of autonomy. You've got a lot of different ways that you can decide to live your life.
So this is literally what I was talking to Torshaa about the first time that I met her. She was saying that, like, patriarchy doesn't matter because women still have those options. And I was trying to explain that even though they have the same options as men, like men, or sorry, we were talking about like men being the breadwinners and saying that because they had jobs and because they were doing like doing things to make more money, or they were more likely to be in positions of power, this gave them more freedom. This gave them more of an ability to do things. So where she was like, yeah, but they're the ones who have to work. They're the ones who have to go to war. They're the ones who have to, you know, do X, Y, and Z. So obviously they're the ones who have it much harder. And I was like, you're not wrong that they did have all of those things and that they were kind of treated like workhorses, but that gave them the ability to have more freedom. And so that's how we ended up getting into this argument here.
They'll be like, women didn't die in war. And I'm like, actually, women were fighting in war in the American Civil War. They were disguised as men.
That's such a small amount, though, right? Like, it's such a small amount of women. That is, what do you mean,
fact check it right now.
You're saying that there's like more than 5% of the people fighting were women.
Yeah.
620,000 people died. Their estimates say that about maybe 1,000 women were in the Civil War.
They chose to do that, though. They weren't allowed to.
I understand, but you're making that point off of me saying that like women were limited on what they could or couldn't do, that men were going to have a lot more freedom and they were doing a lot more things.
You were saying it's only a certain amount of women. I'm like, I mean, women were making that decision. You're saying that they couldn't make a decision. I'm arguing they could.
Sure, they could make a decision if they pretended to be a man, then they could make a decision. Sure.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. They'll be like, women.
So yeah, like even the example that she brought up, that was the example that she brought up when I was talking about the fact that men had more freedom. And she was like, and I was talking about the fact that they had to go to war and they had to get jobs and all of this stuff. She's like, well, women could go to war. And I was like, what are you talking about? She's like, yeah, there were women who fought in the Civil War. I was like, are you trying to tell me that like more than 5% of the people in the Civil War were women? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay. So somebody did the math. She said more than 5% of people fighting in the Civil War were women. Over 3 million men fought in the war. 1,000 were women. That's 0.03333333333%. Close, but being Mulan isn't very popular. So yeah.
Some of these come out in
That was the first time we met.
good ways. Like you can have jobs.
Wait, did I just see who I thought I... Yep. There he is, cheating. There's one. I think I saw another one. Pretty sure. Yep, there he is. We're catching y'all. Y'all ain't getting away with this. We got 2 fools right there. How do you say his name? Pxie? There's Mac. We got any other fools? Yep. Lovecraft. I thought I saw Chase there for a second. Here, let's... Oh, damn it. I was gonna write R.I.P. Joe Rogan, but you gotta be a member.
You can be single, you can do whatever. Some of these come out in bad ways. You're more likely to join the military or work really shitty jobs. And then same thing with women. There are ways that it can benefit you or hurt you. It can benefit you in that you don't have to work. You can stay home and take care of a kid. It can hurt you in that you're subjugated to a pretty narrow set of roles. But the main issue is that feminists would argue that in a patriarchal system, the man has a much wider range to express his desires and how he wants to exist in the world, whereas women are kind of like, you have to do this one thing, otherwise you're going to be heavily socially or sometimes even legally ostracized for it. That's like the broadest argument.
I disagree with you a little bit there on your last point. I think actually if you look at kind of the options that women have, I think they have more options than do men. For example, in terms of partnering up with a woman, I would say men overwhelmingly, women have kind of 2 choices. They can find a man who's prepared to provide for them. They can be the stay-at-home. Not all women are going to be able to secure that option, but it's there for some women. Or,
to be clear, I'm just saying historically, this is like today, as society exists today is a lot different than it was in the 1800s, right? I'm just saying historically when we talk about patriarchy. Because as it exists today, a lot of what is quote unquote patriarchy is really we're talking about very nuanced social pressures and a little bit of litigation. So maybe around like abortion. But broadly speaking, like a lot of the issues related to women and having freedom in society have been ameliorated. Women can go to school, they can have jobs, they can exist on their own. Like largely speaking, they've got a lot more freedom now than they did even 50 years ago.
Well, sure.
Thanks largely and due to feminists.
Gotcha. And just to bring it back to you guys, I mean, my sense of the patriarchy, it's basically QAnon for feminists. But so it's like a conspiracy theory. But
wait, we got to continue to use the #1 weakness of feminism, which is accountability. So you said that men are being lifted up and women are being put under men, and men are having like these gigantic leaps and bounds in today's modern society at the detriment of women.
I never said giant leaps and bounds. I said
you that's what the patriarchy is. It's just like this big phantom boogeyman that's here to oppress all women. So I just wanted you to clarify on your point, because you didn't give an example. Destiny had to jump in. So what's your example? Because
Destiny needed to jump in. Damn, Pxie. You need a man to explain your points for you.
Used OnlyFans on a
No, I didn't use OnlyFans. I was trying to use this. Okay, first of all, the general point I was trying to make is that if you find out a guy has slept with 30 women, a lot of people see that guy as like a player, as charismatic, etc., etc. If you find out a woman has slept with 30 men.
She's from the streets, or
Okay,
yeah,
Pxie,
she's-
I think
this
that
is-
that's
this is a very-
no, but beyond that, I
stigma
can give you
comes
other
from the
examples.
objective differences between male and female sexuality, not from a cultural stigma that has just been artificially imbued into us. There are objective differences between the decisions that women make in the so-called sexual marketplace and the decisions that men make in it, because women are the gatekeepers of sex.
Okay, can you explain to that? Or I'm genuinely curious. I just want to understand like your logic and your thought process.
But hold on,
Still no example?
Okay, wait,
Hold on,
okay,
hold on,
well,
let me just, I just got to interrupt you really quick.
Still no example? I'm
I mean,
waiting.
I'll give you your
hold on,
example
let
right
me
now.
just interrupt
Okay.
you really quick here. I feel fucking terrible having the straw man for a feminist, but like you keep going back to.
Bro, I'm sorry. She's cute.
I feel
I
fucking
like
terrible.
I like it. I enjoy it. I am loving the faces. Okay, we're gonna. You guys said add the face to the collage. We're gonna do the what is the collage again? The freaking what was it? The Simpsons. No, not a vagina collage. Okay, so there was this
Not if
clip.
he's actually being abusive, no.
Yeah, but especially narcissists who become narcissists because they're abuse victims. Yes, all the time.
Oh, so I'm a narcissist now.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. I've heard you like crazy girls, so we can work with it. I think I'm fixable. I have problems, not because I'm abused,
I hope somebody.
just because I have
fixes you.
family problems.
I hope somebody fixes. you,
Why not
okay?
you?
Because I have my hands full with enough crazy women.
Okay, fine. Fine. Go fix Lav. She's fixable for sure. Not me.
So in the comments, obviously, Katee, Sassafras, Lav, all getting in there. But this is the meme that Sass posted. This is hilarious. This is from like The Simpsons apparently, but this is what's his name did. Darius. This is what Darius IRL. He made a collage of Straighterade. Right there. You look at that one. Woo! Woo! So yeah, that's the meme that I was talking about. We could do the same meme. This was my profile picture for a long time on Twitter. Sass took that screenshot while I was on stream and posted it in the Discord. And then I went and turned it around and turned it into my profile picture on Twitter. I used to wear suits all the time on stream, so they said that I looked like Hitman. So I pulled the gun out. And then I pulled the real guns out. This is This is funny because there's a lamp behind me, and it looks like I'm holding this little glow ball.
Having the straw man for a feminist, but like you keep going back to this body count thing. I'm anti-feminist, but I'm familiar with feminist arguments. Like this whole men and women being judged differently because of on their sexuality is like such a low priority for feminists. I'm confused why that's your first thing that you're going
Because
to.
we were
I know it's
talking-
related to
Were you
dating.
saying, were you saying
I mean,
that
you
was
asked
a
for one
symptom-
example. You didn't ask for like
were you
one
saying,
symptom
all right,
particularly.
everybody, hold on. Were you saying that was a benefit for men of the patriarchy, that men are able to sexually take advantage of women?
Yes, but also the reason why I brought that up is because since you guys kept repeating like this is a dating podcast, like relationships, that was one of the first things that my mind went to. But I do have other examples of like patriarchal like structures.
Before we get to that, I find this very, very fascinating. So, are you acknowledging that men running through women, that's a bad thing?
Yes, but society as a whole doesn't seem to agree with my opinion.
Doesn't seem to agree with that. And you're saying men running through women, this is one of the negative aspects of patriarchy, and it's one of the things that men benefit from when it comes to patriarchy. Is that correct?
See, Sassafras says that men running through women is a fine thing, but women should start running through men at the same rate.
Would you say?
Framing? Society as a whole views that as a benefit to men.
Okay. Is
That's
that-
what I'm
hold on,
saying.
hold on.
I have my personal opinion that's disagreeing with that. But in general, if we're talking about how society generally views the patriarchy, how society generally views women and men, society generally will prop up a man if he engages in that behavior.
Is that because of patriarchy, you're saying?
Even though when I brought this up when Lav was on here, Sassafras wanted to run away from it.
I do think that's an extension of patriarchy.
We let Sass get away with it. We didn't press her hard enough. We didn't push back hard enough. We let her get away with freaking lying.
Idea that like men are more capable, that men are, like stronger, and therefore.
Why do you say it's throwing you under the bus? That's your freaking position. What do you mean? Why do you call it throwing you under the bus? It is your freaking position. How is that throwing you under the bus? How is it throwing you under the bus? Because you think the same thing? No, I don't. I think that women should never have sex and men should always have sex.
Or like those actions are supposed to indicate like strength.
I have one thing really quick.
I'm trying to make a point.
What? He's trying to make a point, God damn it. Let him make his point.
I've listened.
He's put his
I've
mic on the
listened
table.
for
He's leaning
20
forward.
minutes.
One thing.
I've listened for 20 minutes. Please
Just
go
one
ahead.
thing.
Oh my God.
Is the patriarchy stronger now, or was it stronger, say, 100 years ago?
Oh, it was stronger 100 years ago. I think we've made great advancements.
And so
in
you're
women's rights.
blaming, but the patriarchy was stronger, say, 100.
I think men should just have sex with each other and just eliminate women from the equation altogether.
Years ago, but now in today's day and age when it's
that way, women never have sex.
Ostensibly the weakest it's ever been.
Because I only want virgins. I want all women to always be virgins. So I will marry a woman as long as she never has sex, and I will just have sex with dudes.
How can you pin?
So this is
premise?
Ryan. Let me
Is
take
that
it
where
from
you're
here. This is kind of he's leading to my point. Okay, you and I both agree that men running through women is detrimental to our society. Correct?
Yes.
The argument that I would make is in years past, when there were stronger patriarchal structures over society, there were decreased rates of men running through women because we had greater amounts of tradition in society. This whole sexual...
I agree, but I can't be gay. I've tried. Best I could do was traps. Yeah, I feel you, buddy. Are these guys going to simultaneously call to an older, stronger patriarchy and also say it doesn't exist? Yeah, I don't know. Congrats, me and Tom are gay now. Let's go. Congrats, gay men. Maybe 10,000 men in the Colosseum death battle won't survive each week. You have to pass the gay test of endurance. It's an obstacle course. Gross.
liberation thing that is intimately tied into feminism. I would say that feminism is largely.
He said he's nodding like a politician. Yes, man.
This whole sexual liberation thing that is intimately tied into feminism, I would say that feminism is largely to blame for so many women in our society getting run through. Because earlier in the conversation, Destiny was making the point that nowadays we live in a society where a lot of women, both liberal and conservative alike, they want to go and build their careers and they want to go and enjoy their lives. And a big part of that enjoyment of their lives involves being sexually free in their 20s. That thing that you dislike, that is a fruit of feminism.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things historically that patriarchy protected against, because traditionally speaking, it was a father's job to protect his daughter's virginity and her purity and all that kind of stuff. That's a good thing for society. This sexual liberation stuff that's burning women is a fruit of feminism.
That's a very, sorry, let me just respond to that quickly.
Right.
That's a very interesting point. However, when I look at historically examples of like what has happened between men and women's relationships, you still have structures of the patriarchy that still incentivize like men to like either sleep around or not face negative repercussions necessarily for sleeping around, until the advent of feminism also tried to help fight against that. So
that was
let
at
me
the
just
absolute
finish.
top of society, though, and a very small amount of men. It was no.
That's currently all of society and all of men.
Nowhere near like it is today.
Okay, but the idea that like, oh, if a man cheats on you, it's the woman's fault. She was not a good enough wife. She was not like good enough, whatever, existed for decades, right? This idea that like, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought.
Well, I think in Christian patriarchy, infidelity in marriage was frowned upon for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, it was frowned upon
More than
for
it is
everyone,
now.
but women before the advent of feminism weren't able to break away from those from that. Basically.
I just wanted to say
they
that.
were.
Okay. I'm done listening to women talk. See, this looks pretty cool. I like this. This looks okay. So yeah, in the video, so the video that I was playing earlier with the doop 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 doop, that's a be right back video, a break video that's supposed to play so that like lots of times I lose a lot of viewers every time I go to the bathroom, and even if I hit play on the video, I still lose a lot of viewers every time I walk away to go to the bathroom. So that video is there to get everybody crunk, get everybody hyped, keep them here. Awesome music, cool graphics, cool visuals. It's got a bunch of other stuff. Why would they leave? Because they're ADHD. Like they need constant entertainment. They need something happening the entire time. So I'm trying to like get something that's still entertaining for them so that they want to stay. And that music makes me want to stay. Like every time I hear it, I like numerous times I've wanted to just play a little bit just as background music, and instead I'm on stream just wanting to play for like 30, 10, 15 seconds while I'm talking over it, and as soon as I hit play, I'm sitting here like, yeah, let's go, dude, this is dope. And I just like sit there quiet, just like jamming on stream. So yeah, it's called Bluetooth Tom. No, that's not happening. I could just run commercials, but I'm gonna lose a lot more viewers that way. So this is how I'm trying to fix the issue. But yeah, I'm going to work on it some more. I'm going to try to get some better clips. But all of the clips of it, like zooming in on my face, that is... So I had about like 20 streams. Every time I stream, the stream automatically downloads to my computer. So like this is recording on my OBS, and as soon as I end stream, it's on my computer and I can start editing immediately, like seconds. Like as soon as I hit stop stream button, the entire stream is on my computer. And so I have just like a list of like 20 streams all on my computer. And so I just took like a bunch of clips from all of those and just threw them all together. And there's more than enough clips of like me debating people, me having people on, talking to different people, you know, having intros of stuff, me reviewing stuff. So that's what I'm working with so far. I'm probably going to add in a lot more shaking for the bass. Because at the end, I just do that with the what do you call it? With the logo. But I'm probably going to do it with some other things as well. All right. I'm going to sleep. Yeah, I'm going to play the BRB. This is what it's called, the BRB screen. So anytime I'm going to be right back, I play the BRB screen. But I have, I'm going to try to find somebody to raid. So I'm going to play that one more time while I'm looking for somebody to raid. The last time I tried raiding somebody, it didn't work. It looks like Zonia just went live recently. Oh, I can raid the Whatever podcast. I didn't know that. Sitch and Adam are live? Are they really? It says they're still talking to President Sunday. Is that real? Is that real? I got a notification saying that Zonia was going live, but I don't see her on. Yeah, she is on here. Wait, what is happening? There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can send you to Zonia. All right. Make sure you guys make a lot of noise in her chat. Hit the thumbs upsies once you get there. Lots of RIP Joe Rogans. Later Sarah. Later Zach. Later Trib. Sapo. Michael. Freddie. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the mods' work. I love seeing all these green names, dude. So many green names in chat. This is awesome. Make sure you guys, if you don't have a green name yet, join the membership. We got tons of awesome emotes. The more people we get in the membership, the more emotes we can get. So at the bottom, click join so that you can become a fool. With the rest of us, you get extra access in Discord. So if you ever want to call in, you get to the front of the line. Every night we do call-ins. You get all the cool emotes. You also get your name put into the credits for the end of stream. And then you also get like more of a say in what we do on stream, movie nights, content suggestions, stuff like that. So make sure you join the membership. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools.